एठी सूर्य उइले नाचे मयूर सागर झरणा पहाड़ सुंदर एठी सूर्य उइले नाचे मयूर सागर झरणा पहाड़ सुंदर आउ बाजी उठे मृदंग मुसेई कलिंग मुसेई कलिंग केबे हारे ना कि केबे डरे ना केबे हारे ना कि केबे डरे ना मुसेई कलिंग हाँ मुसेई कलिंग एठी गाँ गाँरे बाळू तो खेले वीर पाई कर ताले ताले एठी गाँ गाँरे बाळू तो खेले वीर पाई कर ताले ताले केते जे पूजा पाठ केते जे पिठा पणा सभिंकु कोळे मु करे आपणा झोटी चिता भरी दिए अनेक रंग मुसेई कलिंग मुसेई कलिंग केबे हारे ना कि केबे डरे ना केबे हारे ना कि केबे डरे ना मुसेई कलिंग हाँ मुसेई कलिंग एठी केते झड़ बात्या बढ़ी पानी आउ केते मरुड़ीर कहानी एठी केते झड़ बात्या बढ़ी पानी आउ केते मरुड़ीर कहानी वीर योद्धा जाति आमे जीतिचु जीतिबु इतिहासे लेखा अछि लढ़ीचु लढ़ीबु गोधूली को दे आमे लहुर रंग मुसेई कलिंग मुसेई कलिंग केबे हारे ना कि केबे डरे ना केबे हारे ना कि केबे डरे ना मुसेई कलिंग मुसेई कलिंग मुसेई कलिंग।
नमस्कार पृथ्वीर विभिन्न
नमस्कार।
स्थान आम संगे मो वॉइस आसुची
यस हाँ हाँ आसी
ओके नमस्कार समस्त को वेलकम एवरीवन पृथ्वीर विभिन्न स्थान आम संगे आज जोड़ी होइथिबा समस्त भाई भौणी मानक ओडिशा एआई रो मु जने सदस्य कुमारिका महांती आपन को विनम्र स्वागत जनाउची आशा करूची आपन समस्त भलरे अछंती। आज आमे ओडिशा एआई समुदायर पंचम विश्वव्यापी सम्मेलन पाई आमे समस्त एकाठी होइछे। पृथ्वीर प्रथम सूर्य उदय हुए द लैंड ऑफ राइजिंग सन जापान रु आउ सेठिकार सूर्योदय सहित आज आमे ही ग्लोबल कॉन्फ्रेंस आरंभ करिबा। ମୁଁ ଆଜିର ଏହି ସମାବେଶର ପ୍ରଥମ ପର୍ଯ୍ୟାୟ ପରିଚାଳନା କରିବାକୁ ଯାଉଛି। ପ୍ରଥମେ ମୁଁ ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କୁ ଇଣ୍ଟ୍ରୋଡ୍ୟୁସ କରିବି ପ୍ରଫେସର କର୍ଣ୍ଣେଲ ଆଦିତ୍ୟ ପରିଣାଙ୍କୁ। ଆମ ଏଇ ଓଡ଼ିଶା ଏଆଇ ସମୁଦାୟରେ ତାଙ୍କୁ ସମସ୍ତେ ଭଲ ଭାବେ ଜାଣିଛନ୍ତି। ସେ ଇଣ୍ଡିଆନ ଆର୍ମିରେ 23 ଇୟର୍ସ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟରତ ରହି ପରବର୍ତ୍ତୀ ସମୟରେ ସ୍ୱିଡେନର ଲୁଲୋ ୟୁନିଭର୍ସିଟିରେ ମାଷ୍ଟର୍ସ ଓ ପିଏଚଡି ର କୋର୍ସେସ ର ଅଧ୍ୟାପନା କରିଛନ୍ତି। He has also been actively involved in supervising research work and on predictive analysis and industrial AI. It is an honor for me to introduce you all to Colonel Parida, and I welcome him to this 5th Global Conference of Odisha AI. Jai Jagannath, Colonel Parida. E manche ebe apanakara.
Jai Jagannath. Thank you, Kumarika. Namaskar. Jai Jagannath and Bande Utkal Janani. It's a really great pleasure for me and an honor to welcome you all, starting from Tokyo, from the sunrise, the land of sunrise, till Samoa, American Samoa, where we are going to sunset. And it is going to be a conference, long conference of about 29 hours. So ଏଥିରେ ଆମେ ଦେଖୁଛୁ ପ୍ରାୟ 30-50 ଫିଜିକାଲ ଲୋକେସନ ବି ଜଏନ୍ କରୁଛନ୍ତି। ଆଉ ଆମର ଏଇ ବର୍ଷର ଯୋଉ 5th କନଫରେନ୍ସର ଯୋଉ ଥିମ୍ ଅଛି ସେଟା ହଉଛି ଯେ AI now and what is next. Generative AI now and what is next. And then what is for Odisha and by the Odias. So ame jo aji jo ekatrita heiche few hundred people from all above the globe. So amaro bortan chesta ya hava darkar je amane alochana vichar vimorsh kariba je kemiti ame AI ku akku badheba au kemiti ame Odisha ku to be a leading AI state in India and India to be a leading country in the world. Kintu ame jeteବେଳେ ଗୋଟେ କିଛି କରିବାକୁ ଯାଉଛୁ, because as you all know, in this 21st century, emerging technologies are becoming very, very competitive. I mean, like from the army parlance, if I say that, it is something like a new thing is coming and you have to be prepared for it. You don't know it. What will be the competition? What will be your other competitors' strength? What will be the other competitors' skill level? What resources they have? So amku jodi ta pai prepare karyaku padibo, so we have to think, and it has to be a real strategic plan, something like what we do in the army. You have to see the situation, you have to see your competitors, you have to see where they are, do their SWOT analysis, do your SWOT analysis, try to find out where all we can take the advantage and gain. ଆମେ ଯଦି ସମସ୍ତେ ନିଜର ଯୋଉ ସେଲ୍ଫ ମୋଟିଭରୁ ଟିକେ ଆଗକୁ ନ ବଢିବା, ଆଉ ଆମେ ଯଦି ସମସ୍ତେ ଏକତ୍ର ହେଇକି ଏଥିରେ ଯଦି କାମ ନ କରିପାରିବା, ତାହେଲେ ଆମେ କେବେ ବଢି ପାରିବାନି। ସୋ ମୋର ଯେତେ ୟଙ୍ଗ ବନ୍ଧୁମାନେ ଅଛନ୍ତି ସବୁ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଦୁନିଆର ସବୁ ଚାରିକୋଣରୁ ସବୁ ଦିଗରୁ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ମୋର ବହୁତ ଅନୁରୋଧ ଯେ ସମସ୍ତେ ଆସନ୍ତୁ, ହାତ ଧରି କେମିତି ଆଗକୁ ବଢିବା। ଏଥିରେ everybody has some capability, everybody has some strength. Especially ଯେହେତୁ ମୁଁ ସ୍ୱିଡେନରେ ରହିଲିଣି more than 2 decades, ମୁଁ ଜାଣିଛି ଯେ diaspora, those who are in the diaspora, they have a lot of strength for which they are there. It is not that those who are inside India, they don't have. They are also. So you people are so young and you have so much of energy. You can always do a lot. So how we can join hands together, how we can plan, how we can make a strategy, how we can make a roadmap so that we can move ahead and make Odisha the leading AI state in the country and make India proud in the world. So more basic time nebini, because we are running short of time. So with this, I close here, and we are going to, and I want to also say one more thing, that the efforts put in by the core team, especially Anjan and the team. It is so fantastic. I'm really amazed to see their strength, energy and efforts. And I'm sure you must have seen that. So I'll request everyone to join hand with them and let this Odisha AI grow further and further, and together let's win and let's gain. Thank you. Jai Jagannath and Bande Utkal Janani. I think Kumarika, you have to call.
Next, I think before we start, actually, we lost one of our members in the last year. So he had been a very active member of this group. He actually found one of the founding members of this. So I would like to pay our tributes to him. I'll just display his picture for everybody. Just give me a moment. Just स्क्रीन रे आपण मन देखुचंती श्यामानुज भाई को सी गत वर्ष आम मन को छाड़ी को चली गले समवेयर अराउंड दिस टाइम इन डिसेंबर 28 लास्ट ईयर आम समग्र समुदाय तरफ आम श्रद्धांजलि जनाऊँ गत वर्ष ए वर्षर यही सम्मेलन प्रस्तुति समय अनुपस्थिति आम समस्त अनुभूत होईछि। श्यामानुज भाई का आत्मा एबे परमात्मा सहित विलीन होई ओडिशा भारत और विश्व को नैतिक भौतिक और जागतिक उन्नतिर पुष्पवृष्टि करुथाउ। तांको मने पकाई आज आमे आम ही कार्यक्रम आरंभ करिबा। धन्यवाद। नेक्स्ट हमर अछंती आई थिंक टोक्यो टीम को हमें स्टार्ट करी एबे स्टार्ट करी परिबे।
हाँ, sure, definitely. And ମୋ ନାଁ ହେଲା ଅନୁପ ସାହୁ। ମୁଁ ଏବେ କାଲିଫର୍ଣ୍ଣିଆରୁ କହୁଛି। And so ମୋ ସହିତ ଅଛନ୍ତି my colleague from Tokyo, Mr. Tomoya Suzuki. So okay, Suzuki-san, so what I am talking to in Odia in my local language, native language for your understanding.
Yes.
So he's from Tokyo and currently, and he will support me in welcoming this event today. And we'll take from there. With me, Raj Murtinty also from Idea Poke. So we three are joining from here. Raj is from here in California. So yeah, Suzuki-san, if you welcome, give a welcome message to start this conference from Tokyo. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. 皆さんおはようございます。今日はありがとうございます。My name is Tomoya Suzuki from Idea Poke Japan, and a very good morning from Japan, Tokyo. It's rainy day today, but I'm very, very honored to join this conference. I'm very happy about that. I hope this event is going to be very successful to you, and you're going to have a lovely weekend too. So I'm going to hand over to Anup-san. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Suzuki-san. This is really good to start the conference from the rising country, right? From Japan, and that too from Tokyo. Thank you. Thanks for your welcome message. So So taking it forward, maybe what I can do, I can present a little bit about the context, like about the theme of this event. ମୁଁ ଗୋଟେ present କରିଦେବି, ଗୋଟେ short presentation to talk about like what is next on the AI, right? On the thing. So Anjan has talked to me about that. So I'll be glad to share some of my thoughts along this. Can I share my screen? ମୋର ଏବେ ସ୍କ୍ରିନ୍ ସେୟାରିଂଟା ଏନାବଲ୍ ହେଲା। ଓକେ, so thank you. ଆମ ସ୍କ୍ରିନ୍ଟା ଦେଖାଯାଉଛି ଏବେ, ରାଇଟ୍? ଓକେ, ତ ଆଜି ଆମେ କଥାବାର୍ତ୍ତା ହେବା ଲାଇକ୍ କ'ଣ ଆର୍ଟିଫିସିଆଲ ଇଣ୍ଟେଲିଜେନ୍ସ ସବୁଆଡ଼େ ଲୋକ କହୁଛନ୍ତି, ରାଇଟ୍? ତ ତାର ଇମ୍ପାକ୍ଟ କ'ଣ ଆଉ କୁଆଡ଼େ when we are heading towards, right? ତ the main content, like just a little bit introduction of artificial intelligence, how it is evolved, new or current developments, new developments. Then with respect to Odisha, I think that's more interesting for me to talk about that. So then IdeaPOC's contribution. Taking it forward from the introduction of IdeaPOC, I don't have to talk too much about what is IdeaPOC in this group, definitely, right? So AI, like it is like human intelligence processes, including learning, problem solving, decision making. It started with all those type of events, right? And this evolution is fueled by improving in the computer processing powers, networking, storage, algorithmic development, many other things on the artificial intelligence, right? Then AI is transforming not just only few areas, it is transforming multiple different industries, right? Impacting like starting from like personalization to automated cars or self-driving cars, in the healthcare, automated customer service, many areas. So what are the different components of artificial intelligence? Then there is like starting from the machine learning to neural networking, computer vision, NLP, deep learning, many different components of this artificial intelligence also is today there, right? How it is evolved? Artificial intelligence, ajira date but it is not new. In fact, artificial intelligence has started long before, from 1950s, but it has slowed down in between 1960s. Then it evolved in 1990s much more. Today, we have much more advanced artificial intelligence developments worldwide, and that's how it is the right timing to act on this artificial intelligence. And the potential of artificial intelligence market, it will be like around $1.3 trillion by 2030, right? It is started with a very small market potential, but now if we think about it, it is a lot of potential in this new market. So there are multiple different key drivers, like technological advancements, industry adoptions, big data analytics, cloud computing, a lot of government initiatives, so that this artificial intelligence becomes a mainstream now. It is not just only technical development, it has carried out with technical developments and also the government initiatives and industry adoptions. Multiple different industries are ready to adopt this technology now. That's why those are the key drivers for the growth of the AI technology today. So different development impacts of artificial industries, like the AI breakthroughs in 2023, if we think about generative AI mostly, and not just only generative AI is very common now, but we are moving towards agentic AI, right? So that's becomes a workflow and multiple different other things. Then generative AI, the revolution has started and it is almost like mainstream now. with ChatGPT, Stable Diffusion, DALL-E to all those models. Right? So recent developments of artificial intelligence, not only in the hardware sector, but in the like ethical AI on the rise, right? When AI implementation also is happening, and there are a lot of questions are coming, like how ethically we can use AI, right? Yeah, maybe. um, so those are like different type of aspects of the recent developments in the artificial intelligence is going on.
Anup,
Yeah.
I don't see the slides.
Slide is moving.
Yeah, I think you're stuck in the slide. For me, at least, stuck in slide 1. I don't know
Oh,
if
yeah,
others
yeah.
are.
Just the first one. Yeah, it's not going to the next.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Good that you have stopped me. Okay. Let me try to reshare.
I think Lohit had a question.
I wanted to say the same thing.
Fine.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Good that you brought that point now.
I think you have to share the entire presentation, I mean the screen.
Okay.
Very good. Now it is.
Is it moving?
Yes, yes.
Okay, okay. Sorry about that. So maybe I'll just quickly run through this now again. I think we talked about like artificial intelligence, like a journey from innovation perspective. Like it is artificial intelligence is touching to multiple different areas like healthcare, customer success, self-driving cars, automations, multiple different things, and what artificial intelligence, different components like NLP, neural networking, computing, computer vision, multiple different aspects of the AI, right? Then I talked about like evolution of artificial intelligence is not new. Actually, a lot of people, they have started working on this from 1950s, but it has not taken too much of advance progress. In 1960s, it has become stagnant. Then 1990s, it has come to mainstream, not mainstream, but a lot of people, they started working on that. And today it becomes mainstream. Right? So the overall market growth of artificial intelligence at the CAGR growth rate of 35.7%, we are seeing at $1.3 trillion market by 2030. So key drivers of AI growth is not just only technical advancement, it is like government initiatives. A lot of industries are ready to adopt artificial intelligence technologies backed by a lot of big data. Because if data is not there, then the AI technology is not viable today, right? So different key drivers that is making AI to be more viable today. So development and impact of artificial intelligence on different industries I was talking about like this at this point of time. If you know, generative AI is very much popular and adaptable to a lot of different industries and applications. But along with that, we see that agentic AI also is next coming very soon. Already it is being backed by multiple different tools like ChatGPT, DALL-E, and Stable Diffusion. Recent developments, it is not just only the application and things, it is on the hardware also powering the AI. As we know, like chip design, GPUs and new architectures are fueling the AI performance. Along with the AI, one of the key part of that, how ethically we can use AI, right? So that is also compliance and governance of using AI in the industries also is quite big topic that a lot of companies are addressing today. So AI, the impact in multiple different industries, like as we talked about in the healthcare and the retail, manufacturing, finance, and transportation, multiple different industries, AI is everywhere now, right? including legal, hospitality, energy, agriculture sectors. So the current and future trends of AI, what next, the theme of this, like we see that it will be more widespread adoption across multiple different industries. It is fast moving to being adopted by multiple different use cases, different industries over there. So right at the voice-based assistants, cost-effective AI solution for the small brands, it is not just only large corporates. AI is being used in the daily life now from the small businesses too. So there are a couple of real-world applications that we can talk about, like disease diagnosis, starting from there, the fraud detections, risk analysis, self-driving cars. Here are few of the examples, like we can talk about that, traffic management, video gaming. AI is disrupting everywhere now, right? And we see that AI, the next trend could be the quantum computing area, where it is a quantum AI will be the next big thing in the AI space. By 2034, it will be all quantum driven, right? So AI powered superhumans like co-human, we can think about we are co-living with the AI humans, right? Then robots, cobots, those are already in place today. And AI in government and law enforcement also is the next future. Enhancement of the human AI collaboration. Like we started nowadays, we call it as like human in the loop, right? AI to work as a human, we are making these models or algorithms improved, but we are going to coexist with AI. So they will be part of our life in near future. So AI is into the climate change, in the space exploration, and personalization is very common, ethical, as we talked about, and responsible AI in the currently education field and in the law and those areas, pretty much it is already penetrated. So AI development in Odisha market. So based on this theme, quite interesting to know some of these developments in Odisha's development with respect to AI, right? So we need to raise the awareness of AI within the Odisha and Odisha's diaspora worldwide, right? So Odisha for AI program is aimed at spreading awareness about AI's potential benefits, then empowering the students, AI for youth programs. Students are equipped with AI skills and creating a skilled workforce. AI training initiatives are building a talent pool in Odisha, which will drive innovative and attract investments, right? Fostering economic growth, Odisha's focus on AI leadership will attract like AI-related businesses or create new jobs, supporting the state's journey towards tech-driven future. So some of the government of Odisha initiatives in the AI space, that is called BLUIS, that is Bhubaneswar Land Use Intelligence System. Many of you might have already aware of this initiative by Odisha government. So it is a web and mobile-based solution to monitor changes in the government lands using high-resolution satellite imagery of AI Odisha map and lands. Right? Then second one is the AI-based online life certificates for pensioners. Right? So Odisha government has implemented verification and submission of life certificates for pensioners by video verification, right? Through the video conferencing and digital life certifications they are able to use. So it saves a lot of time, money, and energy. Right? AI for financial auditing. So Odisha government has initiated this financial auditing program for better fiscal accountability and documentation across multiple different companies and in the government sector itself. Then e-Pravesh, that is a facial recognition program or the tool that the Odisha government is using based on the entry level authentication for visitors of government by QR code verifications also available as an alternative, right? So it is in a beta phase, testing is going on. Then biometrics for verification, which is also being adopted by Odisha government now. And pretty much Odisha is a state of mining, right? A lot of things happen in the mining industry. So drones are being widely used and processed through the data is being generated through these drones being processed through the AI technologies to intelligent discoveries or insights for these mines areas. So IdeaPoke's contribution, so IdeaPoke is a research platform, right? So it's a business research through artificial intelligence and human in the loop. We do generate a lot of good insights for the top Fortune 500 and Global 2000 type of customers we have in multiple different industries like automotive, chemical, manufacturing, healthcare industries. We offer a suite of tools designed to empower individuals, the organizations, the large corporates with AI knowledge and insights to make decisions. So IdeaPoke's key contributions towards AI is like IdeaPoke can assist researchers in the Odisha government particularly or large corporates in the Odisha that we can support in conducting like AI-powered research, enabling them to analyze problems and large data sets, finding the trends, indications, or the insights to generate new information to make decisions or policies driven by innovation. We can help organizing the adopt the AI. We can increase this awareness through the business processes, boosting efficiency and growth through the implementation of AI solutions. We can also support in the Odisha's AI for Youth program by providing accessible AI learning platforms that can engage students to work with us and learn more faster. So thanks all of you to listen to IdeaPoke. And in fact, just a small note that we are quite excited for our next stage of the growth. So we are raising like VC fund, institutional funds. And before that, we are raising a bridge fund. If anybody in the Odisha diaspora would like to join us in our journey, so feel free to directly message me on this. So looking forward to great success of Odisha along with AI's revolution. Thank you. Jai Jagannath, and back to Kumarika, Miss Kumarika.
नमस्कार मे बी जदि स्वरूप अछंती स्वरूप को पकड़ किछि सुनिबा कुमारिका मैडम आपन को परमिशन हेले
Maybe Raj, if you want to share some of your thoughts on this, if there is a time for if left out.
Of course, investment 101.
We can talk about that maybe with Raj. And
yeah, Raj, if you want, he can go forward.
Yeah. By the way, Raj is one of our investors, early investors and supporter from Odisha. So that's
He is the first investor into language technology in India.
Right, exactly. He spots the good technology and companies.
Sukant Bhai, if you know, Raj Bhai Sukant Bhai is from UK. So Raj Bhai is actually the first lang tech investor in India, and he could spot the trend when LLMs were not LLMs, when Swaroop did not invent in instruction tuning. So Raj Bhai.
Yeah. Am I audible? Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Anup. Thanks, Sanjan. I won't take much time. So Anjan wanted me to talk about investments and, mostly on angel investments. And I kind of, I put a slide deck, but I think I will talk more about the investment that are happening in the GenAI AI domain, maybe so that, because that's a trend right now. And most of you know that OpenAI recently closed a big round of funding 10 billion in funding for evaluation of 160 billion. Okay, such a deal has never been done for a loss-making company, by the way. So there is a huge hype, but at the same time, there's a huge hope. Okay, so let me share my screen. Where is my? How do I share my screen? Uh,
Please add him as co-host.
yeah, so I cannot share unless somebody adds me as co-host.
Sorry, Anjan Babu, kichi call I just popped out. Somebody fell down in
Oh.
the link. No, it's okay now.
I was introducing Apanku Mise Douthuli Raj Bhai Nanga sare. He was the investor who was able to spot a trend when it was not a trend. He is taking angel investment 101 for us. So Raj Bhaina Sukant Sahu, he is a leading figure in OSA. Like Amor OSA Achi, Semdi UK. I think he is the secretary of the
General Secretary for Odisha Society. Okay, and to bring Prabhu Jagannath, we are trying to build a Jagannath temple in London. So part of that project, yes. Jai Jagannath Sukant Sahu.
Okay, so you all see my screen, right? Okay, so let me kind of this is how many of you know about angel investing? I mean, what is angel investing, right? So angel investing is the process in which you as an investor get an opportunity to get onto a journey with an entrepreneur, and that's what I did many years ago, especially when I started investing when because I'm a technologist. I love technology, and I wanted to kind of explore some new domains. So hence I started investing. But then later on, by the way, Ideapog is also one of the companies that I invested, and I'm very happy and encouraged the way Ideapog is performing in the market. So angel investing, how do you become first, and you may have some friend or somebody whom you know that is looking for some kind of funding to build a company, right? So that is how, or you have a lot of places where you can go and network. There are a lot of events, especially in Bay Area. There's a lot of networking events where a lot of pitches happen. Startup pitches or Y Combinator or TIE has it. The Indus entrepreneurs. There are a lot of incubators. You go and listen. And of course, in the Oriya community, for example, like the way Anjan is doing, there are a lot of companies which are trying to solve some problems, some tough problems. So that is how you get to know and become an angel investor. So what does company do with the investment? Okay. Now, the kind of companies that you invest, they are most of the time they're disruptive. I mean, they are doing something very different from what the current trends are. Like, for example, there's a lot of talk that even Salesforce right now is getting disrupted because the whole GenAI space has taken up. Salesforce was such a popular CRM many years ago, but the question of Salesforce exists in the next 10 years is a question mark, because of course innovation is happening, right? Now, in addition to technology, there could be business models, right? Newer business models are being are introduced, which may which may also give a operational efficiency for a company, and hence the revenue potential is high, and that's how investors make money, right? So at what stage do angels invest? I mean, usually angels they invest at the seed stage, which is at the founder family, friends and family, um, or in some cases uh, they also invest in the startup stage. This is the time when you have institutional investor as well, uh, entering the investment process, right? But most of the time, it is a seed stage. It is at a stage where the company is building something. They want to do a POC, the MVP, minimum viable product, and they are in the process of proving uh, their potential for investors to jump in, right? Investors, when I say investors, this is like the venture capitals, VCs. The question is how much you should invest. The thing is, there are investment by itself. There are a lot of different options, right? We have public companies that we can buy from market. We can invest in real estate. We can invest in art, collectibles. We can invest in commodities. If you have a very high net worth individual, you can even invest in hedge funds or private equity venture capital, depending on which stage in your life you are in terms of your comfort levels. Now, angel investment, it is it is advised. I mean, the rule of the thumb is around 5 to 10% of your net worth is recommended, as part of your angel investment portfolio. And of course, this is not for everyone. Angel investment needs a lot of thinking, because you're investing in a company very early on, right? So there is a risk involved. But at the same time, the next question will be, what is the return, right? The returns are usually if everything goes as per your plan, the return at 10x, which means that if you invest 100K, the minimum return is 1 million, right? So and that's how the risk and rewards are mapped. Yeah. So because it's higher risk, the reward is also very high. But the next question is, how many investments should one make? Now, it is recommended again that portfolio concentration in risky assets is not a very prudent portfolio theory, right? So distribution or of your assets, of your investment into multiple assets is considered to be much safer. So VCs do that. I mean, VCs, they don't invest in one company, they invest in like 100 companies, and they expect that 10% of it actually succeeds, and that's how they make money. So that's how in angels also, if you are investing, it's better you spread it across multiple companies, depending on your risk appetite. Now the question is, are there any what kind of sectors, what kind of risks, what kind of entrepreneurs? So it all depends on your own your own personal research, your own comfort levels. Of course, risk is something that you should look at first, and then you also have to see like what sectors or what industries you are comfortable with. Like if you ask me, I am very much I love technologies which is more human centric, something uh, which promotes business as well as with humanity, right? So that is my personal interest, and I look for such companies, which is good, doing good for humanity. Uh, of course, there is a business model, and they are making money. That's also important, right? So, and also, like, at what stage of the development they are. Like, are they in, um, like, if it's a pharmaceutical company, it's a very early stage, stage one, stage two. If it's a startup, like, is it pre-revenue? It's like revenue, post-revenue, right? So look at all those aspects for um, to diversify. Okay. Um, Now the thing is, how does one pace their angel investments? I mean, how do they invest? So as I mentioned, for you to have around 10 in your portfolio, you can start early on with 2 to 3 investment uh, per year for the initial 3 years, right? And then once you have reached a stage where you have understood the whole investment angle and return potential, risk potential, and then if there are any follow-on rounds where you get a chance, it's also recommended that you invest one to one, basically, which means that um, for whatever you invested before, you can add on top of your initial investment, right? For in the next round, right? But I say start somewhere. The thing that I get a lot of questions is, I like this company, but I don't know where to start. See, my simple suggestion is get involved. Talk to the founder, talk to the entrepreneur, look at the business model, look at how the other competitors are doing, what space they are in. So my personal story, when I got into language, uh, at the time there were nobody in the market building any solutions. This was in Indian languages, by the way. It's called Reverie Technology, which was sold to Reliance, in 2018. But thing is, when we looked at the problem was huge, because uh, India has a billion population, but only 100 million could speak English or read English. So there was around 900 million people who were not coming on board to internet because of lack of languages. So and I saw that, I was very excited because the kind of technology that was being presented was pretty new. It was not existing. So I worked with the founders. Of course, they were my childhood friends, and understood the business model, understood the problem, and then um, went ahead with an investment, which really worked out. I mean, I can say that it's not that I'm super smart in investing or something. It's just that I got lucky, and the company was sold to Reliance. So today, if any Reliance phone in India, the language technology is run by Reverie, because Reverie is a Reliance company now. So how much time I have? I mean, I don't want to take too much time. So Anjan, how much time do I have?
Rajbhai, we have time. We
You got
can
time.
take you
Okay.
ahead.
Okay. So the question here is, I think the next thing is, how do you evaluate risk versus return? Um, so as I mentioned, the risk is pretty high. Okay, it's for sure. But the return is also very high, right? Um, so and the thing is, my philosophy, there is a thing called spray and pray, which is you spread your money across multiple, and then say and pray that something works out. But I am little, my style of investment not is very different. I put money where I have a very good sense of what the business is, how the founder. For me, the founders are very important. I mean, how they do the business, what kind of mindset they have. Entrepreneurship is not easy. Okay. I have been through multiple. I have advised multiple startups, and I have worked with multiple entrepreneurs. It's a very, very, very difficult job. Entrepreneurship is, you know, you have to go through many, many days of sleepless nights um, and how to build the business and whatnot. So the thing is, but there are some people who have figured it out. There are people who have, I would say, crossed the chasm, right? They have crossed the to the, you know, to the point where they know uh, what they're building, and they're pretty clear about the vision and mission. So that is how I de-risk, because if I invest without knowing, the risk is very high. If I invest with knowing, my risk gets minimized. So that is how I look at investment, um, in terms of risk versus return. Of course, as I said, the returns are pretty high if it works your way. Okay. Um, um, I think we did talk about it. What's an appropriate return given the risks? I would say 10x and above at the angel level. The VCs invest for 10x. The angels should expect more than 10x, right? So 5 to 10x is what I have seen as a you know um, investment returns. I will. Okay, let me. Okay, so I will actually cross some of the slides because these are like very detailed. What I want to do is, I kind of wanted to go to this. Let's now talk about LLMs and where the investment in the current domain, in the whole Gen AI space. And Anup did a wonderful job in giving us a view of where we are right now. If you look at it, most of you already know what is the difference between an LLM and agent. Agentic AI is a new big thing, right? And why is it such a popular thing? Because there's a workflow involved in an agentic AI. In case of an LLM, it's like the way ChatGPT does. Um, it's mostly a Q&A or text space and things like that. There is only one aspect of it that you get as a return. But in an agentic AI, you can combine a series of tasks and make it more meaningful, a workflow. For example, here in this example, you want an essay on a topic. So ChatGPT will give you an essay, but you want an essay on the topic, and then you want somebody to do some research on that, further research, and come up with a more refined draft, and then have more revisions. So all this, the way we do usually, multiple draft, multiple revision, that only an agentic AI can do. Okay, so that is the aspect of agentic AI. Now let's look at one example of agentic AI in terms of invoice processing. Okay, I don't know if I can. If what happens if I increase it? Can you all see this? Okay, I hope you're able to see this, right? Because
If you can maximize or make it full screen, that will be a little better.
Can you click on the presentation mode?
Yeah.
No, I did that. That's what I'm saying.
No, we can see the slides. We don't see the presentation.
Yeah.
Oh. You can. I mean, do you see the? Okay, do you see the slide now?
We see the slide,
but not readable.
Because it's too big for. Okay, I see.
No, can you click on that button at the end? That presentation button.
Wait. This one, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So if I click it, Okay.
You can try to share the whole screen, not
Yeah.
any window. In that process, we will see that.
Yeah. The problem I have is mine is a big window. So if I share it, it will share my full screen, which may not be, it's a gaming monitor,
Okay.
which will share a huge window. Okay, so let's see if you're not able to read it, I'll just quickly walk through. See, let's take the case of an invoice reconciliation, right? How, in case of invoice reconciliation, let's say you received an invoice in PDF, um, and then what you do is you see what kind of data format it is. Now, if it is in a valid data format, which means that the PDF is extractable. So you extract the invoice and then match the invoice to generated ledger. So there is a corresponding ledger to the invoice. And then if there is a full match, you'll say, okay, it is reconciled. If it's a partial match, it says there are some discrepancies which need to be investigated, and there is no match. Uh, you have to say what is the exact invoice amount, right? So then if there is a discrepancy, then you have to see whether it's an amount mismatch or timing difference or what. Is it a valid transaction? So there's a lot of these things which have to walk through, right? So that is where a part of the agentic AI was being done by RPA before, um, and but the thing is, but the only problem with RPA was very tool centric. It was used by IT, but just one specific task. Whereas agentic AI now becomes more workflow centric. I think that is the whole fundamental difference. Okay. Now the same thing, if you have to do through agentic AI, what you do is this whole chart flow chart that you are seeing. I know you guys cannot read it, but whatever I mentioned, there are like 15 to 16 steps. Everything can be coded in such a way that uh, right when an invoice comes, everything is automated to the extent that it will spit out, okay, valid invoice, done, and invalid invoice. Here's the reason why it is not. So you don't have to. I mean, as somebody processing the invoice, there's no manual step required. So that's how the agentic um, models do kind of work. Okay. Now coming to the investment side. So let's look at how the agentic um, domain is being categorized. Now, if you see, and this I'm giving you a lay of the land, because if any of you want to invest in the Gen AI, this will help you in terms of how to find the right fit for your investment. So if you look at it, there are categories called the vertical agents. Okay. So these are vertical agents are like, there is an vertical for software development. Most of you know Copilot is there. There's a vertical for customer support. There's a vertical for healthcare. There's a sales vertical. There is an security vertical, healthcare, compliance, human resource. These are vertical agents. Okay. Then there are legal is another aspect. Financial. Then there are these enterprise agents. Okay. Which are very specific to the um, enterprise. For example, if you're looking at extend or cognitus or automate relevance. So these are doing something which is very custom enterprise in automation, right? Then there are you have this enterprise search like Glean, Perplexity. Most of you know how Perplexity works. If you, I mean, it's like replacing Google search, right? Or there are, right, if you want to improve the performance of RAG as a service, or AI assistants, right? So these are the different kind of categories that are evolving in the AI agent map. Okay. Now, like for example, IdeaPoke is something in the domain of research, business research. It's a category that is not shown here, but the way IdeaPoke works is like, a lot of businesses have these challenges of strategy. Let's say you want to do a competitive analysis, or you want to do a SWOT analysis, you know, and you. The thing is that usually what they do is people go to Google, or people go to some get the information from some research sites like IDC or Gartner, or any of the big four, and then they start from there. But the way IdeaPoke works is you have to tell the agent, hey, this is the domain I'm looking for. So it will go and build a whole uh, research data for you, fill it in a format that you want, and it will present you in a very consumable way, that you can start your work uh, uh, you know from a point that you have lot of informed data, and then you can start focusing on decision making rather than data collection. The problem most of the companies have is that they spend a lot of time in data collection. They have to, because collecting competitive intelligence is not that easy. Yeah. So IdeaPoke simplifies it.
Raj,
But yes.
we have a question from
Yes. Yes. Go ahead.
How the quantum computing is going to help us in this particular one, because I have a younger brother who is championing in this particular sector, and is it going to be how we are going to integrate both, like use quantum computing to, as Anup bhai was telling, like how we can integrate it both. Can we do it now, or we have to wait a couple of years when the right phase comes that time, or we are already ready to use quantum computing to take the leverage?
Yeah, so very good question. So that's a very this topic is very close to my heart. I mean, my background is security, so I come from a strong security background. And one of the biggest challenge in quantum is the security, right? I mean, today's security will not stay with the quantum. But see, the answer to your question is, if you look at GenAI, today GenAI is possible only because of NVIDIA, right? If Intel were the only company, then GenAI would have never been possible. So the problem there with NVIDIA is also hitting the physical limit of how a processor should work and all. So what quantum does is, the way the quantum technology works is, it is not a binary 0 1 model. It is there are states. It's a state-based system. So which means that the number of processing increases dramatically. Okay. So the advent of quantum and AI is going to be absolute game changer. Absolute. I mean, game changer in terms that today, even with NVIDIA, if you look at the latest news that Elon Musk put, Tesla is experimenting with 1,000 GPU cluster. Okay, 1,000 GPU cluster just to process the whole Tesla. 100 or 1,000, I think, some number, to process the whole training data for full self-driving car. Tesla is committing for a full self-driving car, but they need to process related data. So that the cost of building that itself is around 150 million, a couple of because these GPUs are not that cheap. So the point here is, something like that will become much easier when you have quantum in scope. But just last week, IBM opened a quantum center in Germany. Okay, the first quantum data center in the world. But thing is that today the qubits, I mean, to get something like what today's computing is, or to do processing, the number of qubits are very important. Today we are talking about some couple of hundreds of qubits, but to get to a meaningful processing, we need to get to 100,000s of qubits. Okay, qubits are the unit of processing in quantum. So that's number one. Number two is in the quantum also, unless the security problem is solved, I think Mita had a good point. The other problem is cooling, because these are like because these are solid state materials, so there's a lot of unknown in terms of how to cool them, right? So and then the security, I was saying security is a huge piece of the puzzle, because today the quantum computers are like in 1960s, if any of, I don't know how, at least I was not born, but IBM used to have these mainframes, okay, which eventually in 20 years became PCs, and in another 10 years become laptops, and now phones and all. So that is the progression, right, from mainframes to phones. Similarly, so we are in the 1960s of the quantum computing. We are in the stage where these are big machines, cooling issues, and a lot of it. But the more innovation happens, the more we solve some of the bigger challenges, the more business effective it will be, or business effective. Today, quantum computers are not at all. They are in the research stage. They are not in the business stage. Nobody can make money out of quantum computers, right? But if you're asking about getting into quantum as an investor, it's too early, right? I would say the next wave after GenAI would be quantum for sure. And Anup can speak for it, because I know in the research that they do for a lot of companies, this is a very popular question that comes. So I see that in the next 2 to 3 years, there'll be a lot of opportunities to invest in quantum. Okay.
Rajbhai, just to add one point, the Government of India is allocating around 40,000 crore just for quantum computing.
Yes.
Mr. Modi has taken it a big challenge, definitely for the defense sector, processing.
Correct. So as I said, research, governments, yes, a lot of investments going on. But private investors like us, it's still too early.
Yeah. Thank you. It's a very good input. Thank you so much.
Right. So I think this is what I wanted to actually share in terms of where the industry is going, where the investment opportunities are in terms of AI agentic. This is an AI conference, Odisha AI, and then and I think my suggestion or my request is help your Odisha founders or entrepreneurs in building a very successful AI company. It's a pride moment. It will be a pride moment for all of us if a few companies from Odisha, they kind of make it big in this whole space, right? And if you want to know any companies, because I do keep track, because I have a lot of connection, and Anjan is the right guy. Anjan is also very involved. If you're interested in investing in any of these AI companies or GenAI, reach out to me or Anjan, and then we can guide you accordingly.
Lohit,
Okay.
Lohit has a question.
Yes, Lohit, go ahead.
Yes. So Rajbhai, I have this thing. I mean, in recent years, in last couple of years, we have seen all these AI companies building that infrastructure to train the models and all. But still, in the mathematical side of it, they're trying to do the error estimates, and they're trying to reduce the bias in the AI. So that means it will never be perfect.
Yes.
So when you started the discussion, you mentioned about the hope and the hype.
Yeah.
So is the LLM hope is to reach 100% cognizant?
No.
In the next 10 years?
I don't think so. So this is again a very interesting question. and we get asked, in our investment pitches. So there is this term called human in the loop. Okay, AI by itself, 100% is a dream. Okay, the human in the loop is a very important aspect, which means that human beings still have to vet it out and give a thumbs up for whatever AI is doing. Okay, so in some use cases, simple use cases, I think you can. I mean, okay, if you're writing content, you're generating content, like resume. If you want to format your resume, you improve your resume, that's fine. I mean, but if you're talking about very critical use cases like healthcare and finance and all, there's a lot of human in the loop involved. So the hope is in the next 5 years there will be a lot of improvements in actually fixing some of the issues like hallucination and all, and it will be 99.99 usable, but it will never be 100%. Okay.
Just to add, we found a way to reach that 99 point little more nines there. So
Okay.
it is mostly, we are calling it a third person perspective. So that human touch, we are automating it. And current algorithms like reinforced learning or CNN, anything, they have their limitations. So we are trying to go around and create a perspective. I will connect with you separately.
Sure.
And we'll discuss later.
Fantastic. Okay.
Raj, so this is Swaroop here I'm also from California. So I wanted to ask you one question. Like, we have many, young viewers watching who are interested in, starting their company or, reach out for funding. So what is the best way, for them to reach out to people like you?
So see, as I said, what Anjan is doing, or I know Anjan is very active here in Bay Area. I don't know much about outside Bay Area, but see, there are interest groups like Anup is one who's been through this journey many times. And so the thing is, investment comes only once at a point when you are clear, right? So if you have an idea, don't just come up with an idea. Anybody can come up with the idea. You need to come up with a mechanism to prove that your idea is viable as a business, right? So I think the best way to do that is build an MVP, and then build a demonstrable product, at least at the demo level, and then reach out to some of us. And as I said, I am available. You can find me on LinkedIn. And then there are a few. You see, the Odisha Angel Group is very. We are still building it. I think that's one of my objective is to build a small angel fund group where everybody comes and funds startups, right? I mean, Odisha found startups founded by Oriya founders. So yeah, so network, reach out to people. Don't hesitate to reach out. Network. If you are in many places there are these incubators. You can apply to incubators. Recently, I think 2 venture fund, Mayfield and Unusual Ventures, they're inviting startups to apply. They have $100 million fund. If your idea and if your MVP gets picked up, who knows, you may make it big. So look at many of these VCs which are like promoting ideas and all. So these are some of the things that I can think of. I don't know if I answered your question fully, but this is what is coming to my mind right now.
I think Mr. Rabindra Jena wants to ask a question. Rabindra Babu, you can go ahead, please.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Raj, for sharing your insights on the investment space, especially in technology. You covered a lot of technology more than the investment. But yeah, anyways, it's a AI conference, so that makes sense. I have two questions for you. One is like, how do you weigh the harder aspects more than the softer aspects of investment? Like a lot of time, investors, go by their gut feel, their own thought process, their own philosophies, more than the actual, facts and figures of a particular business, whether it is tech or non-tech. That's one. Number two, you also spoke about founders. You find a lot of interest in the founders, who they are, where they come from, how much clarity they have. So can you cite out three qualities that you're looking in the founders, especially tech founders, because you spoke about technology and also you spoke particularly about Odia founders or people from Odisha who are going to, take a plunge in entrepreneurship?
Yeah. So listen, I think it's a very good question. Actually, both questions are very valid. See, as I said, you know, uh, between a horse and a jockey, I bet on the jockey. Okay, a good jockey can ride a okay horse. Okay, but a bad jockey, even if a good horse, he cannot make it. Okay, so my thing is the jockey in this analogy is the founder. Okay, the founders are the key to any company success. Okay, um, and I actually, and I'm very selective with whom I work, and because the reason you look for, you said qualities, right? Qualities. The thing I look for is how the tenacity of the founder. I mean, it's it's a very arduous journey. It's like entrepreneurship is climbing Mount Everest. Okay, not everybody can climb Mount Everest. It's not easy. Second thing is the ability to of entrepreneurs ability to change as as quickly additional data is there, right? Like Jeff Bezos says, you cannot stick to one thing and say this is it, right? Every time there is something uh, new data comes, you have to reevaluate, say, am I going the right direction, right? So that is a very important aspect. Okay, but the third thing I look at is is integrity. I am a very I want the person to have integrity, because there are people who can make big like look at Sam Blankenfield. What is that crypto guy, right? uh, he's son of a Stanford professor. He's a very well educated. His father used to teach law at Stanford, but he's in jail for like for fraud, frauding investors. So I think the integrity, which to summarize, I'm looking at the integrity of the founder, intensity of the founder, and intensity means how focused and how determined the founder is. A lot of tenacity, and intensity, integrity, and what else? I mean, yeah, it's all about and changing as per the additional data. So these are the three things that I look for in founders.
Thank you, Raj.
And your first question was about what was your first question? I forgot.
The first question, I think you already answered it, right?
I
What
see.
are the softer and harder aspects? So,
Oh, yeah,
say for example,
okay.
I come
Yeah.
from the field of investment banking and technology, so
I
both
see.
combined. So,
Yeah.
many times,
Yeah.
we do analysis, get into facts, figures, numbers, data, all that stuff.
Yeah.
It doesn't work, and
Yeah.
sometimes we just go with our gut feeling and it works. So,
Yeah.
I was just touching on that aspect.
Correct. I think the gut feeling comes based on your experience. You're absolutely right, because once there are people that you know that these guys are the they are very clear. I've met some people right at the go. They know what they want to build or how they want to do. So
Yeah, that's a great point. I think clarity is something which you pointed out earlier as well, too, while you're answering to Swaroop. So that's
Actually,
really
Anup can also answer. I mean, Anup, I know you want to share something from your experience about, Anup has been doing this for more than 10 years, and he's like a
I'm other side of the table.
no, no. If you guys want, talk to Arvind also. He's based in India. I mean, he's the guy uh, who I admire a lot. Very very. So imagine in India when there was no funding, he built a company and sold it to Ambani's. Okay, and the way he sold it to Ambani is a story. You should ask him. He just basically the Reliance actually came to him rather than he going to Reliance. I mean, that was an amazing thing, right? So the thing is, it's the values, very clear on the mission and all. So yeah.
Just for the benefit of all, I wanted to share the background of asking these questions because every now and then I face entrepreneurs and 90% of them actually lack clarity. They talk about so many things, they give analogies, they probably give you so many facts and figures. But when it comes to their own venture, when it comes to their own product or service, or when it comes to their own impact which they're trying to create and how it is going to generate actual business, which you, Raj, also spoke about in your talk, that everything is fine, but is it a viable business or not? If you have an idea, every Tom, Dick, and Harry on the street has an idea, right? But the clarity is really, really important. So that's why I touched upon these two aspects, which is also part of my regular profession as well.
Fantastic. Very nice. Very, very nicely summarized. Thanks so much, Debendra. Okay, so I think Anjan, I hope I did my job in short notice. Sorry, I was not ready with a ton of slides and all because Anjan just texted me in the morning, Bhaina, your slot is after Anup. I said, what I am presenting. So then he said,
You are presenting how to get started, bhai.
How to get started. Okay.
You still have to tell how do we get started.
Anjan, chaha achhi hoge, tame chaha samosa amaro, hala. You owe me something, anyways. Chaligo. Okay.
No, yeah, definitely samosa next. Angel meet will have a chai and samosa party.
ମୁଁ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଗୋଟେ ମଜା କଥା କହୁଛି ସନ୍ତୋଷ 2 ମିନିଟ୍ ନେବି ସନ୍ତୋଷ ପଣ୍ଡା ଯୋଉ ଅଛନ୍ତି ସାର୍କ ଟ୍ୟାଙ୍କ ଆସିଲା ସେ କହିଲେ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଡାକିଲେ ସନ୍ତୋଷ ପଣ୍ଡାଙ୍କୁ ଯେ ଆପଣ ସାର୍କ ଟ୍ୟାଙ୍କ ହୁଅନ୍ତୁ ସନ୍ତୋଷ ପଣ୍ଡା ଭାଇନା ହଉଛନ୍ତି ଭାରି ଶାନ୍ତ ସୁନ୍ଦର
ତାଙ୍କ ନାଁ ହଉଛି ସନ୍ତୋଷ
so we will create something called dolphin pond so ଦେଖାଯାଉ ତାଙ୍କର କଣ କେମିତି ହବ so ଆପଣ
ତମେ ଯଦି ସାର୍କ ଟ୍ୟାଙ୍କ କରୁଛ ଦୁର୍ଯ୍ୟୋଧନ ପଣ୍ଡାକୁ ଆଣ ସନ୍ତୋଷ ପଣ୍ଡା ହବନି
ଆଜ୍ଞା ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ରେକମେଣ୍ଡ
ନା ମୁଁ ଓକେ
so like ଆଉ ଆଦିତ୍ୟ ପରିଡ଼ା ସାର୍ କିଛି କହିବେ କୁମାରିକା ମ୍ୟାଡାମ ନିଅନ୍ତୁ ରାଜ ଭାଇନାଙ୍କଠୁ ରାଜ ଭାଇନା ଆପଣ ଯଦି ଆଉ ଟିକେ କେମିତି କହିବେ କେମିତି ଆରମ୍ଭ କରିବା ସେ ହବନି ବୁଝିଲେ ନା ଆମର ଯେ ଚା ସମୋସା ଖାଉ ଖାଉ ଚା ସମୋସା କଥା ହିଁ ହବ ଆରମ୍ଭ କେମିତି କରିବା ଆଞ୍ଜେଲ ଇନଭେଷ୍ଟିଂ ସେଟା ହବନି
ଶୁଣ ଆରମ୍ଭ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ନା ଗୋଟେ ଜିନିଷ ଭାବ look at the Gujaratis right look at the Punjabis look at the South Indians देखो you should have fire in the belly अरे पैसा बनाएर इच्छा हवा କଥା प्रथमे you know and it's not just a small amount I mean building big businesses I mean what else what is today 32 of the CEOs in US are Indian founders I mean Indian backed CEOs right so it's just that you need to have that desire to build something money is only part of it I think passion I think that the first thing is you need to have passion I always take Anup's example I really admire his passion he's been doing this for many years and I sometimes ask Anup how are you able to even sleep in the night with so much pressure on your head so the thing is but the passion is what is required so and you cannot teach passion cannot be taught right So first hela passion, dutya hela ki, you know, fire in the belly, you know, to kind of do something. I mean, something big. Okay. I would say then comes the, you know, nurturing and all. Community is there to help, but community cannot start make you start. I think something should come from yourself, and then the community can support. So Seta Huchi. So you were asking how to start. Like for example, you know, encourage right from very young age about thinking about you know, entrepreneurship or building as a as something which is see, most of us, we teach our kids to be doctors and engineers, right? How many of the Oriya family says, okay, I want my son to be the next Ambani or the next Tatas, right? Semiti bahut kam, because we are happy with ha thik hochi government job achi ki ye jo startup job achi ki you know, stable job, Infosys, TCS, but that will not make you money, right? Paisa, if you really want to make a big change, I mean, a lot of, see, government, we have solved this problem in Indian government. I mean, the RBI governor is an Oriya guy, right? You know, president is an Oriya person. So empty nahi ki amara ye nahi, because but I think it's an aspect of building that infrastructure and ecosystem, I would say, wherein you're encouraging from a very early age. Anup, he would be a next entrepreneur because he's seen his father go through this, right? Hopefully my son would be an entrepreneur. I'm hoping. Se to kahuchi dekhiwa se kon karibo, kintu se dekhichi, correct? And so that's it.
Yeah. Yeah. Sukan he has raised hand, right? You had something.
So, just to ask something, like, you know, we have planted almost 150,000 neem trees in last 2.5 years in Odisha, and we are doing almost 80,000 fruit trees recently. We just want to geotag them. Is there anything we can use, some product, like anything Anjan might be working something, or you can just point to somewhere, because we are not able to track them. You know, we are doing the wonder. Government is asking for reports from us sometime, you know, because what the job which government should do, we are doing on their behalf. But
why can't you use drones? Drones kariya, but drone geotagging kariba tomorrow. Drones,
okay.
Because आजकल ये सब तो बहुत simple है ना. A drone, if you run it on daily basis, it तो day to day compare करी परिवा tomorrow, right? So you don't. So there are a lot of technology already available. I mean, agriculture drones are very effectively used.
Sure. Then it's very good. Thank you. I'll then explore something on that, because the team was asking about that. Rajbhai, I'll catch up with you. We are doing something, because you said that something better for humankind. We are working on a very good product. I think I'll explain about that tomorrow when we got our time.
Sure.
Then we'll take it from there. And Loik is also working on a very nice product. I think that will be very good, because you love technology. So he's to that side. So tomorrow maybe we'll take you.
I mean, just
I
before.
think Bodhi is also one of the speakers, right? Probably he can take up more questions on the drones. They are doing a lot of stuff on the agriculture side from IG drones. So probably, you know, you should listen to him, and probably you can reserve your questions for him.
Yeah. That's wonderful.
Right.
And luckily, we have got best of the people in best places now. You know, our bureaucrats are running the whole India. Sorry, non-political, I'm talking. But we can use right influence in now, you know, talk about IT, education minister, technology minister, think about education minister, think about PMO, you know, the whole shot being taken from our PMO by luckily our Odia Mausa, Pika Mr. Vaina. So we can influence the policies, procedure, and in case have to be implemented. Particularly Odisha need a lot of technology innovation in next 4 to 5 years, so that we can pick up the speed which we are lacking. So that has to be done, and it has to be done systematic. And we, Pravasi Bharatiyas, can put a lot of pressure by showing our work. You know, they only believe us when they say something concrete.
See, I think it's a great thought, but understand one thing: only once you show success to them, they will invest in you. Kinda, everybody wants to see where is the money, right? So if there is a success, right? Jamti, again, I go back to Idea Book. Idea Book, if Ideabook succeeds, and if let's say it becomes $1 billion company, so that's it. That's tomorrow there are a lot of influence that we can do from building that ecosystem and building that. It's just a matter of we kind of and community has to, I'm saying we have to work together. We cannot work in our own isolation and then say because startup is not you cannot do it just by yourself. It takes a village to build a startup. So yeah, what I'm saying is we have to bring a lot of success stories, right? And the more success stories, the more you can convince the bureaucrats and the governments to invest more, right? Build an infrastructure. Hyderabad is one example. So, if you look at the whole, Naidu did that, but then KTR followed up through, and then it's a hub, right? The T hub is a big thing, right?
See the investment. One investment, $2 billion. Google put their data center over there.
Exactly. So that is where I think it has to be a both ways.
Yeah.
And
yeah, just to add final thing that both today so young entrepreneur achandiya vitre. I thought not from the investment side, just to like more experience way investment will come. Okay, automatically it comes to you when you build something people want. Solve a problem, just focus on building the business, right? The product or the business, then investment comes together. And it is not don't be in this for a short time. Right? There is no shortcut. Even unicorn companies also, it is agro thila at a minimum 8 to 9 years, right? To get to that exit, proper kind of exit. And it takes like 10, 12 years. So you need to commit for that time. So build something that people want.
Yeah. So chase passion, not money. Money will come.
Okay. Good. Next, Suzuki-san, thank you. Thanks for your patience. In fact, really appreciate starting from Japan, Tokyo. And
No problem. Because I think you are also early mornings. I'm surprised. I just checked the time difference, 3:30 to start with. I thought I had something wrong, but not early to me, very early to you. So I believe you're gonna have a lovely weekend.
Right. Some of are from different locations. Some people are from UK, Sweden, and the US, and some from India. India is definitely it's midnight.
Yes, not good morning actually. Very
morning.
Yeah.
India is morning. We are at midnight, 1 o'clock.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Suzuki.
Okay, thank you. I think let's move to
Yes.
the next speaker.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Mohanty.
Yeah. Bye.
Yeah. Everybody needs a big applaud. Great job.
Thank you very much.
Anjan, I think you can invite Nita.
Sure.
She's there.
Thank you, Colonel Professor Parida. So it was great to hear the beginning when Tokyo was having its past daylight. Thank you, Mr. Suzuki and Anup bhai and Sukan bhai and Raj bhai. It has been a great discussion. We spoke a lot about money. However, we also had a discussion on education, and education was where Madhusmita Mohanty, who is right now ready, and she was telling, okay, the children should learn proper way. And with the talk of like enterprise search, being an angel, how to start being an angel, and all those great discussion we are moving towards Mrs. Madhusmita Mohanty talk here, and let's listen. Mitanani, please take it on. And we have awesome team here in the audience today. As you have heard, some of them, others like who are the inventor of the field of instruction tuning. I'm calling upon Swaroop Mishra, Colin Professor Parida, that you have heard him inviting you, and we have Ravindra Jana, as you heard him. We have your next speaker, Ratanlal Mahanta. We have Sitangsu Mishra from Job School. We have Sukanta Sahu. He's from UK, so he is. It's late, Sukant bhai, so he is eagerly listening. And we have Lohit from UK. So we have Kirti. We have Ajit from New Jersey. So you have audience all over. Please take it away, Nitarani. I believe you are on. So Mita Mohanty, yeah, you are a co-host. You should be able to unmute yourself, ma'am. We are not able to hear.
Audio with the connect any. Check it could be a issue. Because we cannot.
Yes, it's like there is some other issue. Buttons. She's not muted actually.
We cannot mute or unmute. Yeah, correct. So audio connect hai nahi apa. Apan ଟିକେ audio ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ, audio ଟାକୁ try କରନ୍ତୁ. Yeah, we cannot hear you. Anjan Babu, then you can go to next speaker. So to save time, so that would be better.
Sure. The next speaker we had is again someone who talks of finance. He does a lot of quantitative analysis, and we wanted to get as much as much AI into money as much as possible. Somebody said we need to be Ambani's, right? So Ambani must be thinking about what's happening. So the next speaker will be Mr. Ratanlal Mahanta. He's an economist, and he does quantitative finance for job, and I requested him to talk about LLMs and his field. So he brings in his next presentation. So Mitanani, if you are ready, that's great. Ratanlal Babu, like upon be ready he jantu. So whoever wants to, Mitanani. Okay. Mitrani, ଆପଣଙ୍କ ପାଖକୁ ଆସିବା. So ନମସ୍କାର Ratanlal bhaina. So we will have the floor for you 10 minutes, and we will take some questions while we'll come back.
So shall I start? Mu start kori pare.
ଆଜ୍ଞା ଆରମ୍ଭ କରନ୍ତୁ. ଦେଖିବା ପଇସା ପତ୍ର
କଥା screen share ଟା allow କରନ୍ତୁ.
ଏବେ just have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, my topic was open source in financial LLM. So previously, last 14 years, quantitative finance area re mu kama korthli. So few times quantitative trading. Ebe mu kama koruchi like consulting re, basically model building re. So more major research interest tail risk hedging. Like कौन सी टाइप रो कैटास्ट्रोफिक इवेंट रे केमिति रिस्क को मैनेज करा जिवो से मॉडल गुडा को केमिति यूजफुल हे परिबो से विषय रे मु एथरे प्रेजेंट करूची सो से मॉडल रो ये होची गोटे पीडी जो स्टोकास्टिक मॉडल होची से मॉडल गुडा को भितरे होची ने फंडामेंटल मॉडल इज ब्लैक सोल्स मॉडल रो सब मॉडल डिराइव हेची सो Black Souls ro APD, DVI, DT. So this a mathematical ro derive है कि एथिरे option pricing बोली गुटे जिनस अच्छी call option and put option बोली कुआ जाए. So से option price रो ए formula गुड़ा को Black and Souls derive को इतले but एवढा को तारो input parameter रे हमें use करिले हमें तारो price रे पाई परिबा. So call option and put option basically insurance हिसाब रे use करा जाए विभिन्न फाइनेंशियल लाइक कैटास्ट्रोफिक इवेंट पाई इवेंट ट्रेडिंग स्ट्रेटजी पाई भी जो थे माने लाइक जो माने एसेट मैनेज करंती या रिस्क मैनेज करंती से सब यूज करबा पई ए सब मॉडल गुडा को यूज हुए. सो मु एथिरे केमिति लाइक ओपन सोर्स मॉडल यूज हे परिबो से विषय रे मु स्विच करछि सो लाइक इट्स लाइक ए बेसिक ए विषय रे मु मॉडल गुडा को एक्सप्लेन करूछि सो एटा ऑप्शन प्राइस रो कॉल एंड पुट तापर तारो मेजर फैक्टर अछि सेंसिटिविटी रे कुआ जाय डेल्टा गामा भेगा और थीटा सो मेजर फैक्टर होछि डेल्टा सो डेल्टा होछि ए फॉर्मूला रो ND1 रो आसुछि सो ये ND1 को बेस करी मार्केट रिस्क को मैनेज करिया पई बेसिकली डेल्टा और गामा रिस्क को देखा जाउ भेगा होछि वोलेटिलिटी मार्केट रे जेमति लाइक वोलेटिलिटी ऊपर तळ हुए से टाइम रे केमति भेगा रो रिस्क को मैनेज करा जाय से भेगा फॉर्मूला गुडा को यूज हुए सो तापरे आ गोटे मार्केट रे मेजर लाइक रिस्क को मैनेज करिया पई यूज कर जेटा को कहले वैल्यू एट रिस्क सो भार तीन टाइप रो अछि गोटे हिस्टोरिकल वैल्यू एट रिस्क वेरिएंस कोवेरिएंस वैल्यू एट रिस्क और मोंटे कार्लो सो सबुठु फास्टेस्ट मेथड लाइक वेरिएंस कोवेरिएंस अछि बट सिमुलेटेड रे एक्यूरेसी हायर रिजल्ट में मोंटे कार्लो सो जोटा कि सिमुलेटेड मेथड सो ए गुडा को आमे केमिति जेन एआई रे यूज करे कि डिफरेंट टाइप रो लाइक और सिनेरियो हमें बाहर करि परिबा बिकॉज आमर अल्टीमल गोल ही होछि बहुत कम रिस्क रे आमर टारगेट रिटर्न या मतलब रिस्क को हमें मैनेज करि परिबा एनी काइंड ऑफ ए ब्लैक स्वान इवेंट सच एज लेट्स से कोविड-19 या लाइक एनी काइंड ऑफ ए रशिया यूक्रेन और एनी काइंड ऑफ जो थरे की ह्यूज मार्केट शॉक्स हुए सो ए मॉडल गुडा को वेरिएंस कोवेरिएंस मैट्रिक्स रे हमें केमती पोर्टफोलियो सारे ऐड करके हमें बाहर कर परबो सो मु एठी गोटे मोर टेस्ट करला परे स्ट्रेटजी रे ए सब मोर ये करछि परफॉर्मेंस जोटा कि डिफरेंट स्ट्रेटजी क्रूड निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी तो एथिरे परफॉर्मेंस जो परफॉर्मेंस रे एवरेज रिटर्न 30% ऊपर जनरेट करछि बट सबु मॉडल गुडा को एथिरे क्वांटिटेटिव मॉडल लाइक not any kind of a time series it's like a quantitative research based सबु मॉडल गुडा को सो एथिरे ए सब एसेट गुडा रे जे S&P 500 क्रूड निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी सो डिफरेंट मॉडल रे एगुडा रो रिटर्न रो ग्राफ प्लॉट हे छै और एगुडा मंथली रिटर्न तापर एटा भी मल्टीपल एसेट्स और से सरफेस रे केमती रिटर्न जनरेट हे छै मंथ वाइज 22 23 24 and ए सब हो छै asset class like S&P 500 crude nifty 50 bank nifty state bank then major हो छै futuristic work is like a complexity हो छै surface so कोन से जिंस को हमें प्रेडिक्ट करले हिस्टोरिकली हमें प्रेडिक्ट करू छी बट सब हिस्टोरिकल डेटा भीतर भी लैगिंग हो छी बट लैगिंग रे भी हमें केमिति फ्यूचरिस्टिक कर तो सेटा ही हो छी लाइक पीडी मॉडल लाइक स्टोकास्टिक मॉडल ले हमें जते बेले कोन से सरफेस जनरेट करबा सो गोटे 3 डायमेंशन रे सो लेट्स से सब डेरिवेटिव रो मैच्योरिटी गुडा को अछि 0 रु लेट्स एटा 1 या 250 डेज रो मु गोटे ये करे छी प्लॉट करे छी एटा होछि टाइम एटा होछि के माने होछि अंडरलाइन आ एटा होछि वोलेटिलिटी तो को वोलेटिलिटी रे को अंडरलाइन प्राइस रे केते दिन भीतर को वोलेटिलिटी रहबो तो से बेसिस रे हमें प्रोजेक्शन करि परबा जे कोठी हमकु अपॉर्चुनिटी अछि मिस प्राइसिंग डेरिवेटिव रे या मार्केट कोठी जीवो तुमे आगवा हमें प्रोजेक्शन करि परबा बेस्ड ऑन एनी काइंड इवेंट जो से बहुत क्लियर हे जाय हमें कौन सी न्यूज देखिबा अपेक्षा हमें कौन सी जदी हमें 3 डायमेंशन चार्ट देखिबा एंड लाइक व्हिच इज मोर एक्यूरेट तो सेटा मोर एक्यूरेट होबो तो कैटास्ट्रोफिक हैंडल करबा पई सो सेटा को कहले वोलेटिलिटी सरफेस सो वोलेटिलिटी सरफेस को केस करबा पई बहुत सारे ओपन सोर्स मॉडल अछि से ओपन सोर्स मॉडल एठी 22 टा मॉडल अछि जोटार क्वांटलिव और इवन मो पर्सनलाइज भी करछि सो फ्रॉम स्टार्ट फ्रॉम ब्लैक सोल्स टू मोंटे कार्लो एठी हेस्टन मॉडल अछि दैट्स सो मोस्ट ऑफ द मॉडल आर लाइक ए स्टोकास्टिक मॉडल अछि तो एठी देखंतु तीनटा जिंस मु करेछि एठी प्राइस करेछि 15 रुपीस 30 पैसा एटा प्राइस करेछि इनपुट देखि ए प्राइस सारे प्राइस 100% मैच हेछि एठी 15 15 हेछि 15 तो ए मॉडल गुडा रे कोन अछि जोटा कि लो डायमेंशन रे एफडी मतलब फाइनाइट डिफरेंस मेथड जो थे क्रैक निकोलसन मेथड को जाय और फाइनाइट डिफरेंस और एमसी होछि मोंटे कार्लो इनसफिशिएंट सो लो डायमेंशन रे फाइनाइट डिफरेंस मेथड बहुत भलो काम करे हाई डायमेंशन रे फाइनाइट डिफरेंस मेथड बहुत स्लो काम करे बिकॉज तार जते बडे हमें जो ट्री गुडा को बड़ देबा ता कंपटीशन रे बहुत डिफिकल्ट हो मोंटे कार्लो रे बहुत भलो रिजल्ट्स आसीबो पाथ डिपेंडेंट रे हमर मोंटे कार्लो बहुत भलो आसीबो डिसीजन मेकिंग पोर्टफोलियो रे हमर मोंटे कार्लो यूज करले भलो हो सो एगुडा मु डिफरेंट डिफरेंट कंपेयर करके एठी प्राइस करेछि तो मॉडल प्राइस अनुसार मोर ए प्राइस मैच होइछि बट ए ओपन सोर्स मॉडल ना होछि क्वांटली आ एबे आमे इंटरनली भी आमे निजे डेवलप भी करूछु से प्राइस को यूज करके आमे डिफरेंट टाइप रो सरफेस जनरेट करे सरफेस जनरेट करले आमे फ्यूचर रे कोनसी टाइप रो कैटास्ट्रोफिक को आमे बाहर करि पारिबा तो एठी मु आ गोटे नेक्स्ट वर्जन जे जेन एआई को आमे केमिति यूज करि पारिबा फ्यूचर रो फ्यूचर सिनेरियो जनरेशन पई सो फ्यूचर सिनेरियो जनरेशन रे आमे जो वी ऑफ मैक्स ईआरटी एथिरे आमे कंटीन्यूअस हेजिंग करबा पई डेल्टा हेजिंग करबा पई रियल टाइम रे आमे केमती मार्केट को अपडेट बेसिस रे चेंज करि पारिबा जो थिरे हमर रिटर्न आउ टाइम टी रे आमे हमर वैल्यू पाई पारिबा सो सेटा आमे कंटीन्यूअसली जेएनएआई द्वारा आमे कैलकुलेट करि पार बट जेएनएआई नॉर्मली लोक माने फंडामेंटल एनालिसिस करि बट फंडामेंटल रे मार्केट मैनेज करबा डिफिकल्ट सो मार्केट बहुत डायनामिक सो डायनामिक मैनेज करबा पई सबटु बेस्ट होची फ्यूचरिस्टिक स्टोकास्टिक मॉडल एंड जोटा कि सरफेस बेस्ड मॉडल तो सो केमिति हमें ब्लैक स्वान हैंडल करबा जेथरे कि ह्यूज लेट्स से 20% 30% मार्केट एनी काइंड ऑफ जियोपॉलिटिकल रिस्क और किछि भी ये कोविड टाइप रो इशू होबो सेठी हमें केमिति मॉडल को यूज करि परिबा सो ए स्टोकास्टिक रे म्यू एसटी सिग्मा एंड ए जो जेडीटी जो से जॉब रो वैल्यू बाहर करिकि हमें जियोपॉलिटिकल रिस्क रो सिनेरियो जनरेट करि परिबा एंड जियो से थिरे हमें हमरो लाइक रिस्क को मैनेज करबा टेल रिस्क ए मॉडल रे देन एटा गोटे मोर सेटअप मु देखौछि कोलोकेशन रे जोथरे हाई स्पीड माने लाइक ए सब सिस्टम को रन करबा पई कोन करा जाय परिबो सो एटा होछि गोटे यूजर हैंडल लाइक सॉफ्टवेयर केमते डेवलप हुए हाई फ्रीक्वेंसी डेटा हैंडल केमती टर्मिनल केमती हुए केमती मार्केट सेगमेंट हुए आ एक्सचेंज रे जतरे हाई फी स्टेट करबे तो सेतरे एक्सचेंज रे कोलोकेशन रे सर्वर केमती इंस्टॉल करबे एंड जो थरे मु निजे करथली तो मु ता भीतर किछि मु ग्लिम्पेज यहां एठी लगेछि टू अबाउट अंडरस्टैंडिंग अबाउट कोलोकेशन रो सेटअप केमती हुए तापरे एगुडा को केमती यूज करके मार्केट रो रिस्क और सेंसिटिविटी मैनेज होबो टू मैक्सिमाइज रिटर्न एंड रिस्क सो एतिकी मोर वक्तव्य सो थैंक यू हेलो
Thank you, Ratanlal bhai. So, ଆପଣ ଏତେ ପୁରା ସବୁ ଟେକ୍ନିକାଲ କଥା କହିଲେ ଯେ ଆକୁ ଟିକେ ସହଜ ଭାଷାରେ କହିଦେବେ ଏବେ ମିତା ନାନୀ ଯଦି ରେଡି ଅଛି ମିତା ନାନୀ ଆପଣ
So Anjan, can you hear me now?
we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
okay,
now it's
my
okay.
microphone was not set up properly.
Okay. So
okay, so mu hochi Mita and I am known by as Madhusmita and I have been working in Dell Technology as a principal software engineer on the cloud and the backup file system. But more than that, I am a mother and I brought up 2 boys in the Silicon Valley. So looking at this generative AI and the way I use all these chatbots, so it made me think that, there is a academic influence on the whole thing that is happening in the student and the teachers and the classroom and talking to few parents. It is kind of getting challenging. So I thought, I asked Anjan that, I will get some time to talk about it. And actually, from hearing like most of you, it is also like some startup ideas that we can think about whether, it will help the students and the teachers. So, okay, so let me share my screen. Okay. Okay, can you see my screen? No?
No, yes.
Just
Okay.
coming up
madam.
there. Now we can see it. At least I can see
Yeah,
it.
now I can see.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay, so the title of the topic is Upholding the Academic Integrity in the Age of Generative AI. So before proceeding here, yeah, how do I go to the next screen?
It's a PowerPoint, right? Should be able to move
Yeah,
the slides.
it's a PowerPoint, but I don't see the presentation mode here.
Just try moving the slide without the presentation mode, because we also can't see whether there are next pages or not. It just went off right now. I can't see your screen now. Yeah, right now you should
Okay,
be able to do
now.
it.
Okay. Huh.
Just click on the presentation mode.
Yeah, I'm clicking it.
On the top, on the bottom right, your bottom right.
Okay, I got it. You guys can see it, right?
No, not in presentation mode. We are just seeing in the normal. Yeah.
Not in presentation mode.
Yeah. It's still not refreshed. Yeah, you can go like this then. It's okay.
Okay, okay, then yeah, I can go. I don't know what's going on. So I'm not a regular user of the Google Meet. I'm like work on the Microsoft Team and Zoom. So okay, so let me start it. Okay, so just a small introduction, because we are familiar with the AI from the different language translator that we have done in the past. But what generative AI is that, like we can train our LLM by giving more data. So it kind of, we are creating the new contents that the computer has not seen. So new contents can be audio, can be computer code, the new image, text, and video. So now it is kind of possible, since we have the huge amount of data, and from Raj's talk, because NVIDIA GPUs are available with excessive compute power. So this technology is possible to comprehend the vast amount of data and work on those. So how the data are getting generated so rapidly? One is the internet use, and the second is all the IoT devices that we connect to the internet, the mobile devices, the Google Home, and where I have put like 6-7 Google cameras in around my house, and the data keeps on coming. And so then we have the big data analytics, and then we have cloud computing, where you are storing all kind of pictures, we are streaming the Netflix movies, and then a lot of scientific research are happening, and digital transformation. So this is creating the vast amount of data that the generative AI is taking advantage of. So now, like, I want to touch about the chatbots, and how the students are using the different chatbots to help them in their homework. So the chatbots are the advanced AI tools that are using the LLMs to generate the text based upon the user input. And they can motivate students by making learning more engaging and more fun, because I remember like a couple of years back that if the students had some math problem, if my boys has some math problem or the physics problem, I used to tell them go to Khan Academy and learn from there. But right now, like this, like you don't have to go to Khan Academy. You can go to the Gemini or the Copilot, and then ask the questions, and you can get the explanation, like what it means. And then, like you also, like if we hire a tutor, is like per hour, and if you are busy doing extracurricular activity, you don't have that hour available, then you can with this, like, anytime you are free, you can ask the questions, you can get the answers, you can get your understanding clear. So the students love this because it is available in their time. And also, some of them, the people who are going through some, like the high school years are very stressful. If they're going through some mental problem, peer pressure, they can share their feelings to the chatbot and get some advice. And many educational chatbots are designed also to support multiple languages, especially for the people who are not very fluent in English, and they have moved to USA in a very later age. They can ask their questions in Spanish or in some other language, French, and you can get the answers. So yeah, totally, like this has been very helpful to the students to help in their studies. So by using the chatbots, they can get the answer for their homework questions, and they can get the if they want a topic and they want to have some background information or some historical writings they want to do, they can get all kind of information using these chatbots. And it's also like, it can also give some brainstorming ideas that, what you have to ask further, so that you can get some ideas also, like how to go about it. And sometimes you are supposed to read a book and write the summary. So means you don't have time to read the whole book. You just tell the chatbot, okay, give me the summary of this book. It gives you write it and submit it as your assignment. And then you can also prepare your study guide for the exams using the various chatbots. And help in generating ideas. So sometimes, it is very challenging in the college application days when the high school students are applying for the college, and then we have different prompts we have to write, and these teenagers, sometimes they're clueless what to write in those terms. So they can use the chatbot to get some ideas and some analogies and some counter arguments to make their point stronger. So it really helps them. And actually, it also helps me sometimes when I am kind of, trying to find out something, and it gives me the ideas what to look for, where to look for, and stuff like that. So about the writing, yes, I can have a topic and I don't have clue where to start, and then it can give me the some idea that how to start, where to start. And then revision of the text to change the word count, because especially when you are writing an essay and you have a 300 words limit, and your English kind of the same goes to 500, and you want to concise it and make it to 300, and then it can help you a lot. And this is like is English is my second language, and the same idea can be conveyed in the less words. That is really helpful. But with all this help that we get from the chatbots, there are some ethical consideration, because the integrity.
Sorry
Because right
to
now,
interrupt. Are you able
yes.
to move the slides? Because I still see the intro slide.
Oh,
If
I'm
you
now
are able to
slide.
move it
Yeah,
from your side.
I am in slide 9.
Can you click it? If you are clicking, then it should change it.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
am clicking the slide.
On the left hand side, click on the left hand side.
Yeah.
Actually,
No,
I think
still
she's
still doesn't
seeing
change.
the whole in full screen. Ma'am, apanku seta you need to share the entire window for us to see what you are presenting on the screen. ଏବେ ଆମକୁ ଖାଲି ଦେଖା ଯାଉଛି ଆପଣଙ୍କ background ରେ ଯୋଉଟା ଅଛି, because you shared the PowerPoint only.
Okay, so
ଗୋଟେ option ଅଛି ସେଥିରେ window पूरा screen share କରିବାର.
हाँ,
Go to share again.
Can you see now?
Just try moving the slide. I can still see the intro slide. Yes, now it has moved. Yeah, perfect.
Okay, you can see now, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you can see now, but the problem is I cannot go to the next slide.
You're saying you're not able to move to the next.
Okay, yeah, I think I
Yeah.
can go. Yeah, so now you can see, right? Ethical consideration for using the chatbots.
Yep. Yes.
Okay, great. So right now what is happening is that with all this help that you are getting in writing, research, generating the ideas, now we are getting into the integrity, because before, like, we used to get homework, the students used to go research to get the answer. They used to refer to different books, different or collaborate with their friends, or ask get some tutoring, or ask their parents to help them in their homework. But right now they don't want to take any help, because chatbots are able to answer everything. And so that kind of causing a issue of plagiarism and academic dishonesty. And also the biases, as I think Lohit was talking about, that they are not 100% correct, because they are based upon the data. If the data are biased, so the result also we get are a bit biased, because they are just based upon the training data. And then sometimes, we are too much dependent on the chatbots. So even if the chatbots has biased information, we kind of believe it that, it is the line in the sand, it is correct. And also privacy and data protection, they can often handle the sensitive data that raises concern about the privacy and the data securities. So with all this ethical consideration, so what is our road to do? What is our steps to go about it? So the educator, it's not always right to ban the usage of ChatGPT, because we have two choices. Either you use it, or ask the school system or the education system not to use it, and use some kind of software that will block the use of the ChatGPT in the system. So and but the problem is that to preventing the all the chatbots from the education system is kind of impossible, even though there are some softwares. People, students are very kind of they are very tech savvy. They know how to get around those firewalls. They use their mobile devices to get through it. So it will be very, in my opinion, it will be very difficult to control that. So I feel that maybe the educators should allow the students to use this technology, but modify the education system in such a way that so the students, with the help of the chatbots, they will also can able to learn. So not always it's right to ban the usage of the ChatGPT or the other natural language processing forms of artificial intelligence. Instead, schools should focus their energy not on trying to eliminate the use of generative AI altogether, but how to design the assignment and the homework so that they can use their brain, and they can use their collaborative skill in addition to the chatbot to produce their work. And many tests have been done. I was doing a little bit of research on that. Many tests have been done by using the active, where the teacher teaches the class, versus the passive, where the class is taught by a virtual teacher. When the learning was tested, the students in the active classroom learned much more than the passive classroom. So that is very interesting. So to assimilate or learn the things for the long term, we need to have some kind of difficulties to learn. Otherwise, means you get it very easy and you forget it also very easy. It doesn't, kind of, sustain in your brain. So that is called a desirable difficulties. Struggle is required to learn. Education researchers have this term desirable difficulties, which describes this kind of effortful participation that really works, but it kind of hurts to the students because they have to go through some struggle to learn it. So I was doing by researching what are the desirable difficulties that we can have that is very important to learn the thing which will kind of we can retain for the long term. One is effortful learning, tasks that are the more challenging and require more efforts that can lead to a better retention and understanding. For example, using the flashcards for active recall instead of simply rereading the notes. Because I remember in my old days when I was doing my chemistry in the college, to remember all this, like the formula, like, the periodic table, I used to have a lot of flashcards and I was kind of, going through that. And that was like, I could remember it because of the, instead of reading the notes. And also, as we are all aware of it, that, before the navigation system, when you were driving, our sense of direction was very good. We know north, south, east, west, we look at the map and we can find out, how to go. But right now, with the use of the navigator, our kind of, the spatial knowledge, the stops are also kind of getting reduced. So sometimes, mixing different topics or the type of problems in one study session can enhance learning compared to focusing on just one topic at a time. And also varied practice. Practicing in a varied context and conditions can help in better transferring skills and knowledge to new situations. So the risk of AI is that we might not preserve that effort, especially because we already tend to misinterpret a little bit struggling as a signal that you are not learning. But struggling is okay, and it is required to have the long time retention in our brain. So what the students should do in the age of AI? Always analyze the questions, the information that you got from the AI tools. And sometimes, as I said earlier, that, they are sometimes biased. It depends upon the training data. So always that you answer that you get is not always right. So you engage in activities that enhances your problem solving skills, like doing puzzles, doing case studies, and coding challenges. So learn to collaborate with AI, get comfortable using the AI tools software that can assist you in your studies, like explaining the difficult STEM problems. Understand the strength and limitations of AI to effectively collaborate with these tools. And a well-crafted and detailed prompt plays a pivotal role in the quality of the output my chatbot produces. Yeah, means the chatbots, Copilot, Gemini, they are all available. But the students need to learn how to query properly just to get the right answer. And focus on the soft skills, because sometimes, children, because of all these chatbots, they are not communicating in a social environment, or they are not interacting with the teacher because they feel that there is no point. It means I can get all my answers with using the chatbot. So it is kind of reducing their soft skills. So they need to put more emphasis, or the parent or the teachers, they need to put some emphasis on this interactive learning. And the ethical awareness, use AI responsibly and advocate for ethical AI practices. So those things are very important. And also, like using the AI tools be the solid fundamental of mathematics and the other STEM fields. Because sometimes, when you hire a tutor, they take, especially in the Silicon Valley, the math tutor, they cost like $100 per hour. But with the AI tools and chatbots, you can understand very complicated concepts with a very detailed way and without spending a penny. So then, it kind of, makes the STEM education very accessible, which was very difficult before. Okay, so to what the students should do: utilize the chatbot to get help with the homework, understand the complex topics, and practice language skills. Students need to learn how to query the chatbots to get the accurate and the helpful response, because if your query is not good, you may not get the information which is right. And do not blindly trust the results. Always cross-check information provided by the chatbots. As I think somebody in the team told that, some of the time it is not 100% accurate. And also respect privacy. Avoid sharing the personal and sensitive information. And use chatbots to explore different educational tools, study plans, getting feedback in your writings. And also sometimes, when the students write something, somebody is there to edit, and getting this feedback from the chatbot is also very equally important. And what you should not do, or what the students should not do, avoid using chatbots to generate the contents that you submit as your own work. It's unethical. Because sometimes we kind of, while presenting, you kind of, copy a picture or something from the web and write it that, it's my own thing, but these are illegal, so you might get into troubles. And the students should know that whenever they use something, they should write that copyright protected, and use it as an educational aid. It should not replace critical thinking and personal efforts in learning. And do not use the chatbots to discuss or seek advice on sensitive and personal issues. They are not equipped to handle such things appropriately. Okay, so what are the best practices we should use as students? Always disclose when you are using a chatbot, especially in collaborative or academic setting. This helps maintain trust and transparency. And use it as an educational tool for brainstorming, getting explanation, finding resources, but ensure you do your own work and critical thinking, because use it as a tool, not the clutches that will make you handicapped. So you can also generate information that may be biased, harmful, inaccurate, and out of date. Such tools can also hallucinate, meaning they can generate inaccurate information as if they were correct. So it is important to validate the response. And always cite any information or ideas you get from chatbots, just as you could do it with the other resources. So these are the best practices. The students should use it when they use the chatbots. So otherwise, it becomes, the learning doesn't stay with the students, and it kind of, it doesn't have like the sustainability that our old traditional education system was affecting us. So again, I just want to end my presentation with the quote that yesterday is history. So even if the education system was different, we cannot compare our students to learn the same way that we are taught. And tomorrow is a mystery. You don't know tomorrow what will happen. But today is a gift, and that is why it is called present. I need to handle the problem, whatever we have at present. Thank you. Thank you all.
So
yeah, if you have any question, so you can ask me.
Thank you, Mithanani, for the wonderful presentation and your progressive thought process around education and how AI can really aid the modern education. And you ended with a very nice quote, like, past is gone, so obviously we'll have to keep pace with. In fact, I had one question for the previous speaker, Ratanlal, as well, but I'll reserve it for later. I think Sukanbhai also had one question, so we'll take that later. But I have one question for you, Mithanani.
Yeah.
Especially while using chatbots or any kind of AI tools, or especially the LLM model tools like ChatGPT and all, which are extensively being used for search purposes, which is not right in the first place, but I'm not going to debate that on this forum. Let's come straight to the educational aspect, where children may use these tools for developing their cognitive abilities. But I have a observation, and which I'm a bit concerned about. Like when it comes to language skills, the reading, writing, speaking, constructing the statements, the thought process. What happens is, for people like us who have already developed it in the old school ways, we probably can make use of the tools and all, which is still fine for saving time, efforts, and whatnot. But when children, or for that matter, anybody who does it for the first time in his or her life, would it not be really difficult for them to develop their own cognitive abilities in the language area if they start using the tools right away? What is your
Yes,
observation?
it is.
What is your take on that?
Yeah, I think this is very important question. I'm also getting worried because I was very much involved with my children's education, and one day my son was asked to read a book and write the summary, and then he was playing tennis, so he had very less time to study. So he used the Spark Notes and copied the summary. He told, "I'm done." I thought, you didn't even read the book. You just wrote the Spark Notes, and now with the AI, it's even simpler, right, to get the summary of the book. So that is what, it is very important for the educators to change the type of assignment. Now the assignments pattern needs to change, right? So it will be based on more like self-reflection kind of topic, which, they can do, use the chat words for the research purposes, right? But not just like, getting the answer and copying it. So it is more like self-reflection, or, more like the collaborative environment, group work. Just like, before you, the open book test, right? There is a
Right.
closed book test and the open book test. Right now, it should be like, all the tests should be open book because they can get the answers from the AI. So how you formulate your question, how you formulate your homework, assignment, that will be all, like, it should be all open book. So that even if they have the book, they need to do thorough research to get the answer. Right?
Right. I think
So
that's a
that is
very
the way
interesting.
we need to think. Yeah, a lot of research is needed to change the homework pattern, because I was reading some students' blogs from some Ivy League university. They were saying that, we are writing in some literature students, they're saying that, or the general education requirement, they were saying that, we are copying all the assignments from the chat GPT and still we are able to manage with A grade. Right. So that kind of is very alarming, because if you see, they are not learning anything. Right?
Right.
Because the essay prompt they are typing and then they're getting the answer and they're just copying and pasting, is submitting as an assignment. So it is a very, very important problems we need to solve today. So there is a lot of research work needs to be done to find out, how the homework needs to be radically changed and how the students has to develop their cognitive skills, right? So a lot of educators and researchers need to focus on that, how to do this.
Right. Thank you, Mithan. I think you touched upon a very important aspect on self-reflection. And I think my second, not question, rather observation, was the missing of the feelings. If you look at the write-ups of AI, you will miss the human feelings. And the same is something which I observed in some of the notes that we get in our office through, what is that called? Copilot. Okay. So, I mean, after having a engaging meeting for about 1 hour or 2 hours, when I look at the notes, I am not able to correlate the content with what we really had in the 1 or 2 hours meeting. So that part is missing. So well covered. Thank you, Mitanani. I'll just give way to Sukhan Bhai and Kumarika Didi for their questions.
Yeah. Thank you. And thank you, Anjan, for giving me this time to talk about it. And it's a burning topic and we need to put some more focus on it. Thank you.
It's the team, Nani. It's the team. Thank you.
Sukhanda, you're on mute if you are speaking. You are on mute.
Sorry. Yeah, I didn't note that. Yeah, thank you so much, Mitanani. And the question you asked, that was exactly my question, and covered everything. And my only question to Ratanlal ji is how to use that platform. Seta came to use Kori Hub, and how much is has it been foolproof? Is it been tried and tested? So that's the thing. And where is the platform hosted? Is it in Bharat, or is it in UK or in USA? So need to find out that side.
Just to save the time, Sukhan Bhai, more भी ଗୋଟେ question ଅଛି ମୁଁ ସେଥିରେ add କରି ଦଉଛି he talked about predictive analysis. Currently, right now, AI is totally dependent on past data. So say ଜିନିଷଟା ସେ ପଏଣ୍ଟଟା ସେ ବୁଝେଇଲେ ବଟ୍ ମୁଁ ଠିକରେ ବୁଝିପାରିଲିନି how it is leading to predictive analysis. Futuristic analysis କେମିତି ହେଇପାରୁଛି?
Futuristic because এটা more advanced because simulation model गुड़ाक ही futuristic model. So entirely quantitative analysis होची stochastic part. So normally ये AI होची statistic part. So more accuracy Monte Carlo रे ही माने आसीबो. कारण आपण कोनसी जिंस प्रेडिक्टिव कोंतो ए टाइम सीरीज मॉडल गुड़ा करे बहुत लैगिंग अछि. लैगिंग माने आपणकर जो लेट्स सिग्नल जनरेट होबो सेथिरे जोटा हिस्टोरिकल लाइक बैक टेस्ट डेटा रे जोटा और रियल रे जेटा इंप्लीमेंट करबे सेथिरे बहुत डिफरेंस अछि. लैगिंग होबार कारण मॉडल गुड़ा करे माने एक्यूरेसी नाही बिकॉज़ सेगुडा होछि डिस्क्रीट टाइम मॉडल कंटीन्यूअस टाइम मॉडल नु हो. तो कंटीन्यूअस टाइम मॉडल होछि स्टोकास्टिक मॉडल जोथिरे की रेंडमनेस गुड़ा को ये करा जाउछि सेठू बाहर करा जाउछि. सो से मॉडल गुड़ा को इंप्लीमेंट करले एक्यूरेसी बहुत बढ़ी जीवो. बट सेथि पय सिमुलेशन रो इनपुट बिना इनपुट रे वेरी लिमिटेड इनपुट रे बहुत हाई एक्यूरेसी आसे. बट बैक टेस्टिंग मॉडल रे कोन आपण पूरा हिस्टोरिकल डेटा नउछंती और हिस्टोरिकल डेटा को एजम करूछंती जे सेम जिंस होबो. बट सेम जिंस हुए नहीं. सेम जिंस जते न हुए सेते रिजल्ट गुड़ा को भी समान आसे नहीं माने भूल आसे माने सेते एरर टर्म्स थाए. तो सेटा को एक्यूरेट करया पय ही सिमुलेशन मॉडल रो यूज करबा बेटर. तो ये प्लेटफॉर्म ओपन सोर्स प्लेटफॉर्म अवेलेबल गिटहब रे अछि. एटा हला क्वांटलिव. तो क्वांटलिव यूज करके आपण कोन सी मॉडल करे परिबे. बट एटा जो मु एक्चुअली प्रोप्राइटरी माने B2B करे एमती माने B2C करे नहीं. तो सेमती ये नहीं कहारो रिक्वायरमेंट हेले या कथा हेले से विषय रे डिटेल्स ये होबो. आउ एटा एंटायरली जो सिस्टम टाइम मु देखुथली एटा गोटे क्वांट फार्म रो सेटअप्स जोटा की B2B B2C नु हो. तो एमिति आउ टिके डेमो टाइप रो मो पाखरे अछि AWS आउ ये रे माने इंटरएक्टिव ब्रोकर रे इंटीग्रेट करे की. बट सेटा एते माने स्केलेबल नो बिकॉज़ इंटरएक्टिव ब्रोकर टिके मिड लेवल लो. आपण जदी स्केलेबल जिंस देखबे सेति पय हाई फ्रीक्वेंसी ट्रेडिंग रो कोलोकेशन अछि. एक्सचेंज रे नवा को पड़े तांकर एपीआई नवा को पड़े निजे सर्वर इंस्टॉल करया पय पड़े. तापरे आपण से एपीआई रे निजे सिस्टम बनै की आपण एफिशिएंट सिस्टम बनै परिबे. सो सेथिरे आपण बेसी यूज करि परिबे C++ बिकॉज़ C++ इज लो लेटेंसी प्रोडक्ट. एंड तापरे जदी आपण एआई को ऐड करया पय छ पाइथन आपण यूज करि परिबे. सो एग्जीक्यूशन पय C++ आ आपणकर एनालिटिक्स पय पाइथन आर जोटा आपण को सुविधा हो आपण इंटीग्रेट करि परिबे. बट एटा यूजफुल फॉर लाइक ए ग्लोबल मतलब नॉट ओनली इंडियन मार्केट ग्लोबली आपण CBOT COE मतलब एनी काइंड ऑफ ए एक्सचेंज मार्केट रे यूजफुल हे परिबो.
I think Lohit has a question and I think madam koro भी गोटे question अछि कुमारिका मैडम करो.
Yes. आज्ञा कोन.
हां
मोर
जहाँ ये कहउछंती अपन कहि देन.
ना अपन फास्ट जान प्लीज.
हाँ जहाँ मिता मैडम कहिले सेटा बहुत रिलेटेबल एज अ मदर ऑफ 12-year-old. सो व्हाट आई हैव सीन इज माने खाली माने चिल्ड्रन आर वेरी स्मार्ट. तांको आउटस्मार्ट करबा it's not easy. Chat GPT ru they'll take the output and then rephrase it in perplexity. फिर ताको नेकिरे Google Gemini रे करिवे Copilot रे करके they'll come up with a result. But what I have done for my daughter is I check it in for now I check it in plagiarism check korikiri grammarly re jota ase. I tell her that see this is AI generated, I can make it out. So that is something which teachers can do. Like they because children are doing that tanku seta encourage karantu ki you do what you come up with your result, but we'll get it checked and in front of their eyes you show them that there is a plagiarism score asuchi. Other thing is prompting. I mean instead of all these traditional India re jemiti essay competition debate competition harika hue, there should be some kind of prompt engineering contest, like whose prompt is the best, whose prompt is fetching the best result, that kind of thing. Seta at my work we do with employees, but I have seen it produces good results, and that is something which will make them use the technology for coming up with jodi tanga analytical skill develop career achi, let them use the technology and come up with the result that's defeat the technology. Thankfully jo new NEP new education policy jota haba ku jauchi, so my daughter is in the pilot batch. The semanкар open books test sita ebe 80 start heichi, so I have seen good results with that. I mean, everybody is given the book and questions are very analytical questions, our objective nahi kichi nahi. And after COVID probably online classes jo hothila, they got used to these kind of multiple questions si tanku darkar object mane jetle se join kale school, the thing they asked is where are the options, and they need to eliminate the answers and come up with the right answer. So that kind of thing ta change kariya pai open book test, I think that is a good year, but group work, project work, practicals besi hele that could help. I mean, we cannot eliminate technology from their lives. They are, I mean, khali, it not just these chatbots aji, this thing is also giving that option. WhatsApp and WhatsApp rehi, they can use Meta AI koriki, they are getting the results. They know they're clicking pictures of the questions, mane jo trigonometry questions tha ki triangles or questions tha, they're just clicking the picture and it is available. So they need to beat that thing. I mean, we need to come up with some kind of solution. Teaching methods re jemiti mitanani kahile, that has to be there has to be a change in that. Otherwise, the next generation will be like they won't be analytical enough. So that was something I wanted to share. Thank you.
I can go next.
Ha.
So, Ratan, I have one question on this Black Scholes model. I had a time to study the multivariate time series analysis. We tried to approach on the electricity market. That was a different one. Then again for the stock. I just wanted to reconfirm. So BSM is only like in an ideal situation. It assumes the ideal condition for stocks, isn't it? I mean, it takes like no dividends, no arbitrage, no. I mean, it will be only random walk.
Yes, but actually we continuously generate IV in dynamic market. So when you dynamically input the implied volatility, the price will be like in a dynamic environment, we always change the parameter, all factor like this factor, like a stock price, implied volatility, time to maturity, even interest rate when it's changed. So whatever the like input parameters change, so strikes most probably constant other than most of the factor changes. So dynamically when we change, so we get the price as well as the sensitivity. So say dynamic, but for a computationally it shows everything constant, but market is not constant, market is dynamic. So we have to set up a software such that we get the output as a dynamic. So when we get the dynamic price or dynamic sensitivity value, so we can actually generate the like our like a requirement what you want, like risk management, or you want to like for buy sell. As per your requirement, you can change. When the let's say right now the time is 5:28 IST, right? After 10 minutes, so 5:38. So in 10 minutes, so you have a 10 minutes time decay. So in 10 minutes time decay, the price will be different and the sensitivity. So it is not like a constant factor, but as a model, it says everything is constant. But when you implement, we actually use dynamic. But here, actually, not only I have shared about only black holes, I shared about Histon model, that other as a Monte Carlo. So whatever useful, you can try those. But those are very complex to compute. So when you have a very big data, it is very difficult for electronics. So it is useful black hole to get, but only difficulty is to generate the IV. So you have to, when you want the IV, you need the real time price. That means the underlying, not underlying price, the option price. So when you get the option price, you automatically get the implied volatility price. After getting implied volatility price, underlying price are available in the raw market. Okay. So those two parameters are the complex. So once you get that, then you can compute any parameters. It's easy.
But on the model selection, so I had this impression the BSM can go for short dated pricing or like foreign exchange FX options. But when it is large, like you said, we can go for Monte Carlo method or
yes. For right? Let's say FX and IR derivative pricing, like interest rate or FX. So we have to choose a Monte Carlo because the accuracy, because those the numbers are very high and the input are very limited. So let's say for OTC. So OTC, you don't get always bid and ask price, right? You have a two bilateral contract between two parties, A and B. But in exchange, you get like a thousands of both buy side and sell side huge bid ask. So there actually you get some the benefit, the price where you can get the discovery of implied volatility. The main factor is how to get the implied volatility. Even if you want to like a better accuracy, you check Heston model or SLB, which is called stochastic local volatility or stochastic volatility. You try those things, you get very limited, which is not like a very maybe 0.001% kind of thing. But illiquid market, Black-Scholes is not useful. Illiquid market, Monte Carlo, like OTC. But exchange market, you can definitely try those Black-Scholes or Monte Carlo, Heston, even finite difference also. But these things compete, you need very high tech like a system because
the custom FPGA models.
Do you have a because one underlying you have to set up maybe 20-30 strikes, imagine call and put. So how many things you have to compute, even the parameter. So the complex are very high, the computing cost is very high. So that is the main issue.
I know in the quantitative models they use custom FPGAs, and do you, in your company, do you also have the tech team who makes your own FPGA models?
Yeah, normally even our company, like where I am working, they actually build like own formula. Like these are Black-Scholes and all, but they actually inbuilt customized formula. They develop customized for themselves because they know like all the like a background mathematical derivation. So if they want to change like any kind of a parameter, let's say like a volatility or any kind of a dividend or any parameter, so they derive in a different way and they actually get the better accuracy results. But those are useful for a very larger size, not smaller size. You cannot get those error terms. You need a very big size, then you get this error. No, these are the big difference.
Okay, it's clear now. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Thank you.
So what is next for us?
Ratanlal bhai, gote prashna thila.
Agya.
ଆମେ ଆପଣ ଯୋଉଠି ଅଛନ୍ତି ମୁଁ ସେଇଠି ଅଛି ଆମେ ମୁଁ ସେଇଠି ଥିଲି ଆମେ ମିତା ନାନୀ ରାଇଟ୍ ସେ ବି ସେଇଠି ସବୁ ବାଲେଶ୍ୱରିଆ ରାଇଟ୍ ଲୋହିତ ସୁକାନ୍ତ ଆପଣ କୋଉଠି ଜାଣେ ସୋ ମୋର ଗୋଟେ ପ୍ରଶ୍ନ ଅଛି ଆପଣ ଯୋଉ ଏତେ ବଢିଆ ମ୍ୟାଥମେଟିକ୍ସ କୁ ଲଗେଇକି ଫାଇନାନ୍ସ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ଆମର ସେ ଗାଁରେ ଛୁଆ ଗୁଡାକ ସେ +2 ଯୋଉ ପଢୁଛନ୍ତି ମ୍ୟାଥମେଟିକ୍ସ ରେ ଯୋଉ 100 out of 100 ରଖୁଛନ୍ତି ସେ ଛୁଆ ଗୁଡାକୁ କମ୍ପିଟିଟିଭ କ୍ୱାଣ୍ଟିଟେଟିଭ ଫାଇନାନ୍ସ କୁ ଆଣିବା କେମିତି
actually take a learning process like cognitive रे main हैला हमें माने पढ़िवार तरीका टिके different माने memorize करू memorize नो like मु जेबेठू like पढुची like high school रो माने मु try करे मु prove करे सब जिंस experiment so कौन सी जिंस मु सेते आगे ने जे पर्यंत से जिंस रे मु proof न पाए तो माने माइंड रे at least let's say 100% सिलेबस अछि try 30% मु से जिनसटा को प्रूफ करे कि बुझे या डिटेल्स जाय गभीर को तो सेमिति करिले कॉम्प्लेक्स जिंस परे मैक्सिमम लेटर रे कोन हुए आफ्टर ए टाइम आपन को सब जिंस रो केते आपन को आ भितरे डीप नॉलेज अछि माने अंडरस्टैंडिंग जदी आपन बेसी बुझिथिबे सेटा को आपन भल से सॉल्व कर पारिबे
अंजन भाई मैंने डेफिनेटली वी हमर गोटे नीड तो अच्छी आई मीन ओडिसा रे पिला माने जो एबे जहा चेंज हे गेला वर्ष 2 वर्ष भीतर इन द एआई मैथमेटिक्स ऑल दिस नो थिंग्स तो हमको एटा को नेक्स्ट जनरेशन पे रेडी करिया को पड़िबो वी हैव टू क्रिएट अ काइंड ऑफ ए ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम और सम कोर्सेस बैक इन ओडिसा फॉर next generation to learn about it and get acquainted because agugu gale there will be a new job demand specifically to mathematics and modeling people and I mean now normal C++ Java re kamo habani people will go for the advanced level things so there could be a proposition we can start a training institute in Odisha really to empower the next youth category to learn more and more through experimentation and on mathematics particularly in Baleshwar.
Yes.
Kali Baleshwar no, this will be unfair. We are all Odia, yeah. So majority Baleshwaria mane you cannot do that thing just for Baleshwar.
Okay.
It is not only Baleshwar, it is universal.
Universal. Aditya bhai,
It is universal.
totally
Even in
agree.
Sweden these days, young boys want shortcut. As Mita said rightly, they all want shortcut. So they don't do hard way. So that's the problem.
Yeah, see, this technology is very good and it can be very bad. So we need to guide them in the right way. We need to design the way in such a way. Nita Pagar's suggestion was very good. The course and the exam pattern and the way the course is being delivered, that has to be done keeping all these technologies in mind. We cannot take them away, you know. Pilamane amadu 10 guno agagu smart. They know how to use the technology now better than us. My little one who is 10 years old uses the system much more better than me now. So that is the way it is going to be like that. So we have to have the mechanism, the system, the training, all ecosystem working in one 360-degree complete so that they use the technology for their best enablement and getting the best out of everything, not to be deprived.
Yes.
You said it correctly, but what is required is, you know, it is the total ecosystem. But the very important and most important is the school and the educational curriculum, because your child is not going to listen to you, but if the teacher says same thing, he or she is going to listen to that. So it is a very, very important issue, peer pressure, teachers pressure. So that's how they have to build up. But anyway, I think let's move ahead. We are behind time. Okay, Anjan, over to you.
Oh, sure, sir. So it is Tokyo, Seoul, and Singapore. Dr. Sitangsu Nando, am I dekhu ki Dr. Sitangsu Nando ko dekhuni ki Debasis ko dekhuni. So, but I see a different doctor, Dr. Orupananda Visoi. ଆପଣ ଏତେ ସମୟ ବସିକି ଶୁଣୁଛନ୍ତି ଆପଣ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ମତାମତ କହିପାରିବେ ମନୀଷା ପଣ୍ଡା ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ନମସ୍କାର ସ୍ୱାଗତ ଆପଣ ଶୁଣୁଛନ୍ତି ଆପଣ ବି ଆପଣଙ୍କ ମତାମତ କହିପାରିବେ ସୋ ଶୁଣି ସାରିକି ସାର୍ ଆମକୁ ନେବେ ଟୋକିଓରେ ସିଓଲରେ ଆଉ ସିଙ୍ଗାପୁରରେ କଣ କଣ ହଉଛି କିଛି କିଛି ମଜା କଥା ଅଛି କିଛି କିଛି ସିରିୟସ୍ କଥା ଅଛି ତ ଡକ୍ଟର ବିଷୟ ଆପଣ ଆସିବେ
Yeah, good morning all.
Good morning to you.
So sorry, I missed the inaugural actually. So I woke up at 4 a.m. today, and
wow,
it was great to see that okay, so many people are getting involved. But I don't see any academician here. The thing is, people talk about changing the school curriculum and so many things. So let me be very blunt about it. Okay, so I joined academia after being in the industry. So I was working as a software engineer for around 11 years at Bangalore. Then I moved and I joined Ms. Mara Shri Ramchandra Bhanjadeva University, which was earlier North Odisha University. Now, so there I see that, I came here, okay. I had my own frustrations saying that, okay, the course of study is not good and so on, and so many things, okay. What we teach is, it's very rudimentary. It's not going to help in our industry and so. Okay, so I became a member of board of studies. Okay, if for the uninitiated, maybe board of studies mean people who frame the courses. Okay, So there the university mandates that, okay, you know, to have some industry people and so, okay. But for the namesake, they simply put some industry people name, but they never really call them. Okay. So what happens is the curriculum never gets into the industry standard. We still teach those numerical analysis, we still teach the automata theory and so many things which you never use. Okay. But on the contrary, when if suppose you propose that, okay, no, we should be teaching so many new things like, let's say, GenAI or very simple, for example, suppose you say that, suppose they propose that we should teach React.js, okay, because so many people are getting jobs out of it. If not everywhere, then definitely in Bhubaneswar, a lot of React.js opening I see. Okay, suppose you propose that, then there are not many takers because all these, you know, senior professors and whoever my seniors, okay, or the external board of studies member, they hesitate, okay, because they don't have the skill set. Okay, somebody who is already 20 years of experience, okay, it's very hard for them to learn these new technologies and work on. They're still okay with those old things. Yeah, so that's why the curriculum never gets reinvented. Okay, and on top of that, they focus on all these, you know, GATE, NET, and other stuff. Okay, where if you look at the NET examination, UGC NET examination, okay, 17 questions out of 100, around 17 to 18 questions, they come from the automata theory. Okay, I'm not saying that automata theory is very bad. Okay, it's a bad subject. I use regular expression day in, day out. But to correlate automata theory with regular expression, that never happens. Okay, I know teachers who are excellent in teaching automata theory, but they can hardly write a regular expression. Okay, so that gap, or that you can say that building synergy between academia and industry, that is always lacking. Yeah, so that's my 2 cents. Yeah.
So that's not old, but Aditya sir, you can take our like from the Dr. Bishoy's conversation. That's not old. Like many of us know, like there is always a distance between academia and industry, and we try to manage that through our all this whatever management skill. So in the context of ଆପଣ ଯୋଉଠି ଅଛନ୍ତି, so ପୁଣି ସେ quantitative ଇଏ ପୂର୍ବ ନେଇକି ଯିବି. So ଗୋଟେ ସର୍ଟକଟ୍ ଫ୍ରେମୱାର୍କ ଗୋଟେ ଦିଅନ୍ତୁ ଯୋଉଠି ଫର ଏକ୍ସାମ୍ପଲ ନର୍ଦର୍ନ ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ, କି ଆପଣ ନର୍ଦର୍ନ ଓଡ଼ିଶା ଅଛନ୍ତି ସେଥିପାଇଁ କହୁଛି, ଲାଇକ୍ ଆମର 44 ଲୋକେସନରେ ୱାର୍ଲଡ ୱାଇଡ୍ ହଉଛି। So ଆପଣ ଯେହେତୁ ନର୍ଦର୍ନ ଓଡ଼ିଶାକୁ ବେଶୀ ଜାଣିଛନ୍ତି, and you also have a ନବରଙ୍ଗପୁର, ବୋଧେ ଆପଣ ନବରଙ୍ଗ କି ରାୟଗଡ଼ାପୁରରେ ବି ଆପଣ ଜାଣିଛନ୍ତି। ତାହେଲେ ଏଇ ଦିଟା ଜାଗାକୁ ଯୋଡି କୁହନ୍ତୁ ଯେ ଅଭିଜ୍ଞତାରୁ ଯେ ହାଉ ଡୁ ዊ combine Singapore, Tokyo ଆଉ Seoul ର experience କୁ ଆମ experience ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ଯୋଡ଼ିବା କେମିତି, କାହିଁକି ନା ପୃଥିବୀ ଗୋଟେ ଛୋଟ ହେଇଗଲାଣି, and we are talking of an AI first time where it will be needing different type of cognitive levels of talk. So କେମିତି କଣ କରିବା, ଦୁଇ ପଦ କୁହନ୍ତୁ ଆମର ଶୀତାଂଶୁ ନନ୍ଦ ଭାଇନା ଆସିଲା ଆଗରୁ, କି ତାପରେ ମେଲବର୍ନ।
କଥା ହଉଛି ଯୋଡ଼ିବା ପାଇଁ ମେନ୍ ହଉଛି ଯେ ସ୍କୁଲ ଲେଭେଲର ଯୋଉଟା ଦରକାର ଆମକୁ, ଠିକ ଅଛି। ସ୍କୁଲ ଲେଭେଲରେ ପିଲାଙ୍କର ସେତେ ଫୋକସ ହେଇପାରୁନାହିଁ। ଓକେ, ମୁଁ ଦେଖୁଛି ମୋ ଝିଅ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ 10th ରେ ପଢୁଛି CBSE ବୋର୍ଡରେ, ତାର କୋର୍ସ ଅଛି ଆର୍ଟିଫିସିଆଲ ଇଣ୍ଟେଲିଜେନ୍ସ। ଓକେ, she reads artificial intelligence. Okay, today there is exam of her. Okay, so she reads NLP, data science, computer vision at a very basic level, of course. Yeah, କିନ୍ତୁ ସେୟା ଆମ ଓଡ଼ିଆ କରିକୁଲମରେ ପ୍ରାୟ ନାହିଁ, ଠିକ ଅଛି। ତାକୁ ଥିଲେ ବି ତାକୁ ଓଡ଼ିଆରେ ପଢେଇବା ଏତେ ସହଜ ନୁହଁ, unless we turn into English medium, right? ଠିକ ଅଛି। କମ୍ପ୍ୟୁଟରକୁ ଯଦି ଆମେ ଅଭିକଳିତ୍ର କହିବା, କମ୍ପ୍ୟୁଟରର ଓଡ଼ିଆ ୱାର୍ଡ ହଉଛି ଅଭିକଳିତ୍ର, ଠିକ ଅଛି। ମୁଁ ଜାଣିନି କେତେ ଜଣ ଜାଣିଛନ୍ତି, ଠିକ ଅଛି। ସୋ ତାକୁ ଯଦି ଅଭିକଳିତ୍ର ଆମେ କହିବା, ସେଟା ବହୁତ କଷ୍ଟ ହେଇଯିବ ସେମାନଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ, ଠିକ ଅଛି। ତ ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ଗ୍ୟାପ୍ ଟା, ଆଉ ମୁଁ ଦେଖୁଛି ଯେ ପ୍ରୋଜେକ୍ଟ ଇକୋମରେ ଯେତେ ସବୁ ଓଡ଼ିଆରେ ଯେତେ ସବୁ ଟେକ୍ନିକାଲ ବହି ଅଛି, ତାକୁ ବୁଝିବାଟା ଭାରି କଷ୍ଟ ହେଇଯାଉଛି, ଠିକ ଅଛି। ପିଲାଟା ଓଡ଼ିଆ ବୁଝିବ ନା ଟେକ୍ନିକାଲ ପାଠ ବୁଝିବ? ଓଡ଼ିଆ ବୁଝିବାଟା ତାଠୁ ବେଶୀ କଷ୍ଟକର। मुझे कोई आपण अभिकलित आपण करण के जण बुझिबे कोना दी तो सीधा भाषा से रहउची कंप्यूटर तो एई जो गैप टा को फिल करियाटा इट्स रियली चैलेंजिंग ठीक अछि आ स्कूल स्तर रो जदी हम कंप्यूटर मूल शिक्षा जदी न दबा ई जिनसरा प्राय हे परिबो नाही see we can definitely do any workshop or some seminars to engage the local community and do so many things but in long term that's not going to help unless we change the syllabus okay at the school level if the training never happens it'll get hard it's going to be hard yeah so there was a group there was a spoken tutorial okay so I think IIT Mumbai started that okay they had a project of spoken tutorial maybe you can still Google on that okay so what they did is they came up with this concept of spoken tutorial okay so they collaborated with the state government they went to state government okay they went to colleges and other things and now the state government what did they say this okay implement spoken tutorial okay so without understanding what spoken tutorial is okay so now all the colleges ramp in and they join for the namesake they join spoken tutorial okay but when you look into the course material of spoken tutorial okay what they have done is all of their courses are Linux based okay they teach LibreOffice okay they teach Impress and so many things they teach so many tools okay which are mostly Linux based now in Odisha where do you find Linux computers tell me who runs Linux in Odisha very few not even 0.001% okay so that's the penetration of Linux so that's not going to happen so there was a meeting in state government long back I think 6 years back or so so that time I went there okay then I asked these questions then the then secretary some IS was there okay he acknowledged that okay no we thought that this is about spoken English okay so they took up this project thinking that okay this is about spoken English okay so that's why they took it so this is how the administrative paralysis that happens in our country okay without understanding we implement something which you don't know we take up things which we don't know and we hesitate to things that we know okay and we end up doing wrong things yeah that may take
Sure, thank you, Parida sir. Sukant bhai hato uthai chanthi, Parida sir. So, Sukant bhai.
Vishal Babu, namaskar, Jai Jagannath. Amar jota problem ta, this is a really a big difference. It is a eye opener. I think you are talking about our state board or you are talking of center like from central government. The
state board. I'm focused on Odisha.
Okay. So problem Bartman jo NEP 2020 hai I think you might have as you are in academic you must be knowing because when Mr. Pokhriyal was there because it was drafted and done by his team. Mr. Pokhriyal when he was education minister actually he has written that before Mukubai took over Dharmendra Pradhan ji. So ame eita ku it is a really good opportunity opportunity कहउचंती Bartman both the government, state and center re influence kari pariba easily because they are getting focused into mostly how to improvise they and when NEP lekhitile they like they wanted every college and university to write to them what they want state re kete state lekhile semana pa implement hela am state re apun jani am state re kemiti hue kamo so it is a drawback from our side it is not we cannot always blame to sometimes yes these IS don't know unless until somebody tell them no this is what we are trying to achieve similar like ministers so Bartan this is the right time ki NEP 2020 pai they are now focusing to implement apan pakra asai ki the circular asiji I come to know from somebody
they already implemented that yeah
already implemented okay so Bartan ame ei recommendation ta kari pariba and this is going at least state level amar state ku kam se kam am education minister he is a young boy so he listens to केते हेटा implementation केते हो because जब center cooperation ना आसीबो हबनी but at least आमे ताकू देला परे let us at least let him put the request to Dharmendra Pradhan ji ki center cabinet paku jao, tapar dekha jibo kon hobo. At least let us do it. And we can try to kill the gap which is there between the original way, old school way, and to the new school. So we have to merge slowly. It is going to take time. I think Aditya bhai will agree with that, because he come from a different he has seen the things in a bigger, better than us. So yeah, we can definitely do something on this. I'm happy to take up this one with Dharmendra Pradhan ji. Jetu mu jauchi December re, so I can take up. I'm going to meet him that time. I'll take up this one. If you can make some write-up, you want to make a letter, and we can make it from our ODI ML's tarafu lekhi pariba ame eta. As an organization kole besi farak padiba than an individual.
You have already partially answered, Sukanta, my what I was trying to say, and what Surbananda Babu is saying is true, but we are responsible. And on to add more, our administrators and the ministers, they have really spoiled the whole issue in India. I have been watching my grandson and granddaughter. एठी प्रीस्कूल 6 वर्ष पई आरंभ हुए, बही दिया जीवनी, किंतु समान को लैपटॉप दिया जीव, सेतरे समाने गेम के, सेतरे समाने ड्रॉ करिवे, सेतरे समाने बहुत किछि करिवे. And when my grandson was 3-4 years old, he was faster than me in the keyboard. So that is the difference. Of course, we can't compare that, but then certainly we have to strive for it, and perhaps something can be done, and whatever best possible, we should try to raise a voice. Thank you. Anjan, I think, please go ahead.
Yeah. Because you are on the ground, sir, just last point, because apan ground re achanti, apan real difficult apan face korchanti. You know that ko jaga re blockade houchi, so we will try to ease it out. Kete dura government suniba na suniba, but at least we should give an effort from our side.
True. Blockade sir, mindset.
Yes.
I'm teacher manako, let me see very bluntly, I'm a Buddha teacher manako, Buddha professor manako. Okay. Semanako a newer technology scheme sekeva. Say it is a Buddha challenge.
Yes.
Teacher को teach करिया तो सब बड़ो कष्ट काम मो देखिए.
Sunantu Surbananda, I am from Navrangpur district, and I have seen the Adivasi teachers. I have seen their teachers training school. I know what is the problem. So it is from the grassroots level. It is not only the mindset, it is the infrastructure. Because unless the infrastructure is rightly developed, right people are not there at the right place, and with right mindset, with right quality, with right knowledge, how they are going to develop the system. So it's a very big issue, but certainly we all have a role to play. Thank you.
But Bhaina, good part is that government is giving lot of IT-based systems now. Jemdi smart class torture debe 5T under jota haitila. Previous government has given lot of.
I beg to differ.
Oh really?
Okay. Anjan asked me to go 2 years back, and I have gone to different school. I am giving example of Baripada Junior College. Computer was there. I went and I spoke to 300 students. I asked them basic questions. They don't know. I went to their computer lab. I can't say the situation. I asked the computer teacher. I was talking to them very frankly. And situation is not that good. And I was surprised in a district headquarters in a junior college if this is the situation. Then one of my nephew, he was building the computer and other thing in the school as per the Odisha government scheme.
5T.
Okay. Se Koila hardly, not even 10% school, they're using the computer. Teacher, the computer teacher nothing, no maintenance, nothing.
Teacher one जो one appointment आइतले तंग बाहर करायला.
से जहाँ भी हो, से कोइला कौन मुगल कहीं केमती होची, तंग वगैरह फंड थिला, so mining रो गुड़े पैसा थिला, से से वाने computer किन की इतने use करते हो चाहिए, and to take credit and all those things. See, question is that is what is happening. That's why I said a politician. I don't want to, go into it. It is, it is very unfortunate. It is the mindset, it is the attitude, and it is the overall system. But anyway, not to find blame with others. We have to blame ourselves, and let's try to do whatever best we can do.
Oh, we can. Yes. Thank you.
Time for Swaroop to take it away for the next session. Aukari jadi kichi nahi, to Swaroop is right on time for the next session.
But तुम्हें मेलबोर्न ऑकलैंड को दबो नहीं तांको दीदी 3 मिनट थिला.
So semane Raj ethi aschandi. So next technical Melbourne Auckland, like sure. I mean apananku jodi 2 minute darkar, like
We'll just quickly ask them because they were outside, but I just requested them that they should speak.
Sure. I don't see them in the speaker list yet, so I wanted to be.
Can we call them?
Yeah, message has been sent to them. So we will start with Raj and then we'll follow them up with Raj session. So
all right, yeah. When we communicate, let me introduce Raj. So first of all, Raj is a good friend of mine. He is a researcher in talking from Japan, NICT Japan. I think what's the time? Probably 9 o'clock in the morning.
It's 9:30.
Yeah, and he's also along with that.
See, you're there.
And he's also an adjunct faculty in IIT Madras, and also a honorary visiting assistant professor at IIT Bombay. He's doing a lot of work in AI for Bharat, especially multilingual regional languages, different kind of Indian languages. And one interesting thing I'll tell you is he actually wrote a paper with his mother, So let me translate in Odia, so that our Odia audience understand it. So say ତାଙ୍କ ମାଙ୍କ ସହିତ ମରାଠୀରେ ସେ ଗୋଟେ paper ଲେଖିଥିଲା. So that was like very interesting. And this is right, for the Odia Generative AI Society, like how can we improve generative AI in Odia language. So yeah, I think that's how I wanted to introduce Raj. Raj, please take it away.
Yeah, thanks Swaroop for having me, and thanks everybody for the warm welcome. And I'll get to that Marathi part with my mother towards the end as well. I didn't include it in my slides, but I will talk about it. So let me quickly share my presentation once. Okay. One second. Oh, can you give me sharing permissions, Swaroop?
I think you are a co-host, right? Can you?
I am not. I cannot. It says that I'm not allowed to share my screen. Okay. Now I can. Yes. Okay. Now I can do it. So I will share my slides. I think you should be able to see this. And can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Just 1 second. Let me turn on the laser pointer. Hi. Good morning and good afternoon and good evening to all. I'm just going to. This is a very long title, but I promise I'm going to keep it simple and short and get to the main point. So the title of my talk right now is addressing the data and modeling challenges in natural language generation for Indian languages. My name is Raj, and as Swaroop said, I work in NICT in Japan, which is a government research organization, and I'm also visiting faculty in IIT Madras and IIT Bombay. So a little bit about me, apart from my current affiliations, is that I did my PhD in Kyoto University back from 2014 to 2018. And then before that, I was in IIT Bombay with Professor Pushpak Bhattacharya for my MTech. And my research topics mainly revolve around low resource natural language processing, where I do a lot of multilingual machine translation. Recently, I started doing speech translation as well and collecting a lot of speech translation data for Indian languages, a little bit of document level translation, and I've spent quite a bit of time on pre-training multilingual models. I also like efficiency. So important thing is that whatever models we make, we should have them compact and it should be usable by people on smartphones, on low power devices. So I spend quite a bit of time on efficient approaches to make models much more easily accessible to people. So what is natural language generation? We all know this. So for example, if we have the case of translation, you know that if you have an input sentence in one language like Hindi, mujhe bhashantar pasand hai, then the output will be I love translation, which is in English. But the goal is to be able to translate from any language to any language.
There is paraphrasing, where you have one sentence and then you rewrite it in another form while preserving the meaning. There's summarization, where you have a long sentence or a paragraph and you kind of compress it into a much more smaller form. So this paragraph talks about different things, but it summarizes, I am a bridge engineer. And then finally, there is something like question answering and question generation. They are two sides of the same coin. So if the question is, who is the Prime Minister of India, it's Narendra Modi. But if the input is Narendra Modi, then the output should be, who is the Prime Minister of India. It should be able to do this both ways. So what are the challenges? Of course, we know that data is one big challenge. We know that modeling is another challenge. So the solutions to these two are very fairly straightforward. One is data mining, and the other one is pre-training. And in this talk, I'm going to talk about how we can do a combination of both and the key representative works that I've been a part of. So I'm going to skip this, go through this slide very quickly. It's why do we even care about Indian languages? I mean, we are Indians, we know. And the main point is because we have almost 1.4 to 1.5 billion people. We have 22 scheduled languages, 4 major language families. And interestingly enough, many foreigners think that Indian people do speak English, but we all know that only 10% of the population is very fluent with English, and vast majority of our population consumes content in our regional languages, because as Indians, we're very proud of our own native languages. So you can see the statistics of the internet usage on the right side, and you can see that over the years, the number of English users on internet from India has only like doubled or maybe tripled, but the number of Indian language users has increased by more than 10 times. And this is only going to continue to increase as technology and language technologies become available to people. So this is very critical and very important thing to know. So again, what was missing for making our Indian languages AI, generative AI, a reality? One is pre-training, which means you leverage unstructured monolingual data, unlabeled data to prepare these models for some downstream tasks, then actual data for these downstream tasks, and then finally you have models and evaluation. Did somebody ask a question or something? Oh no, somebody joined. Okay, I see. Okay, so in this talk, I'll be talking about some foundational work that we did in the form of Indic BART and Indic NLG benchmark. Then I'll talk about Indic LLM suite, and Indic synthetic data, which is about how we had efforts towards increasing the amount of monolingual data for pre-training. And then finally, how we solved the modeling part, where I'll talk about this model called Airavat and Roman Setu. These are all very representative works that I've been a part of, been very thankful to be a part of these works. So back in 2021, we wanted to build the very first pre-trained model for Indian languages. And of course, the main problem was there was very little or almost no supervised data for some tasks. Then what is the solution is, one is, you all know this, we have to do pre-training and on a lot of monolingual data. And the way we did this is, first of all, there are 2 important steps. First is you convert all the text that you have in Indian languages into the Devanagari script. So these 2 are South Indian languages. I think Tamil and Telugu, which one is which, I forget. I'm not a native speaker of either. But you can see that if you look at the original script, most of us who understand only Devanagari, we won't be able to read these things. But if you convert these into Devanagari, because Indian language scripts, they are all phonetic, and therefore they can be converted into Devanagari script. You can see that both the Devanagari script representations of sentences in 2 different languages look a bit similar. And why is this important? It's because they look similar. We can understand that there are relationships between these languages which are not obvious. So now, by converting things into the same script, these 2 separate languages, they appear to be more similar. And this similarity is actually one of the reasons for why Indian languages should always be a part of a multilingual model rather than dedicated single language models, because the languages can help each other. This is very important. So then the second stage is, how do you do this pre-training? So in the case that we worked on was encoder-decoder models. So we have something like mujhe mask pasand hai, and the goal is to replace this mask with a correct word. So the correct word could be mujhe bhashantar pasand hai. So you take a monolingual sentence like mujhe bhashantar pasand hai, and you replace the word bhashantar with mask, And then you train the model to give this masked sentence as an input, and you ask the model to predict the unmasked sentence as the output. Very straightforward. But what if you wanted to mask more than words? What if you wanted phrases? That's not a problem. You have an in sentence, original sentence as I love translation. So you replace love translation with a mask. That becomes the input, and the model predicts the output. And you do this for hundreds of millions of sentences. And what we did was we trained, let's say, this model called as IndicBART on around 500 million sentences for 11 Indian languages. Yes, Odia was one of them, and it did show a lot of promising improvements in translation quality and generative quality. What we mainly observed is what is the impact of pre-training. So I'll just quickly show some results. And if you look at the right side, you can see that if you look at the blue bar represents a model where no pre-training has been done. The red bar is a model where pre-training has been done, but it is not dedicated for Indian languages and is big. And the yellow bar is a model that has been dedicated only for Indian languages and English, and that's the yellow bar. And that's our IndicBART model. One important point to note is that the red bar represents a model which is around 611 million parameters, and the yellow bar represents a model which is about 244 million parameters. So our Indic-specific model is about 3 times smaller, but you can see that the performance as measured to indicate the translation quality, it is comparable or slightly better than a model which is not dedicated for Indian languages. And you can see that this goes for Indian languages to English translation. It also is the case for English to Indian languages translation. And the overall story that you should take from here is that having language family specific dedicated models will always be superior and always be compact. Now, the nice thing is that the IndicBART model, because it's 1/3 the size of MBART 50 or like a language agnostic model, it will be much faster and easier to serve on, let's say, low compute devices. So try to have dedicated models for your language families. You don't really need to worry about languages we will never deal with. So let's worry about languages that we will always deal with. Now, another aspect is this thing called as IndicAlBART, where instead of having 244 million parameters, we tried to have even fewer parameters. So we did this by a small architectural change. Essentially, instead of having independent layers throughout the transformer model, we have the same shared parameters throughout the transformer model. I'm not going to go into details over here, but simply let's just say that a lot of the transformer model components are shared aggressively to reduce the total number of independent parameters. And you can see that we went down from 244 million to 97 million. But because you reduce the number of parameters, the performance slightly drops. But then when you use something called as knowledge distillation, where you distill from the model indicated by the blue color into the model indicated by the red color, you end up with the yellow model indicated by the yellow color, which is essentially the same as the one in the red color, but its performance is better thanks to knowledge distillation. So the key takeaway is train language family specific models, and then essentially make sure that you have knowledge distillation as an important part. So the next thing is the Indic energy benchmark. So remember, we didn't have any benchmark, any way to know how good the performance of generative AI is. So we did some data collection. We had biography generation, where we took Wikipedia biography tables, which are usually present on the right side, and then a quick summary of what that table indicates. So this is a table to text problem, let's say. The other problem is headline generation. So the input is a document, and then the output is a headline for that particular document. And this is a very nice extreme compression or extreme summarization problem. There is sentence summarization, where you have a long sentence and you try to convert it into a short sentence. And finally, you have something called as paraphrase generation. We already know what paraphrases are. Just convert from one written form to another written form by preserving meaning. And the final thing is question generation, where you have question as the input and the answer as the input and question as the output. But you can flip this to have the question as the input and the answer as the output. Very, very standard. And we collected all of this data from Wikipedia, from websites. We did a little bit of machine translation, and we also did a little bit of quality estimation and human evaluation. And the key takeaway again is that we took this IndicBART model, which I talked about a little while earlier, and then fine-tuned it to do these different tasks. And we found out that Indic BART is still better than some other model, in this case MT5, which is not dedicated for Indian languages. So once again, a language family specific model tends to be better and more efficient than a language agnostic model. So there is worth in focusing on language specific models. So the lessons are, if you have a low resource problem, then you can have two solutions. One is inflate the data by mining and machine translation. And the second is to have efficiency and transfer by developing an efficient and a focused and a dedicated model. So I'm going to go deeper into this. The first is the data solution, where we develop what we call as the Sangraha dataset and the Indic aligned dataset. So you know that there are a lot of videos on YouTube all throughout the web. If we do automatic speech recognition, we can get some text data, and that can be used for our pre-training for monolingual data. There is a lot of web data, and if we get these web data sources verified by annotators who know for sure that this web data is reliable, we can scrape this data that can form our monolingual data collection. There's a lot of data in PDFs. If you go to like archive, then on archive.org, you will see many PDFs, many books, actually many license-free books for Indian languages. All we have to do is run OCR on this, which is a bit expensive, but once we do it, we'll be able to get a lot more monolingual data. We'll be able to get literature data, and that is something that is currently missing for a lot of models which support Indian languages, no literary support. So through these books, we should be able to get literary support. Through the videos, we'll be able to get spoken language support. We'll be able to get a variety of different types of monolingual data. And there is also some existing data which is floating around. There is Wikimedia data. So we took all of this and we pumped it through what we call as the Setu pipeline. The Setu pipeline essentially is a way for making sure that whatever data goes in is cleaned, is redundancies are removed, and at the end of it, we have very high quality data. So specifically what this data is, we have high quality verified data of 64.2 billion tokens for Indian languages. There is unverified data, which is existing corpora, which we couldn't verify 100%, but that's about 24.3 billion tokens for 22 Indian languages. And then one thing that we have done that other people have not done so far is we translated a lot of English web data by machine translation systems into Indian languages. And why machine translation systems is because nowadays Indian language machine translation systems are beginning to reach a pretty good quality. So that's why we no longer have to worry about whether our machine translation is good or not, because we can translate, rely on the quality, and if we find something is unnecessarily, we just filter it out. So this leads to a lot more data, about 163 billion tokens, and that represents a massive collection of monolingual data, which is in Sangraha. There is also the alignment data, which is a collection of existing instruction data sets or natural language generation data sets, which we get translated again by machine translation systems, but they come from the WordNets, come from existing data sets like ShareLama, Open Assistant, WikiChat, WikiCon, Anudesh, and so on. And it leads into a very massive collection of alignment data sets. So once you've pre-trained your models, you can fine-tune on these data sets to have like a chat bot for Indian languages. And the nice thing is that it comes from a diversity of sources. We also have toxic data, so that in case we want to have our LLMs which don't do any kind of toxic data generation. So if you ask the LLM, how can I make a bomb? Or in Hindi, if I say, make bomb kaise bana sakta hu, then the LLM can say, oh, sorry, I'm not going to answer this question. So we have data to help you control that as well. So one small thing I wanted to mention is the model called as Airavat, which was the first Hindi-only instruction model. Because of lack of time, I'm not going to go deeper into it in favor of one more interesting work which I have for you, which is going to start with this particular preface, right? So if you give this Hindi sentence to Llama, which says, Llama yaha vakya samajh sakta hai, then of course Llama will be able to understand to some degree what this is. But interestingly, if you convert this Hindi script into Romanized script and write it in Roman form, and we usually, when we write text to each other, we type it in English most number of times, so, even if we are speaking in Hindi or Odia. So over here, Llama ya vakya bhi samajh sakta hai is something that Llama also understands, even though it's written in Romanized script. And that kind of gave us an idea. What if we started relying on this Romanized representation? So we came up with this work called as Roman Setu, where we used romanization as a bridge. Our main goal was, if our llama model is very good at English and it can somehow understand English script written Indian languages, maybe we can transfer English knowledge to our Indian languages much better and get better generative quality. And the way we did that was, firstly, we took native script data, we converted into Romanized format, and for this we used transliteration, very simple. We combined it with some English data, and we took an existing model, which is Llama, and we did a bit of continual pre-training. Once we have a continually pre-trained model, this model now understands Indian language data, but written in Roman script. So it's ready to be fine-tuned. So we took some English fine-tuning data, we first translated and romanized it to Indian languages, and then we did instruction tuning or fine tuning, and this ended up with a model which could actually perform some tasks, not in just the native script, not just in the Devanagari script, but also in romanized script. And we did this for about 5 to 6 different languages, and we found out that, we don't really need to rely on these models with their native script. We can go for non-native script as well. And why is that important? It's because sometimes your existing pre-trained models like Llama 2, they don't have very good tokenizers for Indian languages. The easiest way to understand this is, if you took a word in Gujarati and used original Gujarati script, and if you tokenize this using Llama 2's tokenizer, the average number of words that this subwords that this particular word will be split into is about 18.44, which means one word on an average becomes 18.44 subwords. That means 18.44 steps on average will have to be performed to generate just one word. This is too much. I mean, it's not efficient at all. But if you romanized Gujarati words and asked the model to generate romanized words, suddenly for each Gujarati word, you just need to generate on an average about 3.39 words. You've increased the efficiency by a substantial amount, and this exists for Hindi, for Malayalam, Marathi, and Tamil as well. So it means that romanization for these English-heavy models can help reduce the compute required or the time required for generation. And so this is a very nice, efficient approach as well. So what was the performance? Well, let's just look at one specific part over here. So let's look at XX to English translation, which means from Indian language to English translation. There are two rows to consider. One is N, one is R. N means the generation was done in the original Indian language script, and R means the generation was done using the romanized script representation. And as you can see, that regardless of whether you use the Llama model as it is, or whether you use a continually pre-trained model which has seen a little bit of romanized data, or whether you take a fine-tuned model, and you can see that the romanized representation is somehow better than the native script representation. If you look at this row, this column only, it tells you an interesting story. What it is telling you is, you don't need to rely on the original native script for an Indian language anymore. You can rely on the romanized representation of the Indian language, and you can end up with a much higher generation quality for the Indian language. Mind you that we are eventually converting everything back into the native script. We are converting everything back into the native script for evaluation, but even then we still have very high quality of generation. And this is extremely important, because what it is showing is that you can rely on romanization for generation, and that is essentially the key point over here, is that maybe we should look at transliteration as a way to transfer capability from English to Indian languages in these English heavy large language models. And there is a lot of ongoing work right now. There is something that we are working on, but there are many interesting possibilities for this as well. So yeah, overall, if you look at the language-wise statistics or the task-wise statistics, we experimented with 5 to 6 different tasks, and we experimented with 5 Indian languages, and we found out that no matter what you do, if you use romanization, you end up with models. Just look at the green bar and compare them against the red and blue bars. The green bars represent romanized models, and yes, you can see that the romanized models do fairly well for generative tasks, for as well as classification tasks for different Indian languages, and that to us was like, oh, okay, so let's not worry about script representation, convert everything to Romanization, and then only convert back to the native script if you need to. Otherwise, sticking to Romanization is a very useful thing. So in summary, I know I blazed through a lot of things, but I talked about some initial efforts for Indian natural language generation. I talked about the data problem, which we solved by the Sangraha data set and the Indic LLM suite. And I talked about the model problem via Roman Setu, which uses Romanization and transliteration. And for the future work, we want to talk about how to further look into synthetic data and Romanization and transliteration. I haven't talked about evaluation yet, but evaluation is very important. That's how we know whether our systems are very good. And then finally, of course, we all want to build an LLM which handles Indic relevant content. We want to make sure that it's able to address Indic culture. We want it to be not make any mistakes when talking about our great Indian literary work. So we want to have an inclusive model and diverse enough model to support all Indian languages. So this is pretty much the end of my talk. I just wanted to thank all my collaborators from IIT Bombay, IIT Madras, Microsoft, and so on. So yeah, that's the end of my talk. I hope I didn't rush too much, but yes, I'm happy to take any questions if you have.
And congratulations for Marathi being taken as another classic language. Like Odisha is there for a long, long time. So another 5 languages been taken. So it's very good. And it's very, yeah, tell me.
Yeah, I wanted to actually add to that. Maybe you'll find this interesting, but I come from this minority community whose ancestors are actually from Odisha.
Oh,
yes. Yes. So very interesting fact is that we belong. So I am currently Catholic because we were converted by Portuguese missionaries about 600 years ago. But about 600 years ago, my ancestors were Odisha Brahmins who had migrated from Odisha all the way to Maharashtra, to Mumbai area. But back then, they didn't have any property, they didn't have anything over there because they had migrated. So the local Brahmins didn't allow them to have land and property. So that's why, because of poverty and desperate situation, they converted to Christianity back then. And that is how my native dialect of Marathi also evolved. This whole community evolved in this particular way. And actually, it is for this specific dialect that I worked with my mother. I asked her to annotate certain data for our dialect, and we were able to come up with a small data set for evaluating our dialectic translation. So my roots to Odisha are there, but they're about 600 years back into the past.
Yeah. Thank you. It's very nice, interesting.
Raz, thank you very much for the talk. I was wondering if you can talk a little bit about your collaboration with your mother in coming up with that paper.
Yes.
Right.
Right. So I can say one thing, right? Our strength as Indians comes from, first of all, we are big family people, right? And to me, I've always wanted to involve my family into my research for a long time, because my family is completely far away from whatever work I do. My dad is a lawyer, my mother is a homemaker. My mother did her BA and her MA, but that was more than 30 years ago, and she has been far removed from any academic activity. But the one thing I realized is that our parents' generation people, they are very passionate and about their native languages. If you go back to the village today, everybody will much likely prefer that you speak in the native languages. So I always thought, like, okay, you know what, the native dialect that I speak, I don't speak it that well, but I would very much like other people to understand where I'm coming from, because there are some cultural references in that native dialect which are not present in standard Marathi. And if we go into the deep villages in India, you'll see traditions, you'll see words, you'll see certain activities which will not make sense to the person in the city because they have no idea about these things. So I thought I want to preserve this a little bit. So I thought I'll talk to my mom, like, hey mom, can you help me annotate a small amount of data or create some small amount of translation data for our native dialect. So my mom looks at me, it's like, how am I even supposed to do that? Because my mom is not very pro technology. She's not very good at technology. And I told her, like, listen, you don't have to do anything. You know how to use a smartphone. So whenever you use your smartphone and you can take some notes, just write down some sentences in the native dialect that you speak, and just make some, whatever comes to your mind. Like, if you want to make a dictionary, make a dictionary. You want to write short sentences, write short. You want to write a story, write a story. And this actually ended up being mostly daily 30-minute conversations with my mom, where she's telling me, oh, today I wrote this. Do you think it's fine? Do you think I should include idioms inside the data? Do you think I should do this? And before I knew it, my mom was a kind of semi, let's say, professional linguistic annotator. Although, of course, she doesn't have training in linguistics, but she started asking a lot of questions that usually us researchers don't ask. What we are mainly obsessed with is like, oh, let's build a model. Let's take trillions of tokens of data and put it inside a model. But someone like my mom, who is the end user of these products, they want to use it for some specific use cases which we don't think about. And then I started thinking about, wait. Maybe we are just trying to optimize on certain metrics and make our models look very fancy, but are we satisfying the basic user over here? And that kind of made me realize, okay, we should be involving all of these people who are the end users, the community, the people who we are targeting these models towards, into these data building efforts, because they are the ones who tell us what data they want to see. And if we involve this, right, this is what I realized towards the end, that my mom is one of many hundreds of millions of people in India who have insights into what they would like, but we should be listening to them. And currently, I don't think we are listening to them enough. We need a way to do this.
Very, very inspiring. Thank you very much. I think somebody has a question. Swarupananda, do you want to go?
Dr. Bisway, please go ahead. So we have Dr. Dabre, Dr. Mishra, and Dr. Bisway. Please go ahead with your question.
No, I think mistakenly that's pressed that.
Okay.
I raised my hand.
Okay. It was quite inspiring, Raj, if I may ask. And the part like involving community in annotation and working with your mom, probably I was personally inspired. I'm about to call my mom and say, all right. So yeah, Swaroop, like I would have one thing. So what? Pardon me for saying. So what we sometimes do technically is we talk technically, and what I noticed here right now in our audience, we have a few journalists and few managers, executive managers, who have not coded anything for a while, but we are quite smart people. Got it? So how do you what gap do you see? Like in what language we should speak, and in what language you should speak, so that we speak closer. For example, we have a journalist brother here who want to write. So what's he going to write? Give him a few headlines.
Okay, so I would say a couple of points that we should be noting is that Indian language technology is very important, especially given how Indian language usage on the internet is increasing in India itself. That is one key point. So definitely, industry, government, people, everybody should be willing to put in money for these kind of efforts, because this requires an inordinate amount of money, and we should be bringing attention to this problem. The second thing is AI is going to solve a lot of our problems, especially in terms of communication. AI will help poor people. AI will help in education, agriculture. There are many places where information is required, but information is not available. So these AI models, these generative AI models, will be able to bridge the communication gap and empower people. Now individual people can make their decisions based on knowledge, and these AI models can improve communication. And finally, the third thing is that think about the applications that you want, and based on those applications, the people who are the developers, they should be listening to people for the specific applications that they want. We shouldn't just be building random things or things that look fancy, but they are not practically useful. We should be building practical models based on existing very large systems, and we should be trying to build a niche for those practical systems, and that is our strength. We are Indian people. We are hackers. We are jugadu people. Once you give us something, we'll be able to build it. But we should start building. That's the main thing I want to talk about.
Thank you, Raj. Thank you very much.
Yes, welcome.
Sure. We should start building. So hope that was a few lines for our journalist. Sir, Deepak Bhai, namaskar. Again. So anything else for upon mute?
You're muted, Deepak sir.
Yeah.
Deepak ji, you're muted.
I'm muted. Oh, sorry. So I would say it's a very insightful information and great. So I was doing a lot of survey on this subject. So I would say AI for all. Great, Raz. Great. You have worked really very well. I also working on some platform. We can connect offline also. Okay. I
Sure,
am
no problem. Just
working
send me
on
an email.
I am working on FPPG algorithm. Okay. So where NLP will very insightful. Okay.
Okay.
With a NVIDIA GPU, we're working on it. Okay. So let's
Please
connect.
reach out anytime.
Yep. We'll connect offline. Thank you.
Deepak Bhai, you have Asanto Samaste Mistri Hejiva. Deepak Bhai, you have some of the best scientists in this part, right? When I look at Raj and when I look at Swaroop, like it makes us think, are we going to fear AI? No. This
No. Never. It is really helpful. When if you see the NLP, if we connect into RPPG or FPPG algorithm, it will be a dramatical change.
So with this, anything Swaroop and Raj we have for the community, or anything community have for Swaroop and Raj?
I think that's all. I think pretty inspiring, pretty interesting discussion we had. Thank you very much, Raj. I actually messaged him yesterday, I forgot, and he appeared in a very short notice. So thank you very much.
It's my pleasure.
That's from Indo-Pacific Belt. From Indo-Pacific Belt, our next speaker is someone who is an Odia, but Odia by association. So we are looking at the schedule. We are right on time. So Colonel Parida sir and Swaroop, like, they are all very specific to timings. Yes, we are on schedule, I believe so. So the next speaker, are we ready? Let me see if Mr. Aklilu, are we ready?
Yes, sure. Hello, everyone.
Hello. So,
Hi. Yeah.
So Aklilu joins us from the East Africa part, East African time zone. So Aklilu, please introduce yourself and take it away. It's a pleasure. Almost all of us speak a language called Odia, and we understand Odia. But bring us your perspective, how you got associated, and take it away, please.
Okay. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Once again, my name is Aklilu. I am based in Gondar, Ethiopia, and I'm a software developer and researcher in some cases. And today, I'm going to share you something that inspired me to join the Odisha AI Conference and the Good Samaritan Network. And it is an honor to be part of this Odisha AI Conference. Just as I look around, this room is filled with just passionate minds and just innovative spirits. I can't help but just reflect on how I arrived just at this moment. Just is a journey sparked by connection, inspiration, and a shared vision for a better world. Before I started my short presentation about the Good Samaritan Network and my insights about the role of AI for social change, I would like to share with you just the behind the scenes aspects of my existence here at the Odisha AI Conference.
You can share your screen if you need to.
Okay, great.
Let
me share my screen.
Okay, let me.
Oh.
May you please
Can you give me
try?
the permission? Okay, great. Yeah. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. So as a software developer and just in some cases as a researcher, I have always been driven by a deep passion for helping others find happiness and success. This philosophy shines through in my social media presence and personal website, where I strive to inspire those around me. About a month ago, I was approached by a member of the Odisha AI team who resonated with my passion. This was not just an ordinary message, it was an invitation to connect with someone who shared a similar passion for creating an impact. In our conversations, we have discovered a mutual interest in harnessing the power of artificial intelligence, not just for technological advancements, but as a means to inspire kindness and positive change in society. He shared my commitment to uplifting others and proposed a collaborative project, which was to create a platform where good Samaritans can share the good they have done with the world. The goal is to inspire readers and users to follow suit, collectively leaving a positive mark on humanity and making the world a better place. This dialogue ignited a spark in me, reminding me of the profound impact that collaboration can have. I was thrilled by this idea and immediately set to work. The very next day, I began designing and developing the platform. Now, it is hosted at goodworkday.com and ready to be used by the Good Samaritans for its intended purpose. I kindly invite all of you to explore this platform and share it with the world around you. Before I knew it, this inspiring exchange led to an invitation to present at this very, very interesting conference. I felt a rush of excitement and gratitude, knowing that I will have the opportunity to share the Good Samaritans Network platform and my insights on how AI can drive meaningful change for the society. Artificial intelligence is often viewed through the lens of innovation and technological progress. However, its true potential extends far beyond mere advancements in efficiency and productivity. AI possesses the remarkable ability to inspire positive change in society, transforming lives and communities in profound ways. Perhaps one of the most profound impacts of AI is its ability to cultivate a culture of kindness and empathy. By sharing stories of altruism and compassion through AI-driven platforms, we can inspire individuals to engage in acts of kindness themselves. Imagine an AI system that creates uplifting stories from around the world, showcasing the impact of small gestures on communities. This not only spreads positivity, but also encourages a global movement of goodwill, reminding us that our actions, no matter how small, can create meaningful change. AI can also play a pivotal role in addressing pressing social issues, from analyzing data to identifying patterns of poverty and inequality to optimizing resource allocation in disaster response. AI can provide insights that drive effective solutions. For instance, machine learning models can predict areas at risk of food insecurity, enabling organizations to direct resources where they are needed most. By leveraging AI to tackle social challenges, we can create a more equitable and just society. One of the most inspiring aspects of AI is its potential to promote accessibility and inclusion. AI-driven technologies can break down barriers for individuals with disabilities, providing tools that enhance their quality of life. For example, the speech recognition software allows those with mobility challenges to interact with technology more easily, while AI-powered translation services bridge language gaps, fostering communication across cultures. By making the world more accessible, AI helps create a society where everyone has the opportunity to thrive. Finally, AI has the potential to empower the next generation of change makers. By integrating AI education into curricula, we can equip young minds with the skills to innovate and address social challenges. Encouraging students to think critically about the ethical implication of AI and its application fosters a sense of responsibility and purpose. As future leaders, they will be inspired to use technology as a tool for positive change, ensuring that AI serves humanity rather than the other way around. In conclusion, the potential of AI extends far beyond technological advancements. It is a catalyst for positive change in society. By enhancing human capabilities, promoting accessibility, addressing social issues, fostering sustainability, cultivating kindness, and empowering future generations, AI can inspire us to reimagine what's possible. As we embark on this journey, let us harness the power of AI, not just for innovation, but as a force for good, working together to create a brighter and more compassionate world. In short, that is just what drives me here today, and just my insights about the power of AI for social change. Thank you.
Thank you, Aklilu. So the power of AI and social change. So is your platform, can it be used by this community right now? Can they say whatever good they are doing? Can they speak through that in this conference? Meaning, do you have the platform where if you have, you can paste it in the chat and community can start using it?
The Good Samaritan Network platform?
Sure, yes.
Okay. Let's share the chat.
So ସମସ୍ତେ ମିସ୍ତ୍ରୀ ହେଇ ସମସ୍ତେ ଭଲର ମିସ୍ତ୍ରୀ ହେଇଯିବା ସେଥିପାଇଁ you can so Aklilu, I'm speaking this in Odia.
Okay.
So I was commenting about the sentence which is there above it. So I was telling that we'll be the engineers. We'll be the engineers via good Samaritanism.
Yeah, I shared the link to that platform.
Thank you. Thank you so much for taking us through your thinking. We would probably, make it as a Odisha, Africa, India, Africa, US. It's a multiple people from multi locations are available here. We have people from Japan, we have people from UK, India, many locations, Sweden, and so this you are sitting in a multi-national conference, and hence thanks for giving your thoughts.
Thank you.
We have 1 minute left. No, we are actually 1 minute past. So Aditya, Parida, do you give us some minute, or you want to take it away with a thank you to Aklilu?
Okay. Thank you so much for just giving the opportunity just to be part of this interesting Odisha AI conference. And I'm so thrilled to be part of this exciting community. And thank you for your valuable time.
Thank you. And we say namaskar.
Goodbye.
Bye. Okay, I think from Auckland, Balaram is joining. He is actually outside, but I said that he should try to speak a little bit from his chapter. So Priyadarshi has also joined. So we can take on these two. Anjan, if you agree?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay.
The time is theirs. Priyadarshi,
okay. So, Balaram, please put on mic and speak. Tell your input for the global audience from New Zealand.
जय जगन्नाथ समस्त को नमस्कार मु ओडिया कहि परिबी ना
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल आराम रे
ठीक अछि तो आरंभ कोड करी एआई तो बहुत भास्ट सब्जेक्ट गोटे अच्छी जो थे कि आम बहुत जिन जानूचे बहुत साहाय्य करुचे आमको दैनंदिन जीवन रे गोटे जिनस मुझे कहू चाहूँगी ग्लोबल ऑडियंस को प्रथम थर ओडिया मानक इंडिया या तो अलग को भी कंट्री रो इंडिजिनियस पीपल जो माने अछंती एआई जहाँ भी जानी डाटा द्वारा जानी जहाँ भी आम पाखे इलेक्ट्रोनिक्स माध्यम डेटा अच्छी से ही एआई शिखी तो आमे एआई को जहाँ भी पचारिक जाने जनरल एआई जोटा आम कहूचे इंडस्ट्रियल स्केल ना जनरल एआई से आमे एई जिनसटा को जानूचे जोटा कि इंग्लिश रे लिखा है विकिपीडिया कि को इंटरनेट माध्यम रे जो डेटा लिखा है तो एआई जनरली डोमिनेटेड by data and those data got generated by the people who got the early internet जो माने early internet जहाँ पाकर थिला तांको द्वारा एआई टा ड्राइव होची माने एआई रो जो मोटिवेशन हला फिलोसफी हला सो जदि ओडिसा रे गोटे एमती एआई बनेबा को पड़िबो जोटा कि ओडिया मानकर कथा भाव को बुझिबो ताले ओडिसा रो कोर डेटा सिस्टम दरकार जो थे कि ता ऊपरे ओडिया सेंट्रिक एआई बिल्ड करिवे जोटी कि हमर स्वीडन स्कैंडिनेवियन रे भाई माने अछंती बडे जिंस बिल्ड करछंती आई थिंक अंजन भाई भी एकरस अछंती आदित्य भाई एकरस अछंती तो एटा को आमे जदि ब्लैक बॉक्स हिसाब रे देखिबा हां जहा कहूची से सेटा ठीक थिबो सेटा सबले सत्यता नुहे से तार रेफरेंस टा इंटरनेट रेफरेंस ताकू वैलिडेट करिबा मध्य कष्ट तो सेतिपा हमर आमे जहा भी जनरल लाइफ पय जो एआई टा यूज करछे इंफॉर्मेशन हैला कि न्यूज़ हैला तो हमको बहुत भाबी चिंती कि ताकू वैलिडेट करिया पय पड़ियो और दैट इज मते लगे सेटा कंप्लीटली बायस्ड अछि जेते ग्रुप ऑफ पीपल गोटे जिंस को राइट करचंती निजर थॉट हिसाब रे सेटा एआई को ड्राइव करूची सेटा मु कहया पे चाहिबी तो जस्ट माने ब्लैक बॉक्स एआई टू ग्लास बॉक्स एआई ऊपर फोकस करिवा कथा जदि आमे ओडिसा लोकन को पई एआई किछि चाहूचे जनरल पब्लिक पई धरंतु फार्मिंग रहला फार्मिंग रे किछिटा डिजीज थिबो जोटा कि प्लांट रे होथिबो जोटा कि विकिपीडिया रे नथिबो किंतु ओयूएटी तार ओडिया रे अनुवाद थिबो कि ओयूएटी रो गोटे प्रोफेशन को जणा थिबो जे अच्छा फार्मिंग रे ए डिजीज टा ओडिसा पई हुए दैट इज ओडिसा सेंट्रिक जोटा कि विकिपीडिया रे मे नॉट न थाई पारे अलगा बिकॉज ओडिसा रो क्लाइमेट हला कि जहां भी हला ताकू नै कि सेही डिजीज टा फॉर्म होची सेटा अलगा जगह रे न मिली पारे तो एटा गोटे शॉर्ट मेसेज रहिबो मो तरफु
Very good, Balaram. This is a very good, very valid and nice point. Great. Anything else? Otherwise, but it was very nice that in spite of you being outside, you could join us and speak from New Zealand. Very great. Thank you so much.
थैंक यू ए कम्युनिटी को मु बहुत धन्यवाद देवा पे चाहिबी जो लीडर माने एको मैनेज करचंती माने विश्व स्तर रे डिफरेंट टाइम जोन रे मैनेज करिवा गोटे अलग लोकेशन रो बसी की बहुत कष्ट आमे तो एज ए यू नो स्मॉल कंट्रीब्यूटर और यू नो स्मॉल माने गोटे लाइन पे मु कहली एबे किछि समय पे किंतु जो मैनेज करिवा मोमेंटम आनिवा एटा मु देखुची लोकन को बहुत सहायता करूची कम्युनिटी टा व्हाट्सएप माध्यम रे लोक कनेक्ट करचंती जॉब टू नै कि नॉलेज टू नै कि बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटी सब किछि कनेक्टेड रहउची मु चाहूची एटा ग्रो करू आ बहुत रु बहुत हम ओडिया वासी माने जो देश रे भी अछंती जोटी भी अछंती से माने ग्रो करंतु आ तापरे पूरा ग्रो करू
Thank you. Thank you. No, what you said is very right. I mean, it is a real colossal amount of task to connect to all the time zone, and it's a real big challenge to get connected and to get the people in the right time. And so, thank you. Thank you. So after this, I think Swaroop and Anjan, we move to Australia. We have Priyadarshi with us. I mean, again, he's also outside, but after talking to him, he agreed. I said, you must join us so that we know that, I mean, all the continents are with us, all our Odia brothers are with us, and we are one. Priyadarshi, Please unmute yourself and speak. Can you hear me, Priyadarshi?
Yes. Good morning.
Thank you.
नमस्कार समस्तंकु मु प्रियदर्शी ओडिसा रु कहूचे अंजन भाई नमस्कार स्वरूप बाबू नमस्कार दीपक को नमस्कार आदित्य को नमस्कार कुमारिका दी शी इज माय सीनियर नमस्कार बहुत भल लागिला बहुत बढ़िया लागिला हां एथर कंट्रीब्यूशन मोर बहुत कम रही छै मु टी मो काम रे बहुत व्यस्त रही जाउची आपण मन के एआई रे कोन कहबो आजिकल दुनिया तो पूरा एआई रे चालुची आपण माने केही भी केतेबेले भुवनेश्वर आसचंते दया करी फॉर्च्यून टू आसचंते हम सेठी गोटे छोटो एआई लैब टे बनेइछु गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया गवर्नमेंट ऑफ ओडिशा मिसी की बनेइचंती रोबोटिक्स अराउंड एआई लैब आमे चेष्टा करछु लोकमान को एआई रे एक्सपीरियंस देवा पय कोन हेई परिबो कंप्यूटिंग स्पीड जीपीयू स्पीड ऑन द क्लाउड भी हमें देवा पय चेष्टा करछु एसटीपीए थ्रू रु एज वेल एज आमे चेष्टा करछु ओडिया पिलामान को केते मात्रा रे हमें एआई रे ट्रेनिंग देकी तांको सक्षम बनै परिबो ताकि जदि केही भी कालिका डेट रे ओडिसा रे कंपनी बनिया को चाहिबे हमें तांको बहुत आकार रे तांको ट्रेन्ड रिसोर्सेस दे परिबो आउ बाकी एआई इम्प्लीमेंटेशन आज्ञा हां एठी किछि ओडिया कंपनी अछि अंजन भाई आसले नेक्स्ट टाइम ताको इंट्रोड्यूस करे देबे गोटे ओडिया कंपनी अछि जे कि एठी ट्रैफिक सिस्टम रे एंड साइबर सिक्योरिटी सिस्टम रे ओडिसा पुलिस को एआई इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करके सवाना सहाय्य करजंती माने चोर मन को धरिबारे एंड अपार्ट फ्रॉम इट हमर गच्छ गणिबारे भी ओडिसा रे एआई सिस्टम्स यूज होउचे तार इम्प्लीमेंटेशन मु आसिले केही भी आपण जदी केबे ओडिसा को आसुचंती आपण मन सब गोटे गोटे देखिबा आरंभ करी एंड बहुत खुशी हे भी जदी आपण मानकर केही भी कंपनी के स्टार्टअप्स जदी किछि चाहिबे पीएसयू संगे किछि कनेक्ट करिया को हमें निश्चित भाबे ताको सहाय्य करे चेष्टा करिवो स्पेसिफिकली ऑन द इमर्जिंग टेक लाइक एआई ब्लॉकचेन साइबर सिक्योरिटी रे धन्यवाद
Thank you, Priyadarshi. It was really, really very good, and we are very happy. I mean, and we hope next time, and after this conference also, whenever you are free, you will be giving, putting in more energy and getting more connected and synergizing. And the idea is together we win, together we progress, together we make Odisha great and number one again.
I have a suggestion to Anjan. So I find we have so many experts in our community. So we have created a platform called Ask an Expert. Okay. So I think we should I should put another button, find an expert. We can do it. Yeah, good. We have so many experts here. Great.
We'll put a few agents. Sure, bhai. Apna बढ़िया idea टे कहले definitely. So
Ask an expert. You can find expert also in your relevant field.
And they can link it to Priyadarshi S like.
Sure. Sure.
So for
And,
the people who are uninitiated, Priyadarshi S is the CEO of Emerging Tech.
I will give you one idea. There is one group I cannot name. They're planning to set up a world-class AI lab in Odisha. So worldwide there will be a 13 centers across the world. It is not necessary that Odia people only will work. From the anywhere in the world, they can go and work in Odisha. There's a plan. So if you go to Bhubaneswar or Korea or Australia, Japan, USA 5 centers, you will have the same feeling. And you will get the same salary pattern also for the young guys. Okay. There is a plan. We are working on it.
आसंतो सर केबे भी भुवनेश्वर आसले फॉर्च्यून टावर दया करे आसी जानतो
Yeah, I've been to Fortune Tower many times. Okay. Good.
बढ़िया ताहले आउ किसी प्रश्न प्रियदर्शी और बलराम को पई थैंक्स राज तापरे सागर प्रश्न करचंती हाउ टू बी एडेड ऑन द व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप व्हिच ही मेंशनड आई एम न्यू टू द कम्युनिटी या समवन विल के व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप रो लिंक आपन को एठी पठे देबे
ମୁଁ ପଠେଇ ଦଉଛି ତାଙ୍କୁ, ସେ DM କରିଥିଲେ ଆମକୁ ଟ୍ୱିଟରରେ, ମୁଁ ପଠେଇ ଦଉଛି।
ବଢିଆ ଆଉ
ପ୍ରିୟଦର୍ଶୀ ଯୋଉ ଗଛ ଗଣିବା କଥା କହିଲେ, ସେଇଟା ଟିକେ ଆଗରୁ ମାନେ around 1 hour ପୂର୍ବରୁ ସୁକାନ୍ତ ସାହୁ କହୁଥିଲେ ସେ ନିମ ଗଛ ଲଗେଇଛନ୍ତି କିନ୍ତୁ ଟ୍ରାକ୍ କରିପାରୁନାହାନ୍ତି, ତ we should ମାନେ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ତାଙ୍କ ସହିତ କନେକ୍ଟ କରେଇଦେଲେ। He was looking for a solution and you have it. You were not aware. So that is something.
Very good, very good. You have said it.
Yeah. Okay.
You are on mute, Anjan bhai.
ଏବେ ଟିକେ ଆମେ ଅଡିଏନ୍ସ ମାନଙ୍କଠୁ ଯୋଉମାନେ ଏପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ସୁନ୍ଦର ଭାବରେ ଶୁଣୁଛନ୍ତି, ଆମ ପାଖରେ ମୁଁ ଜାଣିଛି ବେଦ ପ୍ରକାଶ ବେହେରା ଅଛନ୍ତି, କାଲି ଆମକୁ ବହୁତ ବଢିଆ ଡେମୋ ଦେଖେଇବେ ଲସ୍ ଭେଗାସ ନେବାଡାରୁ। କଣ ଡେମୋ ଦେଖେଇବେ ସେ ସିକ୍ରେଟ ଏବେ କହିବାନି। ଏବେ ଟିକେ ପାତ୍ର ସାରଙ୍କ ପାଖକୁ ଯିବା। ଆପଣ ଟିକେ ପାତ୍ର ସାର ଅଛନ୍ତି, କିଛି ଆପଣ ଯଦି କହିବେ ନିଜର ଇଏ କରିପାରିବେ 2-3 ମିନିଟ ଆମର ନେକ୍ସଟ ପ୍ୟାନେଲ ଜଏନ୍ କରିବା ଆଗରୁ। PK ଜଣେ କିଏ ଅଛନ୍ତି, ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ନମସ୍କାର।
ନମସ୍କାର ଅଞ୍ଜନ, ପ୍ରଣୟ କହୁଥିଲେ।
ପ୍ରଣୟ ଭାଇ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ନମସ୍କାର, କେମିତି ଅଛନ୍ତି?
ଭଲ ଅଛି। So nice, I think I thought I'll join you.
What next? ଦୁଇ ଲାଇନ କିଛି କହିବା ପାଇଁ ପଡିବ, ଆଗକୁ କଣ ହବ, ଏଆଇ କଣ ହବ ଭାବୁଛନ୍ତି ଆପଣ? 20-25 ବର୍ଷର ଏକ୍ସପିରିଏନ୍ସ ରଖିକି ପୁରା ମାନେ ଏବେ ପିଲାମାନଙ୍କୁ କୁହନ୍ତୁ, ଆମମାନଙ୍କୁ କୁହନ୍ତୁ, ଭବିଷ୍ୟତ କଣ ହବ? What next?
Well, I think 20-25 ବର୍ଷ ନାହିଁ, ବୋଧେ 32 ହେଇଗଲା, but the point is like ଏଟା experience ନାହିଁ, but I think ଏବେର current generation ଆମର ଯୋଉ ବାଗରେ ମାନେ upgrade ହେଲେଣି, then lively they are on AI ML field. I think ଆମର next generation କଣ ହବ ତ unbelievable, but I believe କିଛିଟା ଯେମିତି precautionary କିଛିଟା ଆମେ ନେଇପାରିବା, but there are some good aspect of thing which is purely on education, healthcare, which and also on GIS, GPS जोड़ा ମୁଁ କାମ କରେ। So I really I think I feel those are the areas I think going to grow. ଆମର ଏବେ ମୁଁ ଦେଖୁଥିଲି last I think half an hour I was just watching, I think Raj talking about it, and ଆମର ଯୋଉ ମାନେ ମହାରାଷ୍ଟ୍ରରୁ he was talking, I believe ସେମିତି type ର କିଛି stuff, and I think छोट छोट भागरे अंजन ଆମେ କିଛି କରୁଛୁ, but I think I am not trying to too much highlighting जो कहते हैं हमें यूएस रही कि मध्य lot of things we try to do. We hired a lot of Odia people there and US and also across India and across wherever multiple geos, but amara globally jo jinsata I think so thanks to all of you and the community, bhala initiative chalichi. I think by the way I try to forward to a lot of groups actually. I hope they will be able to join because काफी ओडिया हमारा अच्छे से globally starting from Switzerland, Rome, and east to west, north to south, wherever they are. So and it's a nice initiative, Anjan. I think and both talent people are there. I think chota mota choti, I think we could contribute, we could do. I think you know my part. I think I told you before. I think
जोटी रहुचंती सेठी आपण जोटी रहुचंती सेठी कन्नडा रे कथा कह जाय, आमे ओडिया रे कथा
बैंगलोर है। हां करेक्ट।
पे जणे कन्नडा लोक ओडिया लोक परस्पर संगरे कथावार्ता हे परिबे ओ बुझी परिबे, सेटा केबे हबो सेटा आपनक भाषा रे?
Well, I think it's already there. Mane voice text of translation easily. I think we already started using it, right? Mane text to API, voice is already there. Voice to text is already there. But yeah, Bangalore ro gote common problem जोटा बे फसी के अछंती मु देखुची जनरली के ओडिया भी नो नॉन ओडिया लोक भी जोटा अछंती बेसिकली माने सी इट इज ए लोकल नेटिव लैंग्वेज रो जागृत होवाटा तो भलो, बट एबे आमे जेमती बैंगलोर रे लोकल लोकंकर जिनसटा अन्य माने खराब भाबरे नेलेनी, एंड देयर इज ए डिस्पैरिटी. आई थिंक दैट इज वेयर वी हैव टू कंट्रोल. सेतिमे हमर बोधे ओडिया रो लोकमानकर बोधे हमें समस्तंकर बोधे टिके भलो नेचर रहया दरकार कि हमें आई थिंक वी जेल वेरी वेल विथ अदर्स. दैट इज अ गुड थिंग अबाउट ओडियास कंपेयर टू एनी अदर. मु जते कि लोकन सहित काम करछि आई थिंक इंडिया रो नॉर्थ टू साउथ, ईस्ट टू वेस्ट, एंड चाहे यूएस रो कि यूरोप रे कि मल्टी जियोस बट आई थिंक हम ओडिया लोकंर गोटे जिनस होची वी जेल वेरी वेल जो कहते हैं ओडिया रे कोन ना कि गोटे मो ढेगटा भूली जाइए बैगण ना आलू ना कोटा गोटे मिसी जाए सब जगह सो सेमती बागेर अच्छी बट लोकलाइज जो प्रॉब्लम जाक अच्छी सेटा हमें किमती एवॉइड कर परिबा एआई एमएल थ्रू रे आई थिंक एप्स आर देयर टूल्स आर देयर बट सबु कॉमन लोक माने सेटा यूज करार मेंटालिटी रे नाहंती आई फील दे आर बीइंग थ्रेटन्ड स्टिल आई फील बट आमे जति की जागृत करिया कथा आई एम ए विजिटिंग प्रोफेसर सो आई कीप टीचिंग जनरली लोक मान को कोई चेष्टा करे स्टूडेंट मान को प्लस नॉन आईटी कम्युनिटी को वी ट्राई टू influence those good things but you know resistance to roivo and I think we can't avoid that so but yeah as a group as a community and ame jete ki chesta kar pariba and initiative nei pariba I think that would be one way to I think proceed I think what you have and all the community has really taken forward that's really great and I feel good about being an Odia as well I think I'm not that marketing person, but Anjan, really appreciate all nice things you are doing and all the nice people and the members and communities and all this. बहुत बढ़िया चले छे and I really wish all the best. So छोटो वगैरह जो छोटी छोटी आमे कर परिया कंट्रीब्यूट सेति के हम चेष्टा करूछु करिवा सेति के मोर जय जगन्नाथ and I think समस्ते सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे शान्तु निरामया सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत् थैंक यू
थैंक यू बढ़िया कहि कि शेष कर देले सो आमे भविष्यत रो कथा चिंता करजु व्हाट नेक्स्ट रो चिंता करूछु आपण केमति जोडी जोडा कि माने सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिन सर्वे सन्तु निरामय कले सो सेटा पुनी सेटा कोन गोटे सर्कल हे चल छी कि ए विषय रे एबे हम टाइम अछि शेड्यूल अनुसार सदाशिव मिश्रंकर स्वाभिमान ओडिसा स्वावलंबी ओडिसा तरफरु अछंदी कि सदाशिव मिश्र जदि नाहंती ताहले आमे स्वावलंबन राइट स्वावलंबी ओडिसा रे आमे जिबा टीके पात्र सर आपण अछंती किछ कहया
गुड मॉर्निंग एवरीबॉडी आई एम प्रोफेसर तापस्कर पात्र फ्रॉम ओयूटीआर भुवनेश्वर बहुत खुशी लागिला एठी आपन का चाली छी बोले कि अब देख मैं चेष्टा करथिली जॉइन करिवे आपन को कथा सब जानिबी एग्जैक्टली एमती मोर जदि फोकस एरिया मो काम रिलेटेड बतन जडा चाली छी सेटा देखिले एआई हम अप्लाई करजो टू द फॉल्ट टॉलरेंट एंड लो पावर वीएलएसआई पई जोथिले कि किछि एआई बेसिकली एमएल रो एल्गोरिथम पके कि जदि गोटे प्रोसेसर मल्टीपल प्रोसेसर अछि ताले केउ प्रोसेसर केतेटा प्रोसेसर एक्टिवेट करिया कथा जोटा कि वीएलएसआई भीतर डिजाइन हे परिबो सो दैट इट कैन से दैट जोटा कि इंडस्ट्री माने भी करूचंदी बट हमर एज ए एकेडमी या हिसाब रे हमें ताकू रिसर्च करूछु विथ माने आ गोटे मोस्टली दी हमर जो फॉल्ट टॉलरेंस बहुत समय हमर इलेक्ट्रॉनिक सर्किट अछि धरा जाऊ किछि फिल्टर बा जहा अछि से समय एमिति भी हे पारे जे भूल लोक कि एटा भूल लोक लगै दैछि आ एटा भूल वैल्यू रो रेजिस्टेंस और कैपेसिटेंस और सम वैल्यू सो देन एक्चुअली हमर बहुत समय ता फ्रीक्वेंसी चेंज हे जिवो जोटा कि इफेक्ट पकाए जे हमें न जानी कि भी एक्चुअली दैट इज द फॉल्ट बट हमें यदि इन केस फॉल्ट जानिलु जे फ्रीक्वेंसी चेंज हे गेलानी ताले हमें केमिति रिवर्स वे रे हिसाब माने भाबी कहि परिबो जे जदि जे लगै छी सेटा डेफिनेटली आइदर मेसे हमर अदर रेजिस्टेंस खराब हे जाईची बा पुराना हे जाईची कि कैपेसिटेंस खराब हे जाईची बा बढ़ी जाईची भूल जे रिप्लेस करची से भूल लगै छी सेई टाइप रो जिंस हमर बर्तन चाली जे ऑलमोस्ट इन ए स्टेज टू से द रिजल्ट which जोंट कि हमें बेसिकली एमएल टेक्निक पके कि क्लासिफिकेशन करूछु विथ रिस्पेक्ट टू दैट रिवर्स वे आ इंडस्ट्री रिलेटेड होची किछि कोल्ड फील्ड रे तो निया लगे अब जो जिन सची तार यूज करके हमर किछि काम चाली छी जोटा कि डेलीवर करा सम दैट वर्क इज टू इन ए गुड स्टेज बेसिकली वर्तमान माने वी आर ट्राइंग ऑप्टिकल रो पोलराइजेशन कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स नहीं क्वांटम रो जो बिहेवियर अछि तार रिलेटेड रो प्रॉपर्टी नै कि मशीन लर्निंग रे जो एडॉप्शन होउची क्वांटम मशीन लर्निंग जेटे सेटा हमरो आउट ए फोकस एरिया अछि जोटा कि चाली छी आउ बेसिकली दैट एप्लीकेशन ऑफ जदि अन्य माने से करू चंदी से रिलेटेड हमरो फील्ड रे सेगडा हम टिके इंटरेस्टेड लगी करू छु बर्तन एनी जदि के सुविधा मिलियो देन आई विल डेफिनेटली बी पार्ट ऑफ द कम्युनिटी आई एम एट this WhatsApp community, but किसे use ही पारिबो ताले ताले I will try to be there.
सर गोटे रोड मैप करिबा आपण जो सी देखंतु मोदी कहउछन जे we will make you know we will make our own India chip right विभिन्न विभिन्न देश मान करे sovereign AI कथा कहउछंती so we need to build this capability आपण को लाइन रे if we can have a monthly one schedule for this community आमे यू नो आपणकर जो काम अछि सेथिरे मे बी कम्युनिटी के इन्वॉल्व करे कि वी कैन डू समथिंग बेटर आ जो एक एक मिसे जो 11 जो होबो किछि करि परिबा सेंती
एडा हाके सेटरेशन करी हबो काहे ना एक्चुअली दि बर्तन दुई जणा हमर इंडस्ट्री पीपल रो आसी के से माने बर्तन हम कॉलेज रे करूचंती पीएचडी करचंती तांकर कामटा रो गोटे समरी कहली वन ऑफ द पार्ट इज देयर समरी but I mean we can collaborate and can have a better result we can try for that also
आज्ञा सो डॉक्टर पात्र प्रोफेसर पात्र सो ई 2-4 घंटा भितरे लाइक हमरो विभिन्न डिस्ट्रिक्ट रे सब समय दिया है मे बी इफ यू कैन थिंक ऑफ ए प्रपोजल लाइक व्हाट कैन वी डू एज ए कम्युनिटी जो थरे कि आपण हमन को जोड़ी परिबे माने ग्राउंड लेवल जोड़ी परिबे आपण काम संग जोड़ी कम दुटा रोड मैप तैयारी करि परिबे आगु थैंक यू सो मच
थैंक यू धन्यवाद समस्त
धन्यवाद विथ दिस नमस्कार सर हम कही स्वावलंबी ओडिसा रो कही अछंते कि मार्गदर्शी चेयरमैन आपण बदे सेठू
नमस्कार
आज्ञा
मु प्रोफेसर सत्य महापात्र
आज्ञा सर
आमे हेल्थ केयर सेक्टर रे काम करूछु इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ हेल्थ साइंस इंटीग्रेटिव अप्रोच रे काम करूछि एंड आमर कम्युनिकेशन डिसऑर्डर लाइक हियरिंग इम्पेयरमेंट और ऑटिज्म ए सब ऊपर बहुत किछि काम होउछि आमे देखुछु मेडिकल फील्ड रे समस्ते सुपर स्पेशलिस्ट ही कि पेशेंट को अल्प टिके एडवाइस दे कि छाड़ी दियंती होलिस्टिक बा इंटीग्रेटिव अप्रोच बहुत हॉस्पिटल रे प्राय न थाए तेणु मु क्यूरियोसिटी देखैछि केमिति विभिन्न स्कूल ऑफ थॉट बा विभिन्न डिसिप्लिन्स बा स्पेशलाइज्ड फील्ड रो नॉलेज ताकू इंटीग्रेट करी हबो इन द बेस्ट इंटरेस्ट ऑफ द पेशेंट सो आमे किछिटा एक्सपेरिमेंट जतले कलु ऑटिज्म रो कंप्लीट क्योर आमे करि देई पारछु भुवनेश्वर रे इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ हेल्थ साइंस ए काम करि पारछि सो हेल्थ केयर सेक्टर रे आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस रो जो नीड ता आमे फील करूछु एटा बहुत बड़ डोमेन ता केमिति knowledge available in the traditional remedies of Ayurveda or the frontier areas of biomedics and से सब को जोड़ी ले ए जे फोकस केवल रही इन्फेक्शन एंड इमरजेंसी केयर ता ऊपर को लोक जाई परिबे आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस रो यूज मशीन लर्निंग रो यूज बिना आज डेट रे एक्चुअली एडवांस मेडिकेयर भी संभव नुह सो किछिटा तो पसिछि किंतु बहुत बड़ स्कोप रही हेल्थ केयर सेक्टर रे दैट्स व्हाई मोर टिके क्यूरियोसिटी जो मु या भीतर पसिछि मु 42 इयर्स हला प्रैक्टिस करूछि कम्युनिकेशन डिसऑर्डर एंड ऑल दोस न्यूरो कॉग्निटिव डिसऑर्डर ऊपर वेल थैंक यू फॉर अलाउइंग मी टू टॉक अबाउट इट
और डॉक्टर महापात्र आपण बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट स्टेटमेंट कहले जे आपण ऑटिज्म सॉल्व कर दी जंदी सो मु एठी कैलिफोर्निया रहे एंड दैट्स अ बिग स्टेटमेंट एठी जदी एठी जने के जने सुनिबे जे आपण ऑटिज्म सॉल्व कर दी जंदी प्लीज सो 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 आपण को किमति किंतु साइंटिफिक अप्रोच अछि जोठी आपण सॉल्व कर जंदी एंड वुड यू वांट टू प्रेजेंट दैट इन अ वे इन व्हिच इज कंज्यूमेबल इन दिस पार्ट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड
डेफिनेटली इट मोर प्राय 20 वर्ष हला तापर मु काम करी चली ऑटिज्म ऊपर मते जदी के सुनिया पई चाहिबो आई हैव endless information.
Sir, ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଯଦି pitch deck ଟେ ଅଛି ଆମର community a convening team email को पठेଇ परिबे conveningteam@odishaai.org सेठी पठेई परिबे आ गोटे रोड मैप तयारी करी कि हमें आगे परिबा समान कथा पात्र सर थैंक यू सो मच आज्ञा नमस्कार आपन पीबी पति आपण अछंती कि ए समयटा एक्चुअली स्वावलंबी ओडिसा पई थिला मु सेत पई जदी के स्वावलंबी ओडिसा रु अछंती ताहले हाथ उठे परिबे नहले पीबी पति सर पाखु जीवा पीबी पति सर निज परिचय दे परिबे ओके
थैंक यू अंजन मो ना हला पितवासपति मो एआई फील्ड रे ऑफ कोर्स काम करछि मोटी अमृता यूनिवर्सिटी अमृता विश्वविद्यापीठम बैंगलोर कैंपस रे पूरा टीचिंग पोजीशन रे अछि मोर इंटरेस्ट एरिया रिसर्च रहला केमिति माने डिफरेंट LLMs AI टेक्नोलॉजीज को यूज करके एजुकेशन को हमें ट्रांसफॉर्म करवा एवं सम अदर सेक्टर ऑफ सर्विसेज को हमें ट्रांसफॉर्म करवा जो हमें हम भारतर जो लोक मान हमें मार्जिनलाइज्ड बोली कहूचे बिकॉज ऑफ लैंग्वेज नॉट नोइंग लैंग्वेज माने हमें हम प्रथम मानिया को पड़िबो जे भारतर लैंग्वेज ता वर्तमान हला गोटे सोसाइटी रो हम समाज रो बड़ डिवाइडर जो माने इंग्रजी जानचंती तांका लागि बहुत सुविधा उपलब्ध अछि जो माने जानि नाहंती तांका लागि सुविधा नाही सरकार बहुत काम करिया को चेष्टा करचंती केमिति हमर समाज ट्रांसफॉर्म हबो जेमिति जो माने माने हमर राज्यर सब विविध प्रकार भाषा रे वार्तालाप करचंती तांको केमिति से सुविधाटा मिलिबो किंतु ता सत्वे हमें जदी एआई आ सेही भलिया टेक्नोलॉजी गुडा को यूज करके आमे जदी समाज को ट्रांसफॉर्म करि परिबा ताहले हमर सुविधा गुडा को जनसाधारण पाखरे अति सहज रे पहुंच परिबो मु दीटा छोट उदाहरण देबी जेमिति कि देखंतु आज जदी आपण देखिबे हमर अधिकांश राज्य रे मैट्रिक पास करिगला परे 10th पास करिगला परे आपण जते प्रकार हायर एजुकेशन रो अपॉर्चुनिटी देखियो सबगुडा प्राय इंग्रजी मीडियम रे अछि तण जने जदी इंग्लिश रे बुझी पारुनी बा इंग्लिश भल से जानि नाही ताले नेचुरली से माने गुटे डिसएडवांटेज पोजीशन रे रहउछन्ती एवं स्लोली से माने से मेन स्ट्रीम रु बाहर जाउछन्ती साइड लाइन जाउछन्ती एटा गोटे द्वितीय जिंस हला हम लीगल सर्विस टा को देखा जाउ पूरा जिनसटा इंग्रजी रे ही चलछि तेणु धरतु गोटे छोट गाँव रे गोटे लोक गरीब लोक जे मुदिया कौन सी प्रकार काम रे इन्वॉल्व हो गला बाय मिस्टेक किवा कौन सी प्रकार से जीवन सारा पाई सही कोर्ट कचेरी चक्कर रे फसिक रही एवं ताकू दिन पर दिन लोक कहाँ बुले चलती कारण ता पाखरे किसी इनफॉरमेशन ना ऑफकोर्स सेटा अलग कथा जो माने इंग्रजी जानते से भी लॉ विषय में बेसी किसी जानते किंतु कथा कम से कम से को पढ़ी पार्टी जानी चेष्टा करमती आहरी केतरा चेष्टा करूँ आशा करूँ किछिटा बदल पारू किछिटा सुधार आनी पारू से कही अंजन सार धन्यवाद मु रहा चाहूँ
डॉक्टर प्रति नमस्कार आपण तो कम्युनिटी संगे जोड़ी की अछंती पुणी जेमती सत्य महापात्र सारू कहउतली और टिके पात्र सारू कहउतली लाइक आपण गोटे रोड मैप तयारी करंतु ए जो बिग प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करबा राइट आपण एबे लक्ष्य करी आपण तो जने रिसर्चर मध्ये आर्कशिप रे जाके देखिबे राइट 800 रिसर्च पेपर आछि पर वीक हाराहारी राइट स्वरूप कैन स्वरूप जदि ना अछंती स्वरूप नांदी बट स्वरूप कैन फिट दैट 800 पेपर it's incomprehensible by humans right 800 पेपर कौन चलती है सो आई थिंक आपण माने जदी भविष्य को लक्ष्य करी किछि गोटे रोड मैप आनिबे आमे कम्युनिटी ये करी कि तयारी करबा बिकॉज़ 1 और 1 मिसे 11 सेठी हबो काली तो जने कि मजारे कहउथले कि हरे एटा होसी इलॉन मस्क हमर सुब्रमण्यम आजिर स्पीकर अछंदी सी सो सीए कहउथले कि 1 1 मिसे 11 हम कहले अरे इलॉन मस्क चोरी करनले मन कथा नो मजा करथुली बट सो 1 1 मिसे 11 करबा केमति रोड मैप करिवे फॉर एग्जांपल पात्र सार जोटा कहले महापात्र सार जोटा कहले ओ आपनकर मिसे गुटे कम्युनिटी पे रोड मैप तयारी करले माने हमें सेटा करि परबा माने कॉन्फ्रेंस होची कॉन्फ्रेंस परे आरो पुनी आरो कॉन्फ्रेंस रु कोन हेथिबो राइट सो व्हाट नेक्स्ट रो गुटे प्रपोजल करी कि पठे देले वी वुड हैव फॉलो अप सेशन एंड वी विल एबे तो देखले मल्टी नेशनल केमती हमें होचु देयर आई मीन आदित्य सर कहले कि इट्स अबाउट 44 लोकेशन थला 44 लोकेशन रु आमे एटा ग्लोबल मेनस्ट्रीम थना अछु विभिन्न जगरु जॉइन करजंती समस्त सो रोड मैप करिया पई रोड मैप टा दवा पई आपनकु अनुरोध और निमंत्रण रहिला सो मु देखुची सुमन्यु पंडा भाई नांगु देखुची संतोष डॉक्टर संतोष कुमार दास सागर पलाई ए माने अछंती दीपेन राउतराय तो पुणी प्रश्न रोची ए समयटी आपनकर स्वावलंबी ओडिसा पई थिला स्वावलंबी ओडिसा पर आपण स्वावलंबी काहे के हेतला असला ना आपण देखंतु हमें जतले स्टार्टअप ते तयारी करिया पई जाउछु स्टार्टअप ओके सबो स्पीकर टिके लिंक्डइन शेयर करला ठीक अछि तो सागर बाबू कहजंती लिंक्डइन शेयर करंतु लिंक्डइन शेयर करि परिबे तो स्वावलंबी एत पई थिला कि हमें तळे स्टार्टअप टे करू वी नीड फंड्स एंड फॉर द फंड्स वी गो टू वेंचर कैपिटल सो और एंजल इन्वेस्टर्स सो आपनकर आजिर प्रथम जापान रो प्रेजेंटेशन सरला पर हमर गुटे थला एआई इन्वेस्टमेंट एंजल इन्वेस्टमेंट 101 तो सेटा गोटे इंपोर्टेंट हमर परपर देखिबे जे हमर मोर एंड मोर सेशन से आडको हबो तो आपण माने रोड मैप दियंतु आपनकर प्रपोजल टा जदी व्यवसाय योग्य है पारिबो जो मार्केट फिट बोली जोटा कंति योग्य जदी हे पारिबो हमें ताकू विभिन्न प्रकार रे ताकू मार्केट आडको नबा सो एति कहि कि आउ हम पखरे समय अछि ए जो फोरम रे आउ 5-10 मिनिट कथा हबा केही किछि जदी कहिबे नले जो माने कहि नांती ए पर्यंत मीटिंग रे अछंती आ कहि नांती तांकू डाकिबी आपण मेसेज ते पठेले सागर बाबू आपण पदे कहिबे कि ओडिसा एआई
हेलो ओडिया कले चलिबो ना
निश्चित ओडिया रे कहले आपण धोरी बेसी स्वागत योग्य इंग्रजी कहवा अपेक्षा
हाँ माने मु रिसेंटली किछि प्रोजेक्ट ऊपर काम करथली लाइक किछि ओडिया बोर्ड बने पे कि ये प्रथम तो प्रॉब्लम होतला डेटा नथिला एनो मु देखली किछि हगिंग फेस रो बनै चंदी कम्युनिटी ओडिया डेटा ऊपर बट ताको आउरी अधिक करि हबो से डेटा सेट को हम केन बढ़ै परिबा माने ओडिया कम्युनिटी पे जेमिति लाइक किछि फार्मर हे गेला कि स्टूडेंट हे गेला माने हमें हगिंग फेस से डेटा आनी कि ट्रेन करी किछि फाइन ट्यून करी मॉडल बने हबो एंड अनदर प्रॉब्लम होतला कि हमर कंप्यूट होनी एठी माने जेमिति यूएसए रो गोटे पिला तार कॉलेज यूनिवर्सिटी रे से कंप्यूट इजीली पाई होची बट ओडिसा रे सेटा स्ट्रगल होची माने किछि ओडिसा गवर्नमेंट रो मु सेटा जानि परन कि किछि इनिशिएटिव अछि कि जोटे कंप्यूट फ्री रे मिल पाइबो से पिला जाई मॉडल ट्रेन करके किछि बने पारि और एते कहै पे चाहूतले आ गोटे मो प्रश्न अछि कि माने एआई जुगरे एज ए कोडर हमें केमिति सर्वाइव करिवा लाइक क्लॉड 3.5 सॉनेट में यूज करूची से तो सब मोस्ट ऑफ द कोड लिखि दोची तो माने जेमिति चाषटा हुए आगुरु लोक हळ करूथले ये करूथले आस्ते आस्ते ट्रैक्टर आसिला सब नुआ नुआ मॉडर्न इक्विपमेंट आस्तला तो मते लागुची एआई से बेला ए टूल गुडा जो आसुची तो मते लागुची आमे बेटर हे परिबा ए टूल यूज करके बट बेले बेले फियर भी लागुची ना हमके रिप्लेस कर दबो जनरेटिव एआई जेमिति ग्रो होची एटा मोर थिंकिंग थला थैंक यू
so thinking is great thinking so multiple point अपन टच करले अपन गोटे रिक्वेस्ट हबो एई कथाटी को लेखि नियंतु लेखि की कन्वेनिंग टीम @odisai.org रे पठै दियंतु सो आउ ताकू हमें बढ़ेबा ଯେମିତି ଆଜି ଆଜି କନଫରେନ୍ସ ଅଛି ଆର ବର୍ଷକୁ କନଫରେନ୍ସ ସେଟା ଯେମିତି ବଢି ଯାଇଥିବ। ଦୀପକ
ଆଉ
ପ୍ରଧାନ
ଗୋଟେ ମୋର ରିକ୍ୱେଷ୍ଟ ଅଛି କି ଲାଇକ୍ ଆମ ଯୋଉ କମ୍ୟୁନିଟି ଯୋଉ ଅଛନ୍ତି ଏଆଇ ର ହେଡ୍ ଯିଏ ୟୁଏସ୍ ରେ କାମ କରୁଛନ୍ତି, ମାନେ ସପୋଜ ଗୋଟେ ଭାଇ ମୁଁ ଦେଖିଲି ଡିପ୍ ମାଇଣ୍ଡ ରେ କାମ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ସେ କମ୍ୟୁନିଟି ଥ୍ରୁରୁ ଆମକୁ ମାନେ କିଛି ମାନେ ୟୁଟ୍ୟୁବ କ୍ଲାସ୍ ଇଏ କି କଣ ଆଡଭାନ୍ସମେଣ୍ଟ ଚାଲିଛି ଇଏ ଚାଲିଛି କଣ ରିସର୍ଚ୍ଚ କରିହବ କଣ ଅଛି ସେଟା ଟିକେ ଶିଖିଲେ ବେଟର ହବ ୟୁଟ୍ୟୁବ ଚ୍ୟାନେଲ ଥ୍ରୁ।
ଆପଣ ଏଇ କଥାଟିକୁ ପୁରା କଣଟା ଦରକାର ଏଇ କଥାଟିକୁ ଟିକେ ପକେଇ ଦିଅନ୍ତୁ, ଏଇ କଥାରେ ପକେଇ ଦିଅନ୍ତୁ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ ଯୋଉ ମାନେ ଆପଣ ଗୋଟେ ଇୟରଲି ଭାବୁଛନ୍ତି ଗୋଟେ ପ୍ରାଇମର ସେସନ ରାଇଟ୍ ଇୟରଲି ରୋଡ ମ୍ୟାପ ଆମେ ସେଟା ସେଇ ବ୍ୟବସ୍ଥାଟା ଡେଫିନେଟଲି କରେଇ ଦେଇପାରିବା। ଏଇଠି ଖାଲି ସ୍ପିକର ଆସୁଛନ୍ତି ଏଇ ତ କନଫରେନ୍ସ ତ ବହୁତ ଲମ୍ବା ଚାଲୁଛି ପୃଥିବୀର ପ୍ରଥମ ସୂର୍ଯ୍ୟୋଦୟଠୁ ଶେଷ ସୂର୍ଯ୍ୟାସ୍ତ ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ଚାଲୁଛି କନଫରେନ୍ସ ଟା। ତେଣୁ ଆସନ୍ତାକାଲି ଜଣେ ପ୍ରଫେସର ଆସୁଛନ୍ତି, ସିଏ କହିଛନ୍ତି ସିଏ ମତେ ପଚାରୁଥିଲେ କି ଆମର ପିଲାମାନେ କୋଉମାନେ ଶିଖିବା ପାଇଁ ଚାହୁଁଛନ୍ତି, ମୁଁ ତାକୁ ଶିଖିବା ପାଇଁ ଚାହିଁବି। ସିଏ ଓସାର ଆଟଲାଣ୍ଟାରୁ ଅଛନ୍ତି ବୋଧେ, ଆଟଲାଣ୍ଟା କି ମିନେସୋଟା, ତ ସିଏ ଚାହୁଁଥିଲେ ଯେ କରିବା ପାଇଁ। ମୁଁ କହିଲି ଠିକ ଅଛି ଆସନ୍ତୁ, ଏଇ ତ ଆପଣଙ୍କର କଣ ଦରକାରଟା ଲେଖିକି ପଠେଇ ଦିଅନ୍ତୁ, ଆଉ ଆହୁରି ଲମ୍ବା ହବ କନଭିନିଂ ଟିମ୍ @odishaai.org ରେ ଯଦି ପଠେଇଦେବେ ଆହୁରି ବେଶୀ ଦିନ ରହିପାରିବ।
ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ।
ଆଜ୍ଞା ବାବୁ
ନମସ୍କାର ରଞ୍ଜନ ଭାଇ, ନମସ୍କାର ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ। ମୁଁ ଆଡ୍ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ଚାହିଁଲି ସାଗର ପିଲାଇ ଯୋଉ ପଚାରିଲେ, ଆଉ ଯେହେତୁ ମୁଁ ବି ଡେଟା ସାଇନ୍ସ ପଢାଏ, ବହୁତ ଷ୍ଟୁଡେଣ୍ଟ ଆଉ ବହୁତ ୱାର୍କିଂ ପ୍ରୋଫେସନାଲ ଏଇଆ ଫିଲ୍ କରନ୍ତି କି ଚାଟ୍ ଜିପିଟି ତ ସବୁ କରିଦଉଛି ଆଉ ଆମେ ପ୍ରୋଗ୍ରାମର ହିସାବରେ କଣ କରିବା। ବହୁତ ବଢିଆ ପ୍ୟାରାଲେଲ ଗୋଟେ ସାଗର କହିଲେ କି ଆଗରୁ ହଳ କରୁଥିଲେ, ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଟ୍ରାକ୍ଟର ପଳେଇ ଆସିଲାଣି, ଆଡଭାନ୍ସ ମେସିନାରୀ ପଳେଇ ଆସିଲାଣି, କିନ୍ତୁ କଣ ମେସିନାରୀ ଆସିବା ଯୋଗୁ ଯୋଉ ପ୍ରାଇମେରୀ ହଳ କରିବାର ମେକାନିଜମ ଥିଲା ସେଇଟା କଣ ଆଜି ବନ୍ଦ ହେଇଯାଇଛି? ନା, ସେଇଟା ଚାଲିଛି। ସେମିତି ପ୍ରୋଗ୍ରାମର ମାନଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ ଆସିଷ୍ଟାନ୍ସ ତ ଡେଫିନେଟଲି ଲାର୍ଜ ଲାଙ୍ଗୁଏଜ ମଡେଲ୍ସ ଆମକୁ ମିଳିବ, ସେଥିରେ ଆମ କାମଟା ଇଜି ହେଇଯିବ। ଆମ କାମଟା ହାତରୁ ଯେ ପଳେଇବ ଏଇଟା କେବେ ବି ନୁହେଁ। ରାଦର ଏ ଛୋଟିଆ ମୋଟିଆ କାମ ପାଇଁ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଆମେ ଷ୍ଟାକ୍ ଓଭରଫ୍ଲୋକୁ ଘାଣ୍ଟୁଥିଲେ କି ଗୁଗୁଲରେ ଘାଣ୍ଟି ହେଇକି ସଲ୍ଭ କରୁଥିଲେ, ସେ ପ୍ରୋବ୍ଲେମଟା ସଲ୍ଭ ହେଇଯାଇକି ଫଟାଫଟ ଆମକୁ କାମଟା ମିଳିଲା, ଆମର କାମ କରିବାର ଆକ୍ସିଲରେଟେଡ ହେଇଗଲା, ମାନେ ଏକ୍ସଟ୍ରିମଲି ଫାଷ୍ଟ ହେଇଯିବ। ଖୁଚୁରୁ ମୁଚୁରୁ କାମରେ ଗୋଟେ ଦିନ ଯୋଉ ବ୍ୟାଣ୍ଡେଜ ଗୁଡାକ ୱେଷ୍ଟ ହେଇଯାଉଥିଲା ସେଇଟା ଆଉ ହବନି। ଦ୍ୟାଟ୍ ଇଜ ଦ ଓନଲି ଥିଙ୍ଗ। ରାଦର वी विल सॉल्व मोर critical problems with the help of this chat GPT or these assistants and all. So that is what I wanted to add on. So ମୁଁ ଟେଲିକମ୍ ଆଉ ହେଲ୍ଥ କେୟାର ଇଣ୍ଡଷ୍ଟ୍ରିରେ କାମ କରେ। ପ୍ରିଭିୟସଲି ଆସୋସିଏଟ ଡାଇରେକ୍ଟର ଏଆଇ ରେ ଥିଲି। ଅଞ୍ଜନ ଭାଇଙ୍କୁ many thanks, he has helped me architecting a lot personally, one to one meet ରେ ରହିକି, ଯେମିତି ସାଗର କହୁଥିଲେ କି କମ୍ୟୁନିଟିରୁ କଣ ହେଲ୍ପ ହେଇପାରିବ, ମତେ ତ ବହୁତ ବେନିଫିଟ ହେଇଛି। ଅଞ୍ଜନ ଭାଇ ପର୍ସନାଲି ୱାନ୍ ଟୁ ୱାନ୍ କଲରେ ହିଁ ମତେ ଗାଇଡ କରିଛନ୍ତି ଗୁଡାଏ ଜାଗାରେ କି କେମିତି କଣ ସଲ୍ୟୁସନ ଆର୍କିଟେକ୍ଟ କରିହବ, ଆଣ୍ଡ ଆଇ ହାଭ୍ ବିନ୍ ବେନିଫିଟେଡ୍। ଏବେ ହେଲ୍ଥ କେୟାରରେ କାମ କରୁଛି, ପର୍ଟିକୁଲାରଲି ଅଙ୍କୋଲୋଜି ଏରିଆରେ କାମ କରୁଛି, ଟ୍ରାଇଙ୍ଗ ଟୁ ସି how precision medicine can help a lot. particularly ମୁଁ ଟେଲିକମ୍ ଇଣ୍ଡଷ୍ଟ୍ରି ଛାଡ଼ିକି ପୁଣି ଥରେ ଆଗରୁ ଜାପାନରେ ହେଲ୍ଥ କେୟାରରେ କାମ କରୁଥିଲି ୟୁରିନ୍ ଆନାଲିସିସରେ, ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଏଗେନ୍ ହେଲ୍ଥ କେୟାରରେ ଅଙ୍କୋଲୋଜିରେ କାମ କରୁଛି। କେବଳ ଦିଟା ରିଜନ, ଗୋଟେ ରିଜନ ହେଲା ଯିଏ ଫାଉଣ୍ଡର ଅଛନ୍ତି ସିଏ ଜଣେ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଭାଇ, ଦ୍ୱିତୀୟ ହେଲା ବରଗଡ଼ ଆମ ଜିଲ୍ଲା ଅଛି ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ, ଦୁର୍ଭାଗ୍ୟବଶତଃ ଭାରତରେ ଦ୍ୱିତୀୟ ସ୍ଥାନରେ ଅଛି କ୍ୟାନ୍ସର ପେସେଣ୍ଟ କାଉଣ୍ଟରେ। ତ ମୁଁ ଭାବିଲି କି ଏଇଥିରେ କାମ କଲେ ବୋଧହୁଏ ମୁଁ ଓଡ଼ିଶା ପାଇଁ କିଛି ଗୋଟେ କରିପାରିବି, ଆଉ ବହୁତ ଷ୍ଟ୍ରଙ୍ଗ ଡିଟରମିନେସନ ନେଇକି ମୁଁ ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ କରିଛି। ଗଡ୍ସ ଗ୍ରେସ୍, ଦେଖାଯାଉ କଣ ହେଇପାରିବ। ଜୟ ଜଗନ୍ନାଥ।
ଜୟ ଜଗନ୍ନାଥ। Can we do something to solve cancer? କ୍ୟାନ୍ସର ସଲ୍ଭ କରିପାରିବା?
କ୍ୟାନ୍ସର ସଲ୍ଭ କରିହବ ନା ନାହିଁ ତ କହିପାରୁନି, କିନ୍ତୁ କ୍ୟାନ୍ସରରେ ଡକ୍ଟର ମାନେ ଯେମିତି କାମ କରୁଛନ୍ତି, ଗୁଡାଏ ଜିନିଷ ଯେମିତି ତାଙ୍କର ଡକୁମେଣ୍ଟିଂ ପାଇଁ ତାଙ୍କର ଗୁଡାଏ ସମୟ ନଷ୍ଟ ହଉଛି, previous analysis ପାଇଁ ଗୁଡାଏ ସମୟ ନଷ୍ଟ ହଉଛି. We are trying our best in our company how to accelerate those works so that they get more time to provide holistic service as our chairman IHS ro कहउछन. They are doing really good work. I know the physiotherapy specialist, those are coming from IHS in Odisha, they are really skilled, and I know a lot of them personally from the previous batch, and they are helping as a IT engineer to us to deal with a different kind of back pains and shoulder joints and all. So ସେଇ holistic service enable କରିବା ପାଇଁ ତାଙ୍କର ଯେତକ ସବୁ ସାଇଡ୍ କାମ ଗୁଡାକ କନଜ୍ୟୁମ କରୁଥିଲା, ଆମେ ସେଇଟାକୁ accelerate କରିବା ପାଇଁ ଚେଷ୍ଟା କରୁଛୁ. Parallelly we are still working on precision medicine, but that may take time. Our team is working. Let's see. I'll keep updating this community if something good that I can make, and possibly if that can be used in Bargad and Odisha. Bargad is the unfortunately or fortunately ସେଇଥିପାଇଁ cancer hospital dedicatedly ଖୋଲା ହେଇଛି.
ଆଚ୍ଛା ଦୀପକ ସାର୍, ଏବେ ବରଗଡ଼ର ଡିଏମ୍ ଅଛନ୍ତି ବୋଧେ ଆଦିତ୍ୟ ଗୋୟାଲ ସାର୍. ଆପଣ ଯଦି ଚିଠିଟା ଆପଣ ପଠେଇଥିବେ ଆମ କମ୍ୟୁନିଟି ତରଫରୁ, ଯଦି ପଠେଇଥିବେ, ଆମେ ଚାଲନ୍ତୁ କିଛି ଗୋଟେ ମାନେ ଇଏ କରିବା, ରାଇଟ୍? କ୍ୟାନ୍ସର ବେସରେ ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ଜେଫ୍ କ୍ଲୁନଙ୍କର ସେ ପେପରଟା ପଢୁଥିଲି, agentic scientist, right? So we have our limits, but what if $15 per hour ki $10 per hour? My apologies. So agentic science kariki kemti kari hobo seta dekhiba.
Definitely Anjan bhai. Even I mane more to strong determination achi, mane strong conviction achi, jemde apan kahile ki right now generative AI, what is next? Particularly what I see कि 5 वर्ष भितरे ଯେତେବେଳେ 5G ତ ଏବେ ଆମେ କେବଳ cities ଗୁଡାକରେ avail କରୁଛନ୍ତି, ଯେତେବେଳେ ଏଟା across rural irrespective of any point in earth ଯେତେବେଳେ available ହେଇଯିବ, healthcare will boost up like anything. Anybody can do a surgery, and this will help the world in great way, where inevitably AI will be a crucial part of it. ଆପଣ mute ରେ କହୁଛନ୍ତି ଅଞ୍ଜନ ଭାଇ.
Sure. So thank you. I think we should talk something. ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ସମୟଟା ଅଛି, ଏଇ ସମୟଟା ହଉଛି ବିଭିନ୍ନ ଡିଷ୍ଟ୍ରିକ୍ଟର ବିଭିନ୍ନ ପ୍ରତିନିଧି ମାନଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ କିଛି ଚିଠି ଯାଇଛି ସେମାନଙ୍କ ପାଖକୁ. ବ୍ୟସ୍ତତା ଭିତରେ କେହି ତାକୁ ରେସ୍ପଣ୍ଡ କରିଛନ୍ତି. କୁମାରିକା ମ୍ୟାଡାମ, if you want.
ସନ୍ତୋଷ କୁମାର ଦାସ କହିବାକୁ ଚାହୁଁଛନ୍ତି, କୁହନ୍ତୁ.
ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ ଆଜ୍ଞା. ନମସ୍କାର ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ. ନମସ୍କାର ରଞ୍ଜନ ଭାଇ, ନମସ୍କାର କୁମାରିକା, ନମସ୍କାର, ଆଉ ଯୋଉମାନେ ଅଛନ୍ତି ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ମୋର ନମସ୍କାର. ଆକ୍ଚୁଆଲି ଆଜି ବହୁତ କିଛି ଡିସ୍କସନ ହେଇଗଲାଣି. ସେଇ ଉପରେ ମୋର ଗୋଟେ ଡ୍ରିମ୍ ଅଛି ଆକ୍ଚୁଆଲି, ଯୋଉଟା କି ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ କାମରେ ଆସିବ. ଯେମିତି ଆମର ଓଡିଶା ଭିତରେ ବହୁତ ପ୍ରକାର କାମ ହଉଛି, ମାନେ ହେଲ୍ଥ ରିଲେଟେଡ କାମ ହଉଛି, ଏଗ୍ରିକଲଚର ରିଲେଟେଡ କାମ ହଉଛି, ତାପରେ ଆମର ପଲ୍ୟୁସନ ରିଲେଟେଡ କାମ ହଉଛି, ତାପରେ ଆମର ସିଟିର କ୍ରିମିନାଲ ଆକ୍ଟିଭିଟି, ସିକ୍ୟୁରିଟି ସେଫ୍ଟି ଆଣ୍ଡ ସିକ୍ୟୁରିଟି, ତା ଉପରେ କାମ ହଉଛି. ତ ମୋଷ୍ଟଲି ଗଭର୍ଣ୍ଣମେଣ୍ଟ ଆମର କଣ, ଗଭର୍ଣ୍ଣମେଣ୍ଟ ଅଫ ଇଣ୍ଡିଆ ଆମର ଚାହୁଁଛି ମାନେ ଧୀରେ ଧୀରେ ସବୁ ସିଟି, ସବୁ ମାନେ ଡିଷ୍ଟ୍ରିକ୍ଟ କୁ ଗୋଟେ ଗୋଟେ ସ୍ମାର୍ଟ ସିଟି କରିବା ପାଇଁ. ଯେମିତି ଆମର ରାଉରକେଲା ଗୋଟେ ସ୍ମାର୍ଟ ସିଟି, କଟକ ଗୋଟେ ସ୍ମାର୍ଟ ସିଟି, ଭୁବନେଶ୍ୱର ଗୋଟେ ସ୍ମାର୍ଟ ସିଟି. ତ ଧୀରେ ଧୀରେ ୱାନ୍ ବାଇ ୱାନ୍ ସେ ଆଡ ଅନ୍ କରି ଚାଲିଛି. ତ ଏଇଥିରେ ଗୋଟେ ଜିନିଷ, ସ୍ମାର୍ଟ ସିଟି ମାନେ ସେମାନେ କଣ କରୁଛନ୍ତି, ସ୍ମାର୍ଟ ସିଟି ହେଲା ମାନେ ସମସ୍ତେ ସେଥିରୁ ଫ୍ୟାସିଲିଟି ପାଇବେ, ସବୁ ପ୍ରକାର ଫ୍ୟାସିଲିଟି. ଇଟ୍ ଇଜ ସେମ୍ ଲାଇକ୍ ଏ ଚାଟ୍ ଜିପିଟି. ଆମେ ଯେମିତି ଚାଟ୍ ଜିପିଟି ଗୋଟେ କ୍ୱେଶ୍ଚନ ପଚାରୁଛନ୍ତି, ସେ ଆନ୍ସର ଦଉଛି, ସେମିତି ଆମର ସ୍ମାର୍ଟ ସିଟିରେ ଏମିତି ଫ୍ୟାସିଲିଟି ହେବା ଦରକାର ଯୋଉଥିରେ କି ଲୋକମାନେ ତାକୁ ଫ୍ୟାସିଲିଟି ପାଇପାରିବେ. ମନେକର ମୁଁ କହିବି ମୋ ଆଜି ଗୋଟେ ଭଲ ଡକ୍ଟର ଦରକାର, ମୋର କ୍ୟାନ୍ସର ହେଇଛି କି ମୋର ହାର୍ଟ ପ୍ରୋବ୍ଲେମ ଅଛି, ସାଙ୍ଗେ ସାଙ୍ଗେ ମୁଁ ଯେମିତି ଆନ୍ସରଟା ପାଇବି. ମନେକର ମୁଁ ଚାହିଁବି କୋଉ ଗୋଟେ ଏରିଆକୁ ଯିବି, ଯେ ସେ ଏରିଆରେ ଏବେ ଟ୍ରାଫିକ ଠିକ ଅଛି ନା ନାହିଁ, କିଛି ମବ୍ ଲିଚିଂ ହଉଛି କି, କିଛି କଣ ଆକ୍ଟିଭିଟି ଚାଲିଛି କି, ସାଙ୍ଗେ ସାଙ୍ଗେ ମୁଁ ଇନଫର୍ମେସନ ପାଇବି, ସେ ଅନୁସାରେ ମୁଁ ମୋର ପ୍ଲାନିଂ କରିବି. ଯେମିତି ମନେକର କହିବି ମୁଁ ଆଜି ଫାର୍ମର, ମୁଁ ଯଦି କହିବି ମୁଁ ଆଜି କଣ କଲ୍ଟିଭେଟ କଲେ ମତେ ପ୍ରଫିଟ ମିଳିବ, ଡବଲ ଫୋଲ୍ଡ ପ୍ରଫିଟ ମିଳିବ, ମୁଁ ସେଇ ଆନ୍ସର ଯଦି ପାଇଗଲା ପରେ, ମୁଁ ଯଦି ଭେରି ପୁଅର ଫାର୍ମର, मोर इक्विपमेंट दरकार पेस्टिसाइड दरकार बहुत टेक्निकल इक्विपमेंट सब दरकार से सब कोठु मिलियो सब जिनसर जदि मो सुविधा पाई गली ताले मतलब बहुत किसी बेनिफिट मिलियो एमते बहुत समस्त नीड अनुसार आमे क्वेरी देले से आंसर आसी तो हमर चैट जीपीटी से हमर जने भाई कहले जो डेफिनेशन कहले जेनेटिव एआई तो दैट डेफिनेशन हला कि से सब हमर विकिपीडिया रे नै जाउची इंटरनेट रे नै जाउची से गुडाक सत्यासत्यता किछ न थाए माने आमे चाहूँ रियलिस्टिक माने रियल टाइप ऑफ एआई जोटा कि जेनेटिव एआई रियल फील्ड रो आनिबा जेंति मो मो हेले प्रोफेसर संतोष कुमार दास आम एनआईटी राउरकेला मो अछि प्रोफेसर अछि डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एंड कम्युनिकेशन तो मो लास्ट 10 इयर्स मो हेलानी काम कलिनी एई एरिया डोमेन ऊपर तो मोर बेसिक ड्रीम है कि गोटे स्मार्ट सिटी पई कोन कोन सब डेवलप होई परिबो starting from hardware to software it is integration from software and hardware both mixing with IoT and AI domain everything is there so ମୁଁ ଏବେ ଯାହା କହିଲି ଯେମିତି ଗୋଟେ କହିଲି ଟ୍ରାଫିକ ସିଷ୍ଟମ କ୍ରିମିନାଲ ଆକ୍ଟିଭିଟି ସିଷ୍ଟମ ପଲ୍ୟୁସନ ସିଷ୍ଟମ ଏଗ୍ରିକଲଚର ସିଷ୍ଟମ ହେଲ୍ଥ କେୟାର ସିଷ୍ଟମ all the systems will be integrated together so that all will be benefited from one platform same like ChatGPT so that is my next plan and this I Anjan bhai jo kahile what is next so this is one of my dream what will be the next after doing so many works after doing individual work how do you integrate all this together to make a one platform so एथिमे बहुत किछि टेक्निकल एक्सपर्ट दरकार जेमति जण लोक तो करि परिबो ना बहुत प्रकार एक्सपर्ट दरकार हमर जेमति एबे अंदर में जो ग्रुप बन जंती ओडिया एआई ए ग्रुप रे बहुत प्रकार माने एक्सपर्ट अछंती माने किए एआई रे काम करछि तो कि हार्डवेयर रे काम करछि तो कि सिक्योरिटी रे काम करछि कि हेल्थ केयर रे काम करछि बहुत प्रकार माने एक्सपर्ट अछंती आमे जदि मिसिकी गोटे हमर रोड मैप करिया रंजन भाई जो कहले रोड मैप से रोड मैप जदि करि परिबा आउ छोट छोट कंट्रीब्यूशन जदि करि पारे आमे ए सिस्टम टा को डेवलप कर पारे जोटा कि ओडिसा पय बहुत हेल्पफुल हे पारे सो सेति देख कहल चाहूँ धन्यवाद धन्यवाद सानन भाई
निश्चित डॉक्टर दास सेमिति की रोड मैप टे हो मॉडल टे हो और मल्टीपल मॉडल्स टे हो जोटा कि एठी हो आपण जानी खुशी हेबे एठी यूएस रे दुई तीन जन धनी लोक अच्छा जो माने कि बड़ बड़ एरिया किणी कि सेठी सब फ्यूचरिस्टिक सिटी तैयारी करबा चेष्टा करछन सेमानकर मोटिवेशन बहुत अलग जन जन को अछि समाने से सिटा कोनी कि लाइक गॉड फीलिंग्स राइट आई एम लाइक गॉड मु एटा पूरा बनै छी तांग पर पैसा अछि समान करछन दैट इज वन टाइप ऑफ another type of people they have money they want to solve homelessness using अपन सो मेन कथा होची आपण एनआईटी राउरकेला रे जो कांसेप्ट टा गुड तयारी करचंती आपणकर फील्ड ऑफ आपणकर मु तो थैंक यू आपण लैब रे जाय कि देखिबार सुजोग मिलथिला मते सो आपण जो प्रैक्टिकल ओरिएंटेड जिनसटा को हमें एठी व्यवहार केमते करबा दी वे दैट वी आर लुकिंग फॉर दी आई मीन हमें चेष्टा करूछु कि एटा स्वावलंबी ओडिसा रो सेक्शन रु जाय कि जिला सेक्शन गलानी आपण सुंदरगढ़ रे अछंती सेठी पाखा पाखी जो राउरकेला रु आपणकर सब एक्सपोर्ट करंतु एठी इंपोर्ट हो राइट एठी सुकांत भाई थिले लंडन रे एठी हमें यूएस रे अछु कनाडा रो के अछंती सो इट्स ए मल्टी नेशनल प्लेस सो हम माने इंडिया एक्सपोर्ट करू हमें इंपोर्ट करिवु हमें माने एठी जो इंपोर्ट करछु जो डेवलप्ड पार्ट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड राइट सेटा जेमति इंपोर्ट करू से जिन सेटा केमति गुड रोड मैप तयारी करंतु लाइक क्षमा करिए प्लीज गो वाइल्ड थिंक एज सो सेतपई सर जेमति कहले डॉक्टर महापात्र जे कहले हमें ऑटिज्म सॉल्व कर देछु इफ यू नो इफ दैट कैन बी डन इट्स अ बिग थिंग राइट सर आपण जदी ऑटिज्म सॉल्व कर दिचंती कैंसर सॉल्व करंतु डॉक्टर दास आपण सॉल्व करंतु होमलेसनेस राइट सो
यस
इंटरेस्टिंगली आसंता काली जने स्पीकर अछंती तांकर शेड्यूल कंफर्म हे नाही बट इफ ही शेड्यूलिंग कंफर्म आपण को देखतेबे हाउ ही इज गिविंग बैक राइट ही इज सॉल्विंग होमलेसनेस एठी सैन फ्रांसिस्को बट थैंक यू डॉक्टर दास तापरे आ कहबे हम पाखरे एबे किछि समय अछि स्वावलंबी ओडिसा रु केही अछंती ମୁଁ ଦେଖୁଛି ନିକୁଞ୍ଜ ଦାସଙ୍କୁ ଦେଖୁଛି। ମୁଁ ଜାଣିନି ସେ ସ୍ୱାବଲମ୍ବୀ ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ ଅଛନ୍ତି କି ନାହିଁ। ସୌମ୍ୟ ରଞ୍ଜନ ନାୟକ ଅଛନ୍ତି। ସୌମ୍ୟ ରଞ୍ଜନ ନାୟକ ଚିହ୍ନା ଚିହ୍ନା ଲାଗୁଛି। ଆପଣ
ଭାଇ ଜୟ ଜଗନ୍ନାଥ।
ଜୟ
ନିକୁଞ୍ଜ
ଜଗନ୍ନାଥ।
ଦାସ କହୁଛି।
ଜୟ ଜଗନ୍ନାଥ।
ନିକୁଞ୍ଜ
ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ବି
ଦାସ
ଜୟ
କହୁଛି।
ଜଗନ୍ନାଥ। ଜଣଙ୍କ ପରେ ଜଣେ କୁହନ୍ତୁ କଣ କହିବେ। What next?
ଆକ୍ଚୁଆଲି ମୁଁ ଜାଣିନି ଏଜେଣ୍ଡା କଣ। ମୁଁ ସକାଳୁ ଉଠିଲି।
What
What
next?
next? Okay, okay.
Generative AI now, what next? ଆପଣଙ୍କର ତ ସେସନ ଆସୁଛି, but what next is a very simple question, but it's one of the most complex questions.
ଆଜ୍ଞା, ସର୍ଟରେ ମୁଁ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ନମସ୍କାର କରୁଛି। ଗୁଡ ମର୍ଣ୍ଣିଂ ଆଣ୍ଡ ଗୁଡ ଇଭିନିଂ। ଆଉ ମୁଁ ତ ଏଆଇରେ ଅନେକ ଦିନ ହେଲା କାମ କରୁଛି। ମୋର ଧାରଣା ହଉଛି କି ଏଆଇ ବହୁତ କିଛି ଏକ୍ଜିଷ୍ଟିଂ ପ୍ରୋବ୍ଲେମକୁ ସଲ୍ଭ କରିପାରିବ। ଯେମିତି ସନ୍ତୋଷ ଭାଇ କହିଲେ, ଆମର ଏଗ୍ରିକଲଚର ହଉ, ହେଲ୍ଥ କେୟାର ହଉ, ଆଉ ଅଲଗା ଫିଲ୍ଡରେ ବି ହଉ, ଏଆଇ ର ବହୁତ କିଛି ୟୁଜ୍ ହେଇପାରିବ, ଯୋଉଟାକୁ ଆମେ ଏକ୍ସପ୍ଲୋର କରିନେ। ତେଣୁ ଆମେ ସେଇ ଦିଗରେ ବି କିଛି ଚେଷ୍ଟା କରୁଛୁ, ଏଆଇ କୁ ୟୁଜ କରି କିଛି ପ୍ରୋବ୍ଲେମକୁ ସଲ୍ଭ କରିବା ପାଇଁ। ଆଉ ଏଇଟା ଗୋଟେ ପ୍ଲାଟଫର୍ମ ଆପଣ ଯୋଉ ଆଣିଛନ୍ତି, ମୁଁ ଭାବୁଛି କି ଏଇଟା ବି ଗୋଟେ ଭଲ ହବ ପରସ୍ପର ସହିତ ମିଶିକିରି କାମ କରିବା ପାଇଁକା ଏବଂ ଖୁବ ଶୀଘ୍ର ସଲ୍ୟୁସନ ଡେଭଲପ କରିବା ପାଇଁକା ଗୋଟେ କମ୍ୟୁନିଟିଟା ଆମକୁ ହେଲ୍ପଫୁଲ ହବ। ତେଣୁ ଆମେ ସେଇ ଡିରେକ୍ସନରେ ବି ଚିନ୍ତା କରିବା ଦରକାର। ଇଣ୍ଡିଭିଜୁଆଲି କାମ କରିବା ସହିତ ଗୋଟେ କମ୍ୟୁନିଟି ଭିତରେ କାମ କରିବା ପାଇଁକା ସୁଯୋଗ ମିଳୁଛି, ଏଇଟା ଗୋଟେ ଭଲ ଜିନିଷ। ଆଉ ସେଇଟାକୁ ଆମେ ପ୍ରୋସିଡିଂ କରିବାଟା ଭଲ ହବ। ମୋର ସେଇଟା ମତାମତ ରହିଛି। ଆଉ
अंजन एक्चुअली ମୁଁ ଗୋଟେ ଜୁନିୟର ଆମର ଆଇଜିଆରଟି ସରାଙ୍ଗର ଗୋଟେ ଜୁନିୟର ସାନ ଭାଇ को ଗୋଟେ इंट्रोड्यूस करे चाहूँ। he joined just now I think, Sumant Joshi. You know Sumant, you know, say Raukla Chua actually, in fact he has grown up around that. But Sumant, can you speak up?
ରାଉରକେଲା ତାହେଲେ ସୁନ୍ଦରଗଡ଼ ଡିଷ୍ଟ୍ରିକ୍ଟ କୁ ପ୍ରେଜେଣ୍ଟ କରୁଛନ୍ତି।
No, but he lives in Switzerland today. In fact, he is in there settled kind of, you know.
ସ୍ୱିଜରଲ୍ୟାଣ୍ଡ ଚାପ୍ଟର ପାଇଁ ବି ଅଛି। ପ୍ଲିଜ
नहीं, he joined. मुझसे ग्रुप रे शेयर करते तो I think he could join in this conference today.
Great.
Sumant, can you speak up? Sumant Joshi Tangna actually. Sumant, can you hear me? Maybe she was mute रे कथा हो something. Yeah, you carry on, Anjan. Thank you.
ସୁମନ୍ତ ଭାଇ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଫ୍ରି ହେବେ ଆସିଯିବେ। ସୋ ଆଉ କିଏ କହିବେ? ସୁମନ୍ୟ ଭାଇ ଆପଣ ଅଛନ୍ତି ମୁଁ ଦେଖୁଛି। ନମସ୍କାର ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ। ସୌମ୍ୟ ରଞ୍ଜନ ଆପଣ କୁହନ୍ତୁ।
Good morning everyone. ମୁଁ ଜାଣିଛି ଆପଣ ମାନେ ସବୁ across the world join କରିଛନ୍ତି। So India ରେ for your information, it is morning time. So starting with a good morning. So generally ମୁଁ ଏଇ community ରେ maybe 6 ମାସ 7 ମାସ ହେଲାଣି join କଲେଣି, but due to some personal reasons, so I had to drop up from this. ନହେଲେ ଆମେ physically କରିଥାନ୍ତୁ, but ମୋର କିଛିଟା personal reason ରହିଗଲା, ସେଥିପାଇଁ physical ହେଇପାରିଲାନି ଭୁବନେଶ୍ୱରରେ। बट ମୁଁ ବହୁତ ସାରା ଜିନିଷ ଦେଖିଲିଣି, ବହୁତ କମ୍ୟୁନିଟି ଦେଖିଲିଣି, ବଟ ଏଇ
ସୌମ୍ୟ ରଞ୍ଜନ ଟିକେ ଇଣ୍ଟରପ୍ଟ। ଭୁବନେଶ୍ୱରରେ 3ଟା ଜାଗାରେ ଫିଜିକାଲି ହଉଛି। ସୋ
ओके देन मतलब प्लीज शेयर द लोकेशन सो दैट आई कैन विजिट पर्सनली आफ्टर दिस टॉक।
हाँ हाँ भुवनेश्वर ठीक अछि।
ମୁଁ ଖାଲି କହୁଛି। So generally ମୁଁ ବହୁତ ସାରା କମ୍ୟୁନିଟି ରେ ପାର୍ଟ ଆଇ ହାଭ୍ ବିନ୍ ପାର୍ଟ ଇନ୍ ଡିଫରେଣ୍ଟ ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟଅପ୍ କମ୍ୟୁନିଟିଜ, ବଟ୍ ଏଇଥିରେ ଯେମିତି ଅଞ୍ଜନ ଭାଇ ଯେମିତି ଡ୍ରାଇଭ୍ କରୁଛନ୍ତି, मतलब रिलेंटलेसली ड्राइव करूछंदी एंड तांकर गोटिए ही विजन की ओडिसा को केमिति हमें एआई कैपिटल किंबा हब बनेबा by actually contributing as a community, that is actually मतलब one of the best thing that I have been part of. सो आपण माने जहाँ भी करूछंती माने मतलब मु देखि पारुछ अबे ग्रुप रे बहुत सारा लोक अछंती बहुत आडे माने साइमल्टेनियसली होची ए जो कॉन्फ्रेंस टा इन अ वेरी बिग स्केल सो टू think to see to witness that it is growing leap and bound it is actually quite मतलब मु एक्सप्रेस भी करि परनी ओडिया वर्ड इंग्लिश वर्ड भी मु जॉइन करी कहि परनी बट इट इज अ ग्रेट थिंग एंड द ओनली थिंग कि हमको यार आउटपुट कोन भरिया हमें कॉन्फ्रेंस ना कर देले बट व्हाट इज द आउटपुट फ्रॉम दैट फर्स्ट हमें जानिले जे हां ओडिया लोक मानो पाकर सेति की इंटेलिजेंस सेति कैपेबिलिटी अछि कि टू बिकम द एआई हब राइट कि किछि गोटे माने पायनियरिंग वर्क करिया पे सेकेंड जिनस हैला हमर गोटिए ही माने कम्युनिटी रे आउ गोटे जिनस सब इंपोर्टेंट हैला कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग जो माने भी एआई एमएल रे इंटरेस्टेड अछंती तांकर एई कम्युनिटी द्वारा जदी दे गेट कनेक्टेड दे विल सी कि अक्रॉस द वर्ल्ड कितने सबु एफर्ट्स चली छि कि एआई एमएल को आउरी स्ट्रांग करिया पे so that is also one of the major reason कि अंजन भाई सबु वर्ल्ड सारा मु देखुची तांकर खाली नॉट ओनली गोटे ग्रुप बट डिफरेंट कंट्रीज रो ग्रुप अछन जो थरे से कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग रे लागि कि रहिछन थर्ड जिनस हैला एआई आसी गला वर्तमान हमर एई कम्युनिटी जोटा मु सिखिया पे पहले कि एआई वर्तमान यूज करके एआई एमएल यूज करके हमें हमर लाइफ तको केमती सिग्निफिकेंटली बेटर करि परिबा सो सेही जिनस ऊपर जोटा काम चली जेमति कि अबिका मु सुनुतली ऑटिज्म जो ये हेलानी क्योर हेलानी सो homelessness there is मतलब lot many different aspects security aspect हे गला आपनकर so lot many things can be changed by adopting UI AI and ML so I hope समस्त आमे जितने को जन अछन it is let's take a responsibility not only कि अंजन भाई कर responsibility कि सही कम्युनिटी टा को बेटर करिया पे बट समस्त गोटे गोटे एजेंडा लेके आसीबा कि एई कम्युनिटी टा को केमति हमें कोण अणकुण रे पहुंचेबा जत्तक सब ओडिसा लोक ओडिया लोक अछंती तांको मानको इंस्पायर करिबा टू जॉइन दिस कम्युनिटी और टू जॉइन दिस एआई रिवोल्यूशन सो दैट आमे हमरो आउटकम टा को अचीव करि परिया दैट इज कि आमे एआई हब बनि परिबा हम ओडिसा रे सो सेही जिंसटा को ने कि मु अबे ये करची आउ कहार कोन मंतव्य अछि प्लीज कहंतु बट मतलब आई एम लूजिंग वर्ड्स ओवर हियर but this is what I wanted to say thank you
सौम्यरंजन आपण मते जति की क्रेडिट देबा कथा ताटु बहुत अधिका दे देले आपन को भाषा कोइ भी जाना नाही सेटा सब जगन्नाथन कृपा आपण जानि नाहंती केते लोक राति राति अनिद्रा हे काम करूछन ए जो कॉन्फ्रेंस टा पई तो समाने परस्पर ना दवा पई चाहनांती बट सम देयर आर it's a large team आपण से 400
sure मतलब obviously by you मतलब by mentioning you it means मतलब I am indirectly saying कि team members मतलब well done team members also but you being the captain of the ship so say I just said your name thank you
गोपबंधु कहते उत्कल नेतार नाही प्रयोजन उत्कलर नेता निजे नारायण सो दैट आंसर्स इट सागर आपण कहले जे एआई हब करिया पई कंप्यूट सेंटर करिया पई यस आपण जोटा कहउछन ठीक कहउछन किंतु माने ए जो हमर कम्युनिटी समस्त कहन हम गोटे कथा अनेक थर होजु फंडामेंटल्स राइट ए जो केमिति काम करे ए जो एल्गोरिदम ओडा को राइट अनेक हमें अच्छु खाली जार्गन रे जाऊ किंतु हमें जदी फंडामेंटल्स जानि जिबा इट्स नॉलेज कैपिटल ओडिया हम माने समस्ते वेरी नॉलेजेबल वेरी स्मार्ट वेरी रिस्क कैलकुलेटिंग वी कैलकुलेट रिस्क हम माने खाली टिके एक्शन नबा हेले ना केही अटकी पारिबेनी खाली एक्शन ता केबे नबा ता बाकी अछि सेटा देखि अछि एंड एआई इज ए गॉड सेंड मु कोट करूची स्वर्गत अशोक मित्र जने तमिल लेखक तांग सारे कथाबार्ता करिवार कि सुजोग मिलता सी मत ये कथाटा कहते से होजन मनोज दास सांग आपण मनोज दास किए जानथिबे तो सी कहथिले ओडिया लोक माने बहुत ज्ञानी आ बहुत स्मार्ट से माने किछि कहंतिनी हां सेल्स एंड मार्केटिंग रे हमें पूरा चुपचाप रहि जिबा निज कथा कहि परिबा नाही तेणु एआई कोनटा कहछि इमेजिन एआई एनेबल एजेंटिक सेल्स राइट सौम्यरंजन आपण को पते कोन स्टार्टअप अछि एंड यू आर प्रोबब्ली ट्राइंग टू डू समथिंग सो गोटे थ्योरी होछि एआई इज ए प्लेटफॉर्म व्यवहार करिके हमें ओडिसा को ग्रोथ इंजिन गत वर्षर थीम सेटा थिला राइट ग्रोथ इंजिन और एक्शन प्लान केमते तयारी करबा सो हमें तयारी करि परिबा सो आगे परिबा एंड ओडिया कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स को एटा डेफिनेटली इट्स अ गोल्डन टाइम राइट पई 1 और 1 मिसे के 11 काली आप की कहथले से कहले इलन मस्क कहले 1 11 म कहले मो कथा चोरी चोरी करने ले एलन मस्क ओके सो सुमन आउ कहाँ को डाकिबा कुमारिका मैडम सुमन्यु सुमन जोशी भाई आपण जदि कथा हेबे प्लीज अनम्यूट योरसेल्फ एंड स्पीक सुमन्यु भाई मु जानु छी आपण नमस्कार हाँ सुमन्यु भाई नमस्कार केमति अछंती
ओके नमस्कार नमस्कार समस्त नमस्कार बहुत बढ़िया लगुची समस्त शुणिला परे लगुची जे आउ 5 वर्ष पूर्व एभली जिनस इनवॉल्व हेली बहुत सुंदर जिनस किंतु केतटा जिनस मत लगुची जोड़ा कि हमको एबे भी आरंभ कले आम आग को बहुत जल्दी जापर ऑटिज्म हो कैंसर हो एगुड़ा तो आस्ते आस्ते समस्त सब देखिए रिसर्च चलती रिसर्च होची किंतु प्रथम जिनस आम देखा आम केमती डेमोक्रेटाइज करि परिबा एआई को एंड स्पेशली जेएआई को आम केमती डेमोक्रेटाइज करि परिबा जस्ट गिव मी सेकंड अच्छा जेहेतु एटा सकाळ टिके समय नीची अच्छा मोर अंजन एति कहया कथा ये जो जिनसटा चलची बहुत लोक बहुत जिनस कहउछन और से जिनस गुड़ा को आम नोट कर रखा और ता देहरे आप परे अक्टोबर 5 पर आम केमिति सेमाने संगे कनेक्ट हो परिबा सेमानकु दबा सेमाने ए ड्राइव गुड़ा नेबे आउ जोटे जोटे दरकार सेठी समस्त संगे कनेक्ट मु दि चारटा जिनस खाली कहया चाहछि प्रथम जिनस ये जो टॉपिक टा एक्चुअली मु जानने अंजन मोर स्लॉट अच्छी कि नहीं एडा सु जाननी मु खाली एति जिनस चिंता
कटक चैप्टर रे कहउचंदी भाई एबे कटक रो रिप्रेजेंटेटिव कर समय अछि एंड आपण कटक रे अछि जानि छी
हाँ मु जानछि मु एक्चुअली मु जो जानि पर बालेश्वर कहबी कि कटकिया कहबी कि भुवनेश्वर कहबी कि बेंगलोर या कहबी जाजो
एबे कटकिया हे कोन
हाँ मु कटकिया हे कहछि एबे एक्चुअली मु चाहुतली कटक रे उठी किछ हबो बोली कि मोर तो जो बैक पेन हैला बैक पेन पर के नहीं मो बैक पेन पर मु के मोबाइल पे अच्छा हो मो कहया कथा होची दी एआई जेएआई कि एजेंटिक एआई कि एजीआई ये तो इवोल्यूशन हो ये इवोल्यूशन आगो को बढ़ी चले किंतु सबुठु बड़ इंपोर्टेंट कथा मोर एक्सपीरियंस में कहूची हमें कितने जल्दी एडाप्ट करि परिया कितने जल्दी स्प्रेड करि परिया और कितने जल्दी डेमोक्रेटाइज करी कि ताकू हमें यूज रे लगेबा हम पाखरे काली पहरदिन मो पर समय नथिला मो बस के देखुतली ओडिशा रे लैंडस्केपिंग एंड अपॉर्चुनिटी मैपिंग देखुतली ह्यूज अपॉर्चुनिटी हम पाखरे अछि ट्रेन ऑन ट्रेड मैन पावर ओडिया रे जेमिति अंजन बदे तमे कहथलो कि कहथला बहुत इंटेलिजेंट लोक ओडिया रे अछन मो एते एक्चुअली जति जन सुनिलिनी मते लागुची बदे हम पाखे गोटे एनसाइक्लोपीडिया में बनी पारि टेक्नोलॉजिकल एनसाइक्लोपीडिया इंटेलिजेंसिया एनसाइक्लोपीडिया एजुकेशनिस्ट एनसाइक्लोपीडिया तो मो कहया कथा जे प्रथम जिनस हमको चिंता करिया पड़िबो लेट्स फॉर्म ए स्ट्रक्चर दैट स्ट्रक्चर कुड बी it should be agile it should be fungible and it should be kind of like a NESCOM one where exactly we can have a rotating body which is going to own and which is going to drive वो आपसे तो किसी बने ची गोटे स्लाइड सेटा मु करबी किंतु मु गोटे कथा कहूती कोनसी प्रकार रे हमको कोनसी असुविधा होबनी जल्दी हमें एडेप्टेबिलिटी एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी हमर मोटर रखिबा मु एखन सुनथि जे सागर पलायकर विषय सुनथि अनुमान सुनथि मते एतिकी लागुची केते जल्दी हमें एआई को एडाप्ट करबा जेन जी को हमें पास करबा से नॉलेज आउ समस्त को कहबा लेट्स spread your what are the knowledge and everything and empower others. I mean, starting from a low hanging to a large picture, we can achieve on that. I have something on that which I'll present or which I'll share. I don't know if I have to share it right now. I can do that also. But all saying so, let's not be disheartened. Let's not be disheartened. Let's be focused on that. Anjan, you have done a phenomenal job of bringing everybody together. ମୋ ହିସାବରେ ସେଟାକୁ ଦେଖିକି ଆମେ ଆଗକୁ ବଢିବା ଲେଟ୍ସ ବି କନେକ୍ଟେଡ ଅନ୍ ଦ୍ୟାଟ୍। ମୁଁ ଦେଖୁଛି ବହୁତ ଲୋକ GenAI ରେ କାମ କରୁଛନ୍ତି, ଏଜେଣ୍ଟିକ ରେ କାମ କରୁଛନ୍ତି, ବହୁତ ଜଣ ମେସିନ ଟ୍ରାନ୍ସଲେସନ ବିଷୟରେ ବି କାମ କରୁଛନ୍ତି। ଦିସ୍ ଆର୍ ଅଲ୍ ଡେମୋକ୍ରାଟାଇଜେସନ। ସେଇ ଡେମୋକ୍ରାଟାଇଜେସନଟାକୁ କେମିତି ଆମେ ଗୋଟେ connecting the dots, getting into the last miles, bringing to an industry, bringing to a government that drives smart cities. ମୁଁ ଉପରେ ଥିଲାବେଳେ ସ୍ମାର୍ଟ ସିଟି ଉପରେ ଗୋଟେ ପ୍ରୋଜେକ୍ଟ କରିଥିଲି। ସାର୍ ଜଣେ କିଏ କହୁଥିଲେ, ମୁଁ ନା ଭୁଲିଗଲି। Smart city is not about connecting and integrating all that technology things which are happening, but it is more of like having a purpose to achieve something like homelessness, as you said. But ଏଗୁଡ଼ା ପାଇଁ ଗୋଟେ ଗୋଟେ ଚାପ୍ଟର କୁ ଗୋଟେ ଗୋଟେ ରେସ୍ପନ୍ସିବିଲିଟି ଦିଆଯିବା ଦରକାର ମୋ ହିସାବରେ। ଫର ଏକ୍ସାମ୍ପଲ, କଟକ could be focused for a legal specific technology transformation. ଭୁବନେଶ୍ୱର ଧର ରିସୋର୍ସ ରେଡିନେସ୍, ଏଇଭଳି ଯଦି ଆମେ କରିକି ଗୋଟେ ଚାପ୍ଟରକୁ ଦିଅନ୍ତେ, ଆଉ ଯିଏ ବି ଚାହିଁବେ ସେ ଚାପ୍ଟରରେ ସେମାନେ ଗୋଟେ ପ୍ରକାରେ ଇଣ୍ଟିଗ୍ରେଟ ହେଇପାରିବେ କି ହେଇପାରିବେ, ବହୁତ ବଢିଆ। ଥେମାଟିକ କନଭର୍ଜେନ୍ସ ହବା ଦରକାର। ନୂଆ ନୂଆ ଟେକ୍ନୋଲୋଜି ଆସୁଛି, ସୋ ଥେମାଟିକ କନଭର୍ଜେନ୍ସ ଦରକାର। ମୁଁ କାଲି ପଢୁଥିଲି ମେଟାଭର୍ସ GenAI କନଭର୍ଜନ ହବାକୁ ଯାଉଛି। କେତେ ସୁନ୍ଦର କଥା। Meta actually could not pick it up because of some of the challenges, but ଏବେ thematic conversion ଯଦି ହବ, କେତେ ସୁନ୍ଦର କଥା। ତେଣୁ ଏଜେଣ୍ଟିକ AI ବହୁତ ପ୍ରକାର ରେସ୍ପନ୍ସିବିଲିଟି ଯୋଉମାନେ ଆମେ ସବୁ ନିଜ ନିଜ ଭିତରେ ଡିଷ୍ଟ୍ରିବ୍ୟୁଟ କରୁଛୁ, ଏଜେଣ୍ଟିକ AI ଏଇଠି କରିଦେଇପାରିବ। ଏଜେଣ୍ଟିକ AI, ଅଞ୍ଜନ ତମେ କହୁଥିଲେ ଏଜେଣ୍ଟିକ AI in sales, agentic AI could play at least a function. Agentic AI can play a role anywhere out there. And educationist जो मैंने अच्छी जो मैंने NIT राउरकेला अच्छी ସେମାନେ ପାଇଁ intelligent agentic AI can play a bigger role. Actually ମୁଁ ଗୋଟେ slide ବନେଇଛି, a practitioner approach towards AI and GenAI. ଗୋଟେ ମୁଁ ପ୍ରେଜେଣ୍ଟ କରିଥିଲି ହେଇଗଲାଣି ବୋଧେ 6-7 ମାସ ତଳେ। ସେଇଟା ମୁଁ କେବେ ଗୋଟେ ଟିକେ ମଡିଫାଇ କରିକି, କାରଣ ଟେକ୍ନୋଲୋଜି ତ ବହୁତ ଚେଞ୍ଜ ହଉଛି, ମୁଁ ପ୍ରେଜେଣ୍ଟ କରିବି। ବଟ୍ ବହୁତ ବହୁତ ବଢିଆ ଲାଗିଲା। ଏଟଲିଷ୍ଟ ମୁଁ ଏଥିରେ ଇନଭଲ୍ଭ ରହିବି ଆଉ ବହୁତ କିଛି ଶିଖିବ। ବହୁତ ବହୁତ ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ। ଅଞ୍ଜନ, ଓଭର ଟୁ ୟୁ।
थैंक यू भाई, आपनको नमस्कार। सो टिके अनुरोध रहिबो, आपण कटक रे जेहेतु अछंती, डेमोक्रेटाइजेशन उद्देश्य रे आपणकर टिके सहयोग कटक सहर बा कटक लोकंग संगे रहू विभिन्न प्रकार आम स्ट्राटेजाइज करवा। आपण जेमती कहिसंती, आपण टिके से ग्रास रूट लेवल रे टिके केमती इंस्टीट्यूशन टा बिल्ड करी हबो ते विषय देखिबे। हमर कटक रे अछि अनुष्ठान अछि, हमर कटक रु लोक अछंती, किंतु आदित्य परिडा सर अनेक थर कहिसंती कि माने अनेक थर ये कहछु जे इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज केमती करबा जिनसटा। सो सेटा को टिके देखिया पई माने 2025 बेलकू, एबे तो 2024 हला, 2025 बेलकू जेमती कटक रो सबु पिलांको पाखरे अवेयरनेस ता आसी जाइथिबो, राइट? देयर आर मल्टीपल थिंग्स। प्रथमे अवेयरनेस, एआई कोन 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 काहेकि केमिति, राइट? बोधे जणे सहृदय व्यक्ति आज आपणकर ओडिसा रे न्यूज पेपर रे बोधे एई लिफलेट ता आसुथो बोली मते खबर आछि, मु जानिनी एक्चुअली आछि कि नाही, राइट? न्यूज पेपर लिफलेट रे ए जो एआई रो जे कोन केमिति काहेकि ए जो जिनसोडा आसुची, तो अनेक सहृदय ओडिया माने से सब काम करूचंती। तो आमे टिके कटक रे टिके डेमोक्रेटाइजेशन जोटा कहले से उद्देश्य रे टिके इंस्टीट्यूशंस करिया पई आपनको अनुरोध रहिबो एज ए व्हाट नेक्स्ट।
श्योर अंजन, मु एक्चुअली थैंक्स ए जिनसटा मु कहि पालिनी। समस्तଙ୍କୁ ମୁଁ ଗୋଟେ କଥା କହୁଛି ଯେ ମୁଁ ନିଜେ AI education or I would say AI awareness ଉପରେ ମୁଁ ନିଜେ ଗୋଟେ initiative କରୁଛି। actually ଗୋଟେ startup ଭଳି ଆରମ୍ଭ କରୁଛି। ସେ startup ର କାମ ହେଲା, କାରଣ ମୋର 35 ବର୍ଷର ଏକ୍ସପିରିଏନ୍ସ ମୁଁ ଗୋଟେ ଜିନିଷ ଦେଖିଛି ଯେ ଆମେ ମାନେ ତ ट्रेनिंग ଦେଇଛୁ, ଆମେ ତ ଲୋକଙ୍କୁ ପଢେଇ ଦେଉ, କିନ୍ତୁ ଲାଷ୍ଟ ମାଇଲ୍ସ କନେକ୍ଟିଭିଟି ଯୋଉଥିରେ they could be used as finished product and be actually delivering the kind of things which are required in an industry or anywhere. Say ଜିନିଷଟା missing. ମୁଁ ଯେତେବେଳେ for a short time I was in Pro as a L&D head for DAI group. ସେ ସମୟରେ ମୁଁ ଗୋଟେ framework ବନେଇଥିଲି. ସେ framework ଟା ମୁଁ actually implement କରିକି ମୁଁ ଗୋଟେ edutech kind of like startup ବନେଇବାକୁ ଚାହୁଁଛି ଯୋଉଥିରେ କି it will be having societal impact contribution. ମାନେ ଯେତିକି Gen Z ଲୋକ Gen Z ପିଲା ଯୋଉମାନେ ପଢିବାକୁ ଚାହୁଁଛନ୍ତି GenAI and beyond ସେମାନଙ୍କୁ free training, free readiness, free actually getting into the next level ମୁଁ ଦେବାକୁ ଚାହୁଁଛି. That's my societal, that should be our societal contribution to the people of Odisha. और द्वितीय कथा ମୁଁ ଗୋଟେ mentoring platform ବନେଇବାକୁ ଚାହୁଁଛି. ଯୋଉ mentoring platform ର କାମ ହବ to actually bring all kind of like hidden kind of talents which you have out here ଯୋଉ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କ ପାଖରେ ଆଉ ସମସ୍ତେ ସେଟାକୁ pull କରିପାରି crowd pulling କରିପାରିକି ଲୋକଙ୍କୁ mentor କରିପାରିବେ. I'm actually getting started on that. I'm taking the help of my mentees to get this done. ମୋ mentee ମାନେ ମତେ କହିଲେ ସାର୍ ଆମେ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ସାହାଯ୍ୟ କରିବୁ. ତା ଦେହରେ ଓଡ଼ିଆ mentee ମାନେ ବି ଅଛନ୍ତି, ତା ଦେହରେ କନ୍ନଡ mentee ମାନେ ଅଛନ୍ତି all over here. I'm trying to get into ସେଟା touch ରେ.
ଭାଇ ଏଇଥିରେ 2-3 ଜଣ ଲୋକ ମତେ ଏଇ କଥାଟା କହିଛନ୍ତି.
I think ଆମେ ସମସ୍ତେ ମିଶିକି କରିପାରିବା.
Right. So ସେଇଟା collaboration ପାଇଁ ଆପଣ ଟିକେ କଥା କହିଦେବେ ସେ ବିଭିନ୍ନ Definitely ଆପଣ ଏଠି ରହିପାରିବେ and ଏବେ ଯିବା ସୁମନ୍ତ ଯୋଶୀ ଭାଇ you want to take the stage, take the mic for some time. ତାପରେ ଦେବାଶିଷ ସାହୁଙ୍କ ପାଖକୁ ଯିବା. ଦେବାଶିଷ ସାହୁ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ନମସ୍କାର. Okay, inactive ରହୁଛନ୍ତି. So ଆପଣ ମାନଙ୍କୁ ଏବେ ଟିକେ so ଏବେ ଦେଓଗଡ଼ରୁ କେହି ଅଛନ୍ତି? ଦେଓଗଡ଼ରୁ ଝାରସୁଗୁଡ଼ା ବୌଦ୍ଧ ବରଗଡ଼ Okay. So ଲକ୍ଷ୍ୟ କରୁଥିବେ ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ଜିଲ୍ଲା ମାନଙ୍କର ନାଁ ମୁଁ କହିଲି ଏଇ ଜିଲ୍ଲା ମାନଙ୍କର ଏଇ ଜିଲ୍ଲା ମାନଙ୍କରୁ ଆମର ରିପ୍ରେଜେଣ୍ଟେଟିଭ୍ସ ମାନେ କେହି ନାହାନ୍ତି. If you want to adopt them ମାନେ you are very much welcome. ଯେମିତି ସୁମନ ଭାଇ କହୁଥିଲେ democratization of AI, that's a long way to go. You do not have to be an expert. ଆପଣ ମାନେ ବି ଜାଣିଥିବେ କି ଆଦିତ୍ୟ sir ଯୋଉ କଥାଟା deep ଗଲେ ଯୋଉ କଥାଟା ଜାଣିବେ ସେ କଥାଟା ମତେ ଜଣା ନଥିବ. ମୁଁ ଯୋଉ କଥାଟା ଜାଣିଛି ସେ କଥା ଆଉ କାହାକୁ ଜଣା ନଥିବ, right? So AI ଟା ସେତି ବଡ଼ field. Nick ଆପଣ କଣ କହୁଛନ୍ତି available now to adopt something?
No, ମୁଁ କହୁଥିଲି କି ମୁଁ ଏବେ ଟିକେ ଆଉଟସାଇଡ୍ ହେଇଯାଇଥିଲି. ଯଦି କିଛି କ୍ୱେଶ୍ଚିନ୍ ଥିଲା କି ମୋ ପାଇଁକା ନା ସେମିତି କିଛି ନାହିଁ ତ?
ନାଇଁ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ କିଛି କ୍ୱେଶ୍ଚିନ୍ ନାହିଁ. ଆଜ୍ଞା ସୁନୀଲ ଭାଇ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ନମସ୍କାର. ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ଜାଣିବା ପାଇଁ ଜଣେଇ ଦଉଛି.
ନମସ୍କାର.
ସୁନୀଲ ଭାଇ ଜଣେ ସିନିୟର ଲୋକ ଏଠି ଓଡ଼ିଶା ସୋସାଇଟି ଅଫ୍ ଦି କାଲିଫର୍ଣ୍ଣିଆ. ସୁନୀଲ ଭାଇ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ ଭିଡିଓ ଅନ୍ କଲି. ଆଜ୍ଞା ଆପଣ ଏଇଟା ଆମର ଓଡ଼ିଶା ଏଆଇର ଆପଣ ତ ଜାଣିଛନ୍ତି ତ ଓଡ଼ିଶା ଏଆଇର 5ମ ସମ୍ମିଳନୀ. ମୁଁ ଯାହା ଜାଣିବା ବିଷୟରେ 50+ ଫିଜିକାଲ ଲୋକେସନରେ ଚାଲିଛି ବଟ୍ ଏଇଟା ହଉଛି ଗ୍ଲୋବାଲ ମେନ୍ ଷ୍ଟ୍ରିମ୍. ତ ଆପଣ 2 ପଦ କହିବେ? ଆପଣ ତ ମିଟିଂର ସବୁ ଅଛନ୍ତି, ଆପଣ ତ ପୂର୍ବ ମିଟିଂର
ମୁଁ ଏଇଟା କହିବାକୁ ଚାହୁଁଛି କି ପ୍ରଥମେ ଅଞ୍ଜନକୁ ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ. ସେ ଏଇଟା କରୁଛି and the idea is to bring all the ML enthusiasts, practitioners from Odisha to one place, right? ମୁଁ ଏବେ ଓଡ଼ିଶା ଯାଇଥିଲି, just 10 ଦିନ ତଳେ ଓଡ଼ିଶା ଥିଲି. ମୁଁ ଦେଖିଲି ଯୋଉ AI ML startups awareness ବହୁତ ବଢି ଯାଇଛି. Okay, that is as good as the semiconductor interest. ମୁଁ ଦେଖୁଛି ବହୁତ ଅପରଚ୍ୟୁନିଟି ଅଛି କିନ୍ତୁ ମୁଁ ତ ଦେଖିବାକୁ ପାଇଲି କି ଆମର କିଟ୍ସ ହେଲା କି ନିଷ୍ଟ ହେଲା କି ଆମର ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟଅପ୍ ହେଲା ରାଇଟ୍ वी आर ट्राइंग टू सॉल्व very big problems right in this AI ML right কিন্তু but it comes down to how we develop it, how we deploy it, right? And how localize the solution for Odisha, right? A lot of things to be figured out to monetize it, right? ମୁଁ ତ Microsoft ରେ କାମ କରେ, any way I can help, right? I will try to help the startups or any institute, है ना? That's what I will say, and good luck.
Sunil bhai, you would be happy to know that this meeting's second thing was angel investment 101. So yeah, and then it was followed by with a mathematical LLM, like somebody was taking us deep into how do we do. So we are getting too big into money, and you and me have a separate conversation about money.
Definitely, right? ମୁଁ ଆଜି ଦେଖୁଥିଲି Bloomberg ରେ, right? Open recently raised $6 billion at $157 billion valuation, right? ତମେ ସମସ୍ତେ ଜାଣିଥିବ ଜଣେ ଅଛି Cathy Wood, right? ସେ ARK investment she was on Bloomberg, and let me tell you what she told today is live for everybody, that OpenAI is a company which will help all enterprises, governments build their custom AI LLM solutions. So use OpenAI to build the custom models. So see, look at the secret sauce, right? That's why she invested $700 million, okay, in this $6 billion founding in this investment, right? So I think if you want to raise money, right, for any this AI ML startups, right, we have to see, right, is the solution that doche, right? How much it is customizable, how much it is personable, right? And how much it can scale, right? Those three things are very, very important. If we can impress whether angel investor or like anybody, right, with this model or my this infrastructure solution or whatever I'm developing, right, I can help on those three categories, okay? That be customization, personable, and scalability, and with the privacy, security, governance, whatever, right? I think that would go a long way. I'm just repeating what Cathy would say today, okay? Yeah.
Sure. So outhare we will do a call to Sunil bhai. Great to see you. So ଏବେ outhare call to talk Kumar Joshi, Devashish Sahu, Akash Das ଆପଣ ଜଏନ୍ କରିଛନ୍ତି, ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ନମସ୍କାର.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning to you. What next? ଆମର ଆଲୋଚନା ଆସୁଛି what next. So ଆପଣ ଏବେ ଜେନେରେଟିଭ AI ଚାଲିଛି, ଆପଣ ଜେନେରେଟିଭ AI ବିଷୟରେ କ'ଣ ଜାଣିଛନ୍ତି, ଆପଣଙ୍କ ମତାମତ କହିପାରିବେ. what next? ଆଉ ଏଇଟା ଯେହେତୁ ଡିଷ୍ଟ୍ରିକ୍ଟର ରିପ୍ରେଜେଣ୍ଟେଟିଭ ହିସାବରେ ବି ଆପଣ ଡିସ୍କସନ କରୁଛନ୍ତି. ଆପଣ କୋଉ ଡିଷ୍ଟ୍ରିକ୍ଟରୁ, ଓଡ଼ିଶାରୁ? ଆକାଶ ବାବୁ?
ମୁଁ କୋରାପୁଟ ଡିଷ୍ଟ୍ରିକ୍ଟରୁ.
ଏକ୍ସେଲେଣ୍ଟ. ସୋ କୋରାପୁଟରୁ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ସମ୍ପର୍କଟା ହେଲା, ସେ ସମ୍ପର୍କରୁ ଆଗକୁ ଯିବ. ଆପଣ ଗୋଟେ ଇମେଲ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଅନୁରୋଧ କରୁଛି, convening team@odishaai.org. ସେଇଥିରେ ଆପଣ ଇମେଲ କରନ୍ତୁ. ଆମେ କୋରାପୁଟରେ AI କେମିତି ନେଇକି ଯିବା ସେ ବିଷୟରେ ଆଲୋଚନା କରିବା. ଆମକୁ ବହୁତ ଦରକାର, କାହିଁକି ନା କୋରାପୁଟରେ ଆମର ରିପ୍ରେଜେଣ୍ଟେଟିଭ ଅଛନ୍ତି, ବଟ୍ वी हैव नॉट बीन एबल टू डू मच अबाउट इट, राइट? ଆପଣ ଯୋଉ କହୁଥିଲେ ନା, ପ୍ରଥମେ କନେକ୍ଟିଭିଟି ଇନଫ୍ରାଷ୍ଟ୍ରକ୍ଚର ହେଲେ ସିନା ଯାଇକି AI କରିବା, ନହେଲେ ସୋ ବହୁତ ଲମ୍ବା ରାସ୍ତା ଯିବାର ଅଛି. ସେଥିରେ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ହେଲ୍ପ ଦରକାର. ଆପଣ କ'ଣ କରନ୍ତି ଆକାଶ ବାବୁ?
ମୁଁ ଆକ୍ଚୁଆଲି ସଫ୍ଟୱେୟାର ଇଞ୍ଜିନିୟର ଅଛି. ଏବେ ରିସେଣ୍ଟଲି 2 years ହେଲା ଇଞ୍ଜିନିୟରିଂ କମ୍ପ୍ଲିଟ୍ କଲି. ତା ବାଦେ ମୁଁ ୟୁଟ୍ୟୁବ ଚ୍ୟାନେଲ ବି ଗୋଟେ ରନ୍ କରୁଛି, ଯୋଉଟାରେ 90,000 ସବସ୍କ୍ରାଇବର୍ସ ଅଛନ୍ତି.
Excellent. ସେଇଥିରେ AI ରଖିଛନ୍ତି?
ଏବେ ଇଞ୍ଜିନିୟରିଂ ଷ୍ଟୁଡେଣ୍ଟସ୍ को फोकस होची बाकी एआई ପାଇଁ ଗୋଟେ ନୂଆ ଚ୍ୟାନେଲ ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ କରିବି ଭାବିଛି ମୁଁ ସ୍ୱରୂପ ଭାଇ ସହ କଥା ବି ହୁଏ ରେଗୁଲାର ତ ସିଏ ମୋ କଲେଜ ସିନିୟର ହେବେ ଆଉ ସିଏ ଇନଭାଇଟ୍ କଲେ ଇଭେଣ୍ଟ କୁ ତ ମୁଁ ଜାଣିବାକୁ ପାଇଲି ଆଉ ଆଜି ସେଥିପାଇଁ ମୁଁ ଜଏନ୍ କରିଛି।
ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଆପଣ ଜଏନ୍ କରିଛନ୍ତି ବହୁତ ଭଲ। ସ୍ୱରୂପ ଭାଇ ତ he is a right, you are happy to have you are lucky to have him as your senior, right? So the kind of his thinking, meta thinking, and the kind of problem that he is able to visualize and solve is actually great.
Yeah, right.
So I think he's a true symbol. I mean, so okay. All right, thank you. So आपण टिके कोरापुट रे केमति जोड़िबा सेटा टिके भाबी की रखिथिबे। आमे तो ए कॉन्फ्रेंस तो जानिबे पृथ्वीर प्रथम सूर्योदय ठु शेष सूर्यास्त पर्यंत चलीछि। जो माने जानिथिबे कि नहीं, पृथ्वीर प्रथम सूर्योदय होछि टोकियो रे, जापान रे हुए। जापान रो 6:40 रु जापान रे हेतिबा 6:40 रु आजिरो कॉन्फ्रेंस आरंभ होइछि। ए कॉन्फ्रेंस चलिबो अमेरिकन सामोआ रो शेष सूर्यास्त पर्यंत। So it's about 39 hours of long conference, right? Odia community के एजेंसी रा दरकार। So सेट ପାଇଁ ए कॉन्फ्रेंस चलीछि अनेक मत को नै कि एबे हमें डिस्ट्रिक्ट मान विषय आलोचना करथुल। आकाश बाबू आपण कोरापुट विषय कहले भल हला। आमे पुणी आगो को जिबा आउ कहारी किछ कहबार अछि कि कॉल टू टॉक देवाशीष साहू and call to talk. Okay, so किछटा अनाउंसमेंट अछि। आपण तो जानि थिबे जे लंबा कॉन्फ्रेंस केमिति करबा, राइट? ए जो व्हाट नेक्स्ट प्रश्नटी सहज प्रश्न नुहे, राइट? आगु कोन हवा जनरेटिव देखु जनरेटिव एआई आसी गलानी, राइट? देखु आपनकर चैट जीपीटी आसी गोटे प्रश्न ऑडियंस मानु गोटे प्रश्न जो माने प्रश्न पचारचंती। हां देखें कि ऑडियंस रे अछंती सो दैट मो कथाटा ठीक रे जीवो। सुनील भाई आपण ए उत्तर देबेनी। सो चैट जीपीटी कला कोन जोटा गूगल करि नथिला और चैट जीपीटी पॉपुलर हे गला। आपण उत्तर देबेनी, आपण म्यूट कर देई भाई, आपण उत्तर देबेनी।
ओके
ऑडियंस
हां सागर
मते लागिला कि गूगल माने ऑलरेडी तांक मॉडल बनेइथिले, बाकी माने एते बड़े कंपनी हे जैतले कि माने रिस्क न पे चाउ नथले, तो पब्लिक की एक्सेस दो नथले। चैट जीपीटी एज ए स्टार्टअप सेटा से एक्सेस दे देला पब्लिक की, तो सेटा बहुत पॉपुलर हे गला। सेति पे गूगल वाला चाउ नथले कि एटा माने पब्लिक की रिलीज करी कि तांको कांग्रेस उजियो पड़िबो कि तांको कोर्ट को सिस्टम रे से फसी जिवे, सेति पे से माने रिस्क न नथले। बट मत लगुला ऑलरेडी अटेंशन ऑल यू नीड पेपर्स में दियो सत्रु आनितले, हम काम भी करूतले किछ मॉडल ऊपर। बाकी मत लगुची सेठी पे चैट जीपीटी बहुत फेमस हे गला, बट गूगल जेत रियलाइज कला ता हाथरू पड़ैछ मार्केट मत लगला।
राइट, that was a great point of view। अपन दिटा कहता कि गूगल बहुत बड़ हला डरिला आउ राइट, गूगल बहुत बड़ हला डरिला और सेट पई ए करि पालन। सुमन्यु भाई यू वांट टू रेस्पोंड बोधे? सो सुमन्यु भाई आपण हाथ उठे चंदी आपण।
Anjan, actually, both there are two parts to this question. One is philosophical, another is technical, or probably जो जिनसटा के कहला मु पूर्व गोटे इन्शुरेंस
सागर
human like to interface discussion and human like interaction सेटा गूगल ର नथिला। गूगल जहाँ देइथिला that was a pure simple kind of like move portfolio answer dala, but chat gpt brought something where exactly I thought of engaging into a discussion with chat gpt. It's so nice। ame ago को यही देखिबा वे तो लैंग्वेज हो वे तो जहाँ भी हो प्रत्येक डोमेन रे the engagement is going to get into a next level of interaction. That has made the difference, and that should be what we all should be focusing on. ମୁଁ actually ସୁନୀଲ ବାବୁଙ୍କଠୁ ଶୁଣିବାକୁ ଚାହିଁବି ଆର ବିଷୟରେ ଅଞ୍ଜନ, କାହିଁକି ନା ଏଇଟା ନିହାତି ଭାବରେ ଆମ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ଇନ୍ସପାୟାର କରୁ ଯେ ଆମେ ଯେମିତିକି ଆମେ ଏନଗେଜ କରିବା ଜଣେ ଅନ୍ୟ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ, ସେଟା ନିହାତି ହେବା ଦରକାର। ସେଇଟା ମୋ ପଏଣ୍ଟ ଥିଲା। ଥ୍ୟାଙ୍କ ୟୁ।
ସୁନୀଲ ଭାଇ, ଆପଣଙ୍କ ନାଁ ଧରି ଡାକିଲେଣି, ଆଉ କଣ କରିବା ଆପଣ?
Hey, thank you, thank you. See, like the Microsoft employee, you know, the way I see, right, my personal thing, right. ଆପଣ ଜାଣିଥିବେ ଯୋଉ ଚାଟ୍ ଜିପିଟି ର ଓରିଜିନାଲ 3ଟା ଭର୍ସନ, ଓରିଜିନାଲ 2ଟା up to 3rd model algorithm ଟା Google open source, right? So chat GPT and OpenAI, right? You know, Elon Musk, always a genius, right? They formed this OpenAI and they started this company, right? So tankara source arambar kon thila, Elon Musk is super smart. Se kala, hey, a model da achi, eta kichi houni. I think we just discussed that how to make it scalable, right? And then how to make it usable, right? For mass, right? That's the original concept, and do it in a community driven open source, non-profit mode. That was the original intent, right? কিন্তু তারপরে এলন মাস্ক, স্যাম আল্টম্যান কোন ঝগড়া হলো, we don't know. There are a lot of things you can read about that. Then Microsoft got involved, right? ତମେ ଦେଖିବ 4 ବର୍ଷ ତଳେ Microsoft invested $6 billion, right? $6 billion. I think Satya Nadella found, I think he had a vision. $6 billion he promised to invest, right? ହେଲେ ଏ $6 billion ପ୍ରଥମ ଯୋଉ $1 billion ଗଲା, what they do, they improvise this Google's model with actually real data, right? And then employing. Somebody talked about the interaction, the response, the customization. We put lot of R&D, lot of QA, right? Manual QA, with almost 300 good English-speaking people in Nigeria and other cheaper places, just to read the response and make the response better. Okay, so say jo year and a half jo investment hala $1.5 billion, $2 billion, with lot of GPUs, same time lot of CPUs, right? This is where it gave chat GPT, that personalization, that scale thing, and that intuitiveness, right? That came because of that, right? Suppose Nigeria chatta log koli ei response ta kharab, it was offensive, eta emit heba darkar, right? So the model read it back and they retrained it, right? And you need more GPU. So that is the secret sauce. Okay, that's the way I see, right? That basically, jetal chat GPT that was asila, okay, up to 21 only, we have index, because when the model was retuned, right? That's where the QA effort, the personalization effort, that went up to that much index data, right? So tapane me rack fact logagri, we made it more recent, right? That is the kind of reason why chat GPT is today, without the $2 billion, $1.5 billion investment, it keve hi nata tha, because I'm just କହିଲେ para, Google didn't want to venture into it. One is cost, other is security, right? How to do this QA, the compliance, offensiveness, right? You need a lot of manual investment, and Google is an AI company. Google ro dekhibo, Google ro AI is more about how can they read their search, their advertisement, their AI models work there, right? They actually never thought that it will take off, but Microsoft thought it will take off and they invested. Okay, so that's what and I will say, right? And second thing, right, I will say that OpenAI, Azure OpenAI, we're using across all our products, right? And we call it co-pilots, right? Which will be pretty much now they will be agents pretty soon, but this co-pilot, right? I would have got the movie Odisha actually talk we koichi, how actually we are developing co-pilot for our own product, right? And developing this co-pilot, right, making it more personable, right, and more user friendly, right, and increasing the productivity सी आमे जब कोपाइलट डेवलप करूछु ना हमरो प्राय 12टा 13टा डेटा साइंस पीएचडी हम सहित काम करते ओके हमरो आमे रेस्पॉन्स देबु से आसीबे so we seed with a lot of past data, right, so that the initial response from the prompt is very user friendly. Okay, so developing these co-pilots, developing these agents, right, again the lot of investment goes there in the background, right, so lot goes, right. See ebe dekho amro word re co-pilot achi, outlook ro co-pilot is very good, right. Can you believe Google to be same much, right? See why Gemini on Google is not that popular, because to make it like personable, make it usable, right, they have to really work with users, hand out one-on-one, and that's a lot of effort again. Okay, so what I want to say is, okay, chat GPT is good, co-pilot is good, but lot of investment goes there, and lot of tuning goes there, right. That's why ମୁଁ ଯେତେବେଳେ beginning ରେ କହିଲି, right, ଆମର ଯୋଉ startups ସବୁ ଅଛନ୍ତି ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ, right, and then everywhere, right, I think that they should keep in mind. See, it doesn't mean that they should be scared of this thing, what these big companies are doing, but the same time, right, these big companies, right, you can provide you infrastructure, right, if you can narrow down your model, narrow down your use case, narrow down your scope of prompts, right, you should be able to develop a customized, again going back to Kathy Wood's talk today, right, as long as your model is customizable, personable, and scalable, right, maybe you just do enterprise agents, this one is a big thing, right, say today I came to know that there's something called hands-on control flow. Okay, in Python there is a control flow has come recently, right. It actually generates agents automatically, okay, for you, okay, something called control flow, right. Imagine scaling, you take that code and build a real agent for for a complex problems, right, a ticket agent or a hospital nurse, right. I think we should look into that. Okay. So again, I want to share some of my ideas. I hope it is helpful. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
सुमनी भाई थम्स अप को कहउचंती आउ के किछि जोड़ी देबे? No? Okay. So सागर देखले आपनकर प्रश्नटी, so आपनकर उत्तर देखिलो, so टिक गोटे क्वेश्चन रहइबो, आपण जेबे गोटे उत्तर को इंडिविजुअल करे देबे, आपण से प्रॉब्लम टा केबे सॉल्व भी करि परिबेनी. You go beyond what is immediately coming to your mind, go beyond the response from your limbic brain, then the thinking part of the brain. So जो ए लोकटी भलो करूनी, ए लोकटी भलो करूची, सेमिति कले सॉल्यूशन प्राय आसीबो ना. right, so आपनकर कमेंट को, so सुनील भाई आपनको धन्यवाद. सुमन भाई आपन प्रश्न दवा पय. सागर, I want to bring in Akash. Akash has a point of view, fresh point of view. Akash,
opinion about
the question, what ChatGPT did, which the other big AI companies couldn't do, like IBM and stuff like that. IBM, Google, they couldn't do. What did OpenAI did well?
From my perspective, like Google initially out till date, it was used as a search engine. So individual level re lokman requirement thila, like whether I am writing one email or messaging someone, I want that eta would polish where message pathaibi mo. So in that case, people used to search essay on this, how to write email on this. Se jinsota se problem ta se ChatGPT solve karla. What I feel from my point of view, because normal day to day use cases re bhi dekhiyo, ChatGPT or like OpenAI thing is mostly used for generative AI, which Google search engine itself was not that much up to the level. And coming to integration of different GPTs, custom GPTs. Seta bhi I don't find it in Gemini. I personally use the plus subscription of both the models. But so generative AI रे जोटा customization टा आछि सेटा I think OpenAI रे better अछि.
गोटे शब्द खोजुथले आपनगोठ, but that's fine. Call to talk again. This should be my last call to talk. Devashish Sahu and somebody else has dropped up. Devashish Sahu कहबे किछि? No. ମୁଁ ଗୋଟିଏ ଶବ୍ଦ ଖୋଜୁଥିଲି ଆପଣ ମାନଙ୍କ ଉତ୍ତରରେ, ବଢିଆ ବଢିଆ ଉତ୍ତର ଦେଇଛନ୍ତି, କିନ୍ତୁ ଗୋଟିଏ ଶବ୍ଦ ଖୋଜୁଥିଲି, ସେ ଶବ୍ଦଟି ଏପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ପାଇନାହିଁ। ଆପଣ ଚିନ୍ତା କରୁଥିବେ କୋଉ ଶବ୍ଦଟି ମୁଁ ଖୋଜୁଥିଲି, ତାକୁ ସୁନିଲ ଭାଇ ଜାଣିଛନ୍ତି, ତେଣୁ ସୁନିଲ ଭାଇଙ୍କୁ ମନା କରିବି କହିବା ପାଇଁ। ସୋ ଆପଣ ସେ ସବୁ ପ୍ରଶ୍ନ ରଖିଥିବେ। ସୋ ପ୍ରଶ୍ନ ହଉଛି ଓପନ ଏଆଇ କଣ କଲା, ଯୋଉଟା ସୁନିଲ ଭାଇ ଆପଣଙ୍କଠୁ ଇକୋ ଆସୁଛି, ମ୍ୟୁଟ୍ କରୁଛି ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ। हाँ म्यूट कर देचन, थैंक यू। सो प्रश्न सेटा उत्तर आपण खोजिक दियंतु। आमे आपण को उत्तर रु आमे ओडिशा एआई आ ओडिया एआई प्रोफेशनल माने कोन बुझिबु आ कोन बुझिकी कोन करिवु हम पई, ओडिशा पई, भारत पई आ पृथ्वी पई। तो सेटा सेती की कहि की आगर जे स्पीकर आसीबे तांकर इंट्रोडक्शन करिवार दायित्व होची मोरो, आउ से समय तो हेई जिवो, से समय हेई गलानी, राइट? 10 अछि। someone wants to join the call. Dr. Manas Patra. Dr. Manas Patra, welcome. डाटा सेट ऊपर ओपन एआई बहुत भलो इन्वेस्ट करिथिला क्वालिटी डेटा। ओके, दैट्स अ गुड पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू, दैट्स अ गुड पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू। ऑलराइट, सो आगो को जो माने आसीबे, सो हमरो प्रोटोकॉल अनुसार मु आपण माननकु व्यूअर लिस्ट को नै जाउची। Like agar jo speaker asibe, he is very sensitive on timing. He has agreed for 2 questions, and those 2 questions will be asked by Swaroop Mishra. So to introduce Swaroop Mishra, he is the apana lakshya karthiyo who is Swaroop Mishra, kit samay agur katha hotla. He is the inventor of something called instruction tuning, based on his LLM tayari heji. Apana mane tanko paper padhuntu, tapare jani paribe, tank siye kiछि samay kahibe। तांको पर जे आसुचंती तांको ना होची डॉक्टर से कहंतिनी जेफ डीन होचन जने एआई पायोनियर, पृथ्वीर लाइक सब वैज्ञानिक मानक भितरे अन्यतम मुख्य वैज्ञानिक कहले अत्युक्ति हबो नाही। सो जेफ डीन आसुचंती, जेफ डीन आसीबे, तांकर ये होचे जे से दुईटा प्रश्न ही नेबे, और से प्रश्न तांको पचारिबे स्वरूप मिश्र। तेणु आपण मानकु मु एबे व्यूअर को ट्रांसफर करूची, तेणु क्षमा करिवे जदि भाबिबे आपण माने व्यूअर काहे कि हेई जाउछंती, तार कंडीशन सर राजी हबा आगुरु टिके एई कंडीशन रे कहथिले ना। सो नॉर्मली लाइक 5 मिनिट समय दिचंती, सो वी वांट टू मेक द बेस्ट यूज ऑफ दोस 5 मिनिट्स। ओके, सो आपण मानकु मु व्यूअर करि के जाउची समस्तंकु। सुनंतु डॉक्टर जेफटिन को आसंतु, जेफटिन को सुनिबा बहुत भल लागिवो। एबे सुनिया पई प्रिपरेशन होउची, और प्रिपरेशन रो प्रस्तुति पथरे मु आपण माननकु एई मीटिंग रे व्यूअर आडू को नेकी जाउची। क्षमा करिवे, किछि भाबिबेनी, सेटा होची हाउस रूल्स। जे कोनसी मीटिंग रे गुटे हाउस रूल्स थाए, घरर नियम, राइट? एई जो किछि स्पीकर माने आसीबे तांको पई नियमटा एतिकी हैला। मु आपण माननकु व्यूअर रे कन्वर्ट करूची। आमे माने जो होस्ट माने भी रहबु बा को होस्ट माने भी रहबु, आम माननकु भी परमिशन नाही जे आमे कथा कहबा बोली, right? The minimum interruption, so that we listen to those minds really well. So Dr. Jefftin आसुचंती, तांको परे आसुचंती प्रोफेसर चित्त बराल, गुरु स्वरूपंकर गुरु, सी बी one of the leading minds, and तांको परे आसुचंती डॉक्टर देवेंद्र दास शर्मा। 500 पाखापाखि पेटेंट तांकर, पृथ्वीर प्रत्येक कंप्यूटर रे तांको इन्वेंशन अछि। तो एई 3 जण एई 4 जण स्पीकर मानू को आमे सुनिबा। कंडीशन होची आम माने समस्त व्यूअर रहबा, आमे चुप रहबा, केवल से माने ही कहिबे। ଏବେ ଆପଣ ମାନଙ୍କୁ ମୁଁ ଭିଓର କରିବା ଆରମ୍ଭ କରୁଛି। ସ୍ୱରୂପ ବୋଧେ ଜଏନ୍ କରିବେ ଆଉ କିଛି ସମୟ ପରେ। ସେ ଜଏନ୍ କଲା ବେଳକୁ ଏଇ ଫୋରମଟାକୁ ଠିକ କରିକି ରଖିବାର ଦାୟିତ୍ୱଟା ମତେ ସମର୍ପଣ କରାଯାଇଛି। ତେଣୁ ଆପଣ ମାନଙ୍କୁ ଭିଓର କରୁଛି। କିଛି ମନକୁ ଭାବିବେନି ମତେ ଭିଓର କରିଦେଲେ। ଆପଣ ମାନଙ୍କୁ ନେକ୍ସଟ ଇଣ୍ଟେଲେକ୍ଚୁଆଲ ଭେରି ଡିପ୍ ଟେକ୍ କନଭରସେସନ କୁ ଆଉ ଥରେ ସ୍ୱାଗତ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ମୁଁ ଆପଣ ମାନଙ୍କୁ ଭିଓର ବନେଇବା ଆରମ୍ଭ କରୁଛି। ରାଇଟ୍। ସୋ ଡକ୍ଟର ମାନସ ପାତ୍ର ଆପଣ କହିନାହାନ୍ତି କିଛି, ଆପଣ କିଛି କହିବେ ନୂଆ ଜଏନ୍ କଲେ ଡକ୍ଟର ମାନସ ପାତ୍ର?
ମୁଁ ଜଷ୍ଟ ଜଏନ୍ କଲି। ମୁଁ ବ୍ରହ୍ମପୁର ରୁ କରିଛି NIST ୟୁନିଭର୍ସିଟି ରୁ।
ଆଜ୍ଞା ସାର୍, ନମସ୍କାର।
I'm happy to be part of this conference. Thank you so much.
You are welcome. Right now we are in a process. We are converting everyone into a viewer in preparation.
I think the other day Swaroop Mishra came to NIST University and he delivered a talk. Yeah, that was very exciting.
Indeed. And thank you for conducting the hi Swaroop, welcome in. ମୁଁ କହୁଥିଲି କି ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ଏବେ ଭିଓର କରିଦେବା। ଆମର ହାଉସ ରୁଲ ହେଉଛି even the host will be silent. There will be 2 questions from Swaroop and the answer would be from Dr. Dean. So ସେଥିପାଇଁ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ଭିଓର କରିଦେଉଛି। So
yeah, we have some time.
Correct. So right now it is it is my responsibility to to introduce Swaroop. So Swaroop, Swaroop को मैं केमती introduce करी भी, like he's such a fine lad. Like हमारा जमती ओडिशा AI रे conference रे हमें जमती आसिलु की when like I'm a 2020 conference रे Swaroop was a student volunteer, right? And he was working with Alan AI. So and then he sought his way up. Manas Patra Sareve Kotule Swaroop Kotha. So and he sought his way up into invent something that would revolutionize this field of language computing, right? So in instruction tuning, that is so ଏବେ ସେ Google DeepMind ରେ କାମ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ଆଉ Gemini ର reasoning ଉପରେ ତାଙ୍କର କାମ। ଏବେ इंटरनेशनल मैथमेटिक्स ओलंपियाड रे तांकर फोटोटा आपण देखिथिबे न्यूयॉर्क टाइम रे गूगल टीम मान संगे। सो सेटा होची कथा। आउ एबे तो नॉर्मली आगु कोटे कॉन्फ्रेंस आछि जोथरे कि तांकर एसओ एनजीओ आउ इट्स ए लार्ज पैनल संगे तांकर पैनल अछि। सो ही इज सॉल्विंग द प्रॉब्लम्स व्हिच some of us did not think to solve. Right? Thank you all. आपण माने जो माने निज निज को ভিওর আড়কু নেই যাউছন্তি। So thank you so much for doing it on your own. So Swaroop, ଏବେ ତ ନ୍ୟୁୟର୍କ ଟାଇମ୍ ଆର୍ଟିକଲ କଥା କହିଲି, but Swaroop, ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ମୁଁ ପ୍ରଶ୍ନ ପଚାରିବି, right? Where did you get that fundamental idea? Where are you getting those fundamentals? What I'm noticing is that you are thinking about thinking, like metacognition, like you are thinking about those levels. Where are you getting these ideas from?
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much, Anjan Bhai, for the kind introduction. Colonel Parida is here, many of the seniors are here. Samastanta namaskar, Jai Jagannath. Now, the ideas, right, regarding the ideas. It's sort of like we stay with the problem. We basically eat with it, sleep with it for a long time. It doesn't come immediately. Like there's a problem, so we keep on thinking, and it takes probably days, months, and then suddenly we get an idea. It's not like a forceful attempt, but deliberately I make it study karu Olga literature, especially, for example, I was very interested in physics. I got a lot of inspiration from physics in the early days, like during my high school and undergrad, very early days. I was interested in studying like advanced physics, like string theory, quantum field theory, like those kind of stuff. I got a chance to intern at Harishchandra Research Institute, Allahabad. It's like Professor Soksen is there. So I got a lot of insights from physics very early in my life. And that helped me to how to think and approach a problem from first principle, fundamental stuff. So those things definitely help. But I think all this thing is also comes by by passion. Like if you are passionate about something, you are going to solve it. Whatever task you want to do, I think passion makes a lot of. It's, if you think it's like a 9 to 5 job, it's not like how researchers operate. It's like more like something we want to solve passionately, and we take it, we let it, operate on the background, and then we try to solve the problem.
ଆପଣ ମତେ ଗୋଟେ କଥା କହିଥିଲେ, ଆପଣ ଗୋଟେ ପିଲାଦିନର କଥା କୁହନ୍ତୁ। ପିଲାଦିନର କଥାଟା ଟିକେ ଆମ ପିଲାମାନଙ୍କୁ ଯୋଉ ଆସୁଛନ୍ତି ସେମାନଙ୍କୁ ଭଲ ଲାଗିବ। ପିଲାଦିନର କଥା କୁହନ୍ତୁ ଟିକେ।
ପିଲାଦିନରେ ବହୁତ ଗୁଡେ ମାନେ ଆସ୍ପେକ୍ଟ ଅଛି। ମୋ କୋ ଆସ୍ପେକ୍ଟ ଟାକୁ, what do you think, like which aspect should I cover?
I would cover the period in which you went through what a lot of kids go through, but they don't find themselves a way back, right? ସେଇ ଯୋଉ ଅଧ୍ୟାୟଟାକୁ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ଭାଷାରେ କୁହନ୍ତୁ, ଯେମିତି କି ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ରାସ୍ତା ଦରକାର ଥିଲା, ଆପଣ ନିଜକୁ କେମିତି ରାସ୍ତା ଦେଖେଇକି ପୁଣି ଆଣିଲେ ନିଜକୁ।
Right. So more actually, I am from like Bhanjanagar, Barampur, Ganjam district, Odisha. तो ସେତେବେଳେ 10th ରେ ସେତେବେଳେ ବେଷ୍ଟ 10 ବାହାରୁଥିଲା, like the top 10 list ବାହାରୁଥିଲା rank, that tradition used to be there. So I was among them 10th board re. So then I came to BJP college, like doing regular stuff, but then suddenly outside the curriculum मैंने जहाँ course से था, I got very interested in physics, and it's not interested too much in academia, like didn't want to just study for marks and all, but I was like very interested in physics. Like that time I study a lot of advanced physics books. Like I said, I built a theory that time. It's called as, people who know me, that handwritten theory is still there. It's like around 150 pages, that book is there. Basically trying to correlate different physics concepts, what we know at high school level, and trying to unify from a single theory. And that's the theory that actually helped to get me an internship pretty early, because this institute, like Harishchandra Research Institute, TIFR, this is mostly for post-grad, post-graduation, like after your undergrad and masters, you go there. But I was like high school, then just moved to BJP college, +2, I got this opportunity. So that was, and then Ashok Sen was the pioneering physics researcher. There's a lot of, I think he won that popular physics award, and so that part. But then what happened is, in that process, I sort of neglected the regular academia, academic stuffs, to do marks, like to get good marks, like what every parent tell, right? Like the 10th you get top 10, then they expect you also do that in 12th, and then you keep doing well in academia. But I was entering into one area, and so that there are some hurdles that came because of that. I ignored some subjects, but then I really like this research, and I keep pushing for I keep on, I have those handwritten theories and documents from those days, that kept motivating me, and I was waiting for the right opportunity. So I was in Bangalore for some time, working as a software engineer. I was also a technical consultant, and then slowly I got into the area of machine learning, AI, did my PhD, got a break at Alinei, their non-profit research institute. They were ready to do something risky and high impact research. So simply, that's how my things panned out.
Right. So ସମସ୍ତେ ଯୋଉମାନେ ଜଏନ୍ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ତାଙ୍କୁ ମୁଁ ହାଉସ ରୁଲ କହି ଦଉଥିଲି କି ନେକ୍ସଟ ଯୋଉ 4-5 ଜଣ ସ୍ପିକର ଆସୁଛନ୍ତି, ସୋ ଗୋଟେ କଣ୍ଡିସନ ଅଛି କି ଲାଇକ ସମସ୍ତେ ଯୋଉମାନେ ଅଛୁ, ଆମେ ଯୋଉମାନେ ହୋଷ୍ଟ ବି ଅଛୁ, ସୋ ୱିଲ୍ ବି ଅନ୍ ମ୍ୟୁଟ୍ ଓନ୍ଲି। ଜେଫ୍ ଙ୍କୁ ସ୍ୱରୂପ 2ଟା ପ୍ରଶ୍ନ ପଚାରିବେ, ଆଉ ଜେଫ୍ ସେଇ 2ଟା ପ୍ରଶ୍ନର ଉତ୍ତର ଦେବେ। ଅନ୍ୟମାନଙ୍କୁ କାହାରିକୁ ପ୍ରଶ୍ନ ପଚାରିବାର ସୁଯୋଗ ଆମକୁ ମିଳିବନି। ଆମେ ଯଦି ଅନୁରୋଧ କରିବୁ, ଯଦି ଆସିକି ଖୁସି ତ ଅଛନ୍ତି, କହିଲେ କି he is looking forward to this, but so we need to make sure that he's thinking we observe as much as possible, and hence जो माने नुआ सब जॉइन करूचंती सेमान को हमें भ्योर ये करी को आपण माने रिएक्ट करि परिबे किन सुनि परिबे किंतु माने कथावार्ता करि परिबे नै हम माने जो होस्ट को होस्ट पे रहउछु हम मान को भी से अधिकार हमें नहीं न हूं जे प्रश्न पचारि तो बड़ प्रश्न पचारिबे स्वरूप आ उत्तर देबे जेफ्टिन तांको परे प्रोफेसर चित्त बराल similar thing, and then we will have Dr. Debendra Das Sharma. We will follow similar protocol for the next sessions. So Swaroop, like back to so where did you get that idea to do that revolutionary thing that revolutionized everything?
So see, like there's a very fundamental difference between chatbot and machine learning. Like machine learning jemti heichi, like traditionally amara fundamental hochi je amara model ko train kariba and then test kariba, right? But that is against the basic principle of chatbot. Can a chatbot re a user don't have time, and a user ko you cannot keep waiting, that you have to train. You cannot ask them to train a model, test it, and do hyperparameter tuning and all those things. So user wants an immediate answer, right? Like chatbot means like you can interact and chat. Jemti gote human sହିତ ame katha hoche, semti gote machine sହିତ kene katha hai pariba. There's a basic difference between the way machine learning was designed versus what can be made user friendly chatbot. So that was like more insight from the product side, like what is missing to really launch AI to general public by building a chatbot. And that was the inspiration behind how can a model ମାନେ ତାକୁ ଆମେ କହୁ zero shot learning from instruction, ମାନେ ତାର ଅର୍ଥ ହଉଛି ଯେମିତି ଆମେ ତାକୁ ଗୋଟେ ମଣିଷକୁ ଗୋଟେ instruction ଦଉ ବା କିଛି କହୁ and the human response it, ସେମିତି କେମିତି ଗୋଟେ AI directly ଗୋଟେ natural language text through ଆମକୁ direct task ଟା କରିପାରିବ. That was the inspiration from the product side, because I spent some time in the industry before my PhD. So that was I got that product inside. But then the technical part, like how do we, okay, this is what we want, right? But then how do we make it work? Like, okay, we want the model to learn and directly, respond to zero shot instruction. But then how do we empower a training paradigm that really make it work? So that one came from like a lot of other disciplines, like how, actually one example I'll give you. I keep on using my presentation wherever I go. People ask this question. So ଆମର ଦେଖିବେ ଗାଁରେ ଗୋଟେ ମାନେ ଗେମ୍ ଥାଏ ଯୋଉ ଗିଲି ଦଣ୍ଡା କୁହନ୍ତି ହିନ୍ଦୀରେ, ତ different regional ତାକୁ ନେମ୍ ଦିଆଯାଏ, local game ଥାଏ. So ସେ ଗେମ୍ ଗୁଡା ମାନେ ଏତେ ପପୁଲାର ନୁହଁ, only regional game, ମାନେ ଗାଁ ଅନୁସାରେ ଭ୍ୟାରି କରିଥାଏ. ତ ସେଇ ଗେମ୍ ଗୁଡା ଦେଖିବେ ମାନେ ହ୍ୟୁମାନ ମାନେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଆମେ ଛୋଟ ପିଲା ଜଣେ ଆଉ ଜଣକୁ ବୁଝେଇବ ତ ବେଶୀ କିଛି ଏକ୍ସାମ୍ପଲ ଦିଏନି, ଖାଲି ଥରେ ଗୋଟେ ଦିଟା ଲାଇନ କହିଦିଏ, and then the other guy ଦେଖେ ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ସାଙ୍ଗ ଖେଳିବାର 2-3 ଥର, and then the guy just learns it, how to play the game very quickly, very easily, right? How is this happening? Like, but this machine learning models require lots of examples. Like I'm saying, talking about the traditional machine learning, deep learning machine learning. Like if you see the way things have evolved, like it used to require a lot of data. So taking inspiration from this, this local game. So my intuition is actually कौन होची. I mean, everybody watches TV or follow sports. So the local game, they visualize it as a combination of some form of cricket, football, some popular game. Doing kind of technical term compositional generalization, like composing, trying to learn from similar games, right? So and ଯେତେବେଳେ ଆମେ ତାକୁ ଯୋଉ ଗେମ୍ ଟା ସେ ଶିଖୁଛି, ଗୋଟେ child ଶିଖୁଛି, so his or her friend, they give couple of examples, one or two examples, but they also explain in natural language कि अरे एटा क्रिकेट रे जंते शॉट खेलंती ना, से सेमती ही शॉट खेलिबो एटी, how similar to football, but you have to protect the the ball or whatever. So that way, by correlating, model learns, like the kid learns very quickly from one or two examples and from instruction. So this actually, and like that, there are many things that happens in nature. Like I said, I was very interested, very inspired from physics, right? So there are a lot of physical phenomena that happens like this. So that stuck to me that ए जिनसटा आमे केमते रेप्लिकेट करि परिबा माने मशीन पाई, एआई पाई, जे जेंती गोटे किड संग संग जिनसटा सिखि जाउची इंस्ट्रक्शन रो, तो इंस्ट्रक्शन ट्यूनिंग जोटा कि लेटर पॉपुलर हैला, So, but that was the motivation of the key idea. And of course, there are like other technical key ideas, product related key ideas that help us, to really implement that. And then there are a lot of technical details like how do we encode it and all those things. I'll not go into that. But in simple language, often we get inspiration from things around us. We don't need to, we have a lot of inspiration around us from our childhood, from our experiences. We don't need to, like read a lot of things, or we don't need to think of some like inferior, all those things. Like often things come from small experiences. तो सेटा होची तो that सेटा हमें पेपरटा लिखिलु 2021 मसीहारे. This is 2021 I think April aligned time रे. तो सेते बेले माने तार किछि दिन परे एक्चुअली इंस्ट्रक्ट जीपीटी आसिला. तो माने चैट जीपीटी समझ जानि थिबे. तो तार जो प्रिकर्सर माने चैट जीपीटी ट्रेन हेछि एक्चुअली इंस्ट्रक्ट जीपीटी ऊपर. सो इंस्ट्रक्ट जीपीटी केम किछि दिन परे हमरा पेपर नाथले नेचुरल इंस्ट्रक्शन. like recently सेटाकू वर्तन अलिनियर एवडे स्पेशल अवार्ड मिलला तांकर एनुअल मीटिंग रे. तो से तापरे किछि दिन परे गूगल रा प्लान आस्तिला आ तापरे ओपन एआई इंस्ट्रक्ट जीपीटी आस्तिला. एंड तापरे वी ऑल नो 2022 new rips December time रे around 1.5 year for a chat GPT आसिला. So that is the key idea, like how can we, it's called as instruction tuning. How can we convert the normal model को हमें केमते chatbot रे convert करे. If you see these talks, like earlier Raj talked about it, and you see many technical talks that they use this term instruction tuning, right? Instruction tune Hindi language models, instruction tune Indic language models, and all those things. So that is the key idea. Like how can we introduce this concept to convert a machine learning model to chatbot?
So I mean, so it needed your intuition and application of that intuition and first principle of thinking into the field of science to bring what technology you are creating, right? It's a multi-layer thing which is going on. How do the kids that who are there are some of your friends who are listening here, your juniors who are listening here. I was hesitating here, but yeah, they are literally following your footsteps. What should they do and what should they do not do?
I think it's both important and passionate ରହିବା. Like ଗୋଟେ ଜିନିଷ, like if you do something because you want to get more money or something, that's a different thing, right? But you need to really like what you're doing. Like money and fame and resources all will come on the way. But I think the daily life job, we have to really like it, whatever we do. So that is step number one. Like I think I really liked research, so that keeps me pushing. That is the first thing. If they want to do research, I would say, don't settle down for like just regular, like, writing some papers, getting a degree, and getting a good job, and it's like we always, we have been always taught like this, both in some Western world to asichi, right? Like Newton's laws, Einstein's theories, all this thing. But we had Ramanujan also, right? We had Aryabhat, right? We had all these guys, right? So I think it's a lot of also on the self-belief that, we can also be pioneering researchers or entrepreneurs and all in the field. Because I definitely see this trend, very unfortunate trend that our IITs and, our startups and all these worlds, we don't have that original thinking. We need to bring that back. We need to emphasize that we can also, it's not about just, somebody else doing and we follow it, but we can be a leader. We need to definitely have self-belief. So for that, I think being passionate is necessary. If you're passionate, things will automatically follow. You'll find the right people, people will reach out to you, your paper will be famous, and things will automatically follow. You don't have to worry about that. It organically.
So you know what, like we are trying to solve so many things, right? Upon mane college re thila belaku, college sarla belaku I need to get into campus. Now campus ra belaku I need to get into Meta, I need to get into, there's a rat race there, right? How can we keep ourselves safe from that race, but do what You just said fundamentals, first principles. So what should we do?
So this is also a culture effect. Okay, I'll be honest with you, in the sense that you are an average of 4 people around you, right?
Yeah.
Like, so it also comes by example, right? I mean, whatever you say, right? Like, probably like I have been thinking about all these things for a long time. I wrote the theories long time back during my high school itself, but I could never publish those things, right? Until actually, alineare mate chance milla ki bartan jo deep mind rachi. So I think the surrounding and the culture, that really push you to not to be incremental, and it's like how the incentive system is designed, right? um, how the incentive system is designed, like ଆମର जो incentive system ଯଦି ଥାଏ ଯେ ଆମ surrounding ରେ ଆମେ ଦେଖୁଛେ ଯେ ଆମର 4 ଜଣ ସାଙ୍ଗ ଯାଇକି ବାଙ୍ଗାଲୋରରେ job କରୁଛନ୍ତି, and happily married, having good life, got a house and all those things, then we thought like that's the best we could get. So we need some examples, more examples, that there is a world beyond that we can do, and people like us have done it. It's like it's our people who have also done a lot of pioneering work. So I think छोटे like they say, right, take a step, go a step, trust in you, and tapare you have to so you have to take the first step, but like भरोसा करके जब पड़े हो okay, we like it and let's do it, and then things will automatically evolve. On the way we'll get opportunities, and you might be lucky, you might not be lucky, but it will average out if you are really passionate.
Great. So towards a little apananko somendra host tayari kar dejandi, so thank you. So the way we will do is Swaroop, like apananko to host he jaichi, we will slowly go out of this. Only you will be there when Jeff joins in. It's only you and Jeff on this. Ammane samaste bahari jibu, so it has to be you as a host. You would not allow anyone during that, right? So that will be a lock. And after that, like when you are bringing in Chitta sir after this, probably Chitta sir will join in. You can allow Chitta sir, and then Dr. Debendra Das. Only these people will be in. Rest of us will be out. Okay. So with this, I think what I would do is the floor is yours. I'm taking myself out of this, and we have 14 more minutes to go, and I'm sure Jeff is very punctual. He's going to be there on time or a little before that. So there is going to be Somendra, please help us finding out. Please help us finding out if we can make by default anyone who's joining a viewer, right? Otherwise, if we can lock, right? Please help us finding that, and we will take ourselves out, right? 3-4 minutes. Only people who will be allowed is Professor Chitta Baral, Dr. Debendra Das.
So before that, I want to say one thing.
Yeah.
So viewer I wanted to call out our core committee. Effort, like I'll be representing on behalf of core committee to interact with Jeff, but I definitely want to call out Anjan Bhai, founder, and Somender, बहुत ही helpful है. राति सारा बजे से I don't know if he got a time to sleep or not. Colonel Parida, so inspirational, and always keeping us inspired and motivated with all these things. Very active, as this says, really inspiring. Kumarika madam, Auri Bojan Achante, Santosh bhai. So definitely want to call out all the core committee members. I'm just going to represent them by interacting, but they are the people who made this happen.
Thank you. Yeah, sure. We are taking ourselves as viewer. Can somebody make me the viewer as well? Only Swaroop, make me the viewer, please. And Somendra and me, please make me the viewer. I'm turning myself off. Chitta sarunku jai na message ta jai na.
I sent him, yeah. I'm figuring out how do you make people's viewer.
I'm sure Meg
Joined yet, right?
कौन कहले सोमेंद्र?
Let Jeff join, then
हाँ
we have still some time left.
हाँ हम पाखरे एक्चुअली एबे हला केतेटा हला
ଆଉ 12 ମିନିଟ୍ ଅଛି Jeff join
12
କରିବା।
minute right
Vishwarupa, welcome in. So Vishwarupa is one of the silent volunteer who is working, and we don't see her work. Vishwarupa, ଆପଣ ଯେଟା ଅଛନ୍ତି ଟିକେ ୟାଙ୍କ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ thank you ଟିକେ ୟାଙ୍କ ସୋମ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ମିଶିକି ସେ ଯୋଉ ଭିଜୁଆଲ ସବୁ ବାକି ଅଛି କରିଦିଅନ୍ତୁ। ଶାଶ୍ୱତଙ୍କୁ ଯଦି କଲ୍ କରିବା ଦରକାର କଲ୍ କରନ୍ତୁ। ଆଉ Alright, so ଯୋଉମାନେ ଜଏନ୍ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ଆମେ ପ୍ରିପେୟାର କରୁଛୁ ନେକ୍ସଟ ସେସନ ପାଇଁ। ଆମ ପାଖରେ ଅଛନ୍ତି ସ୍ୱରୂପ ମିଶ୍ର। ଆମେ Jeff would join exactly at 20:30 PST, which is ଆପଣଙ୍କର 9ଟା ବେଳେ ଠିକ ଜଏନ୍ କରିବେ। ତାଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ ଆମେ ପ୍ରିପେୟାର କରୁଛୁ। ତା ନିୟମ ଅନୁସାରେ ସମସ୍ତେ ଭିଅର ହେବେ including us। କେବଳ ସ୍ୱରୂପ 2ଟା ପ୍ରଶ୍ନ ପଚାରିବେ ଜେଫଙ୍କୁ, ଆମେ ସମସ୍ତେ ଶୁଣିବା। ଆଉ ଯାହା ଶୁଣିକି ଯାହା ଆମେ ଇନ୍ସପାୟାର୍ଡ ହବା ସେଇ ଇନ୍ସପିରେସନଟାକୁ ଆମେ ଆପଣମାନେ ନିଜ ନିଜର LinkedIn ପୋଷ୍ଟ ସବୁଆଡେ ଇଏ କରିପାରିବେ। Right, so that's the way. The format ଏମିତି ହବ କି ଆଜି ଆମକୁ ଏମିତି opportunity ମିଳିଲା ଜେଫଡେନଙ୍କଠୁ ଶୁଣିବା ପାଇଁ। ଆଉ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଟ୍ୟାଗ କରିବେନି, ତାଙ୍କ ନାଁଟା ଲେଖିବେ। ଲକ୍ଷ୍ୟ କରିଥିବେ ଆମର ଇଏ ଯେମିତି କରିଛନ୍ତି, କଣ ତାଙ୍କ ନାଁ ଆକାଶ କି ଯୋଉ ଜଣେ କିଏ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଟ୍ୟାଗ କରିଛନ୍ତି, ସାଗର ଯେମିତି ଟ୍ୱିଟ୍ କରିଥିଲେ ସେଟାକୁ ଜେଫ ଲାଇକ୍ କରିଛନ୍ତି। ରାଇଟ୍, ସୋ ଟ୍ୟାଗ କଲେ ସେମାନେ ବହୁତ ବ୍ୟସ୍ତ ହେଇଯିବେ, ତେଣୁ ଟ୍ୟାଗ କରିବା ଦରକାର ନାହିଁ। କିନ୍ତୁ ଆପଣ ସେଇ ବିଷୟରେ ସ୍କ୍ରିନଶଟ୍ ନେଇକି ଇଏ କରିପାରିବେ। ରାଇଟ୍, ସ୍କ୍ରିନଶଟ୍ ନେଇକି ଆପଣ ସୋସିଆଲ ମିଡିଆରେ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଓଡ଼ିଆରେ କହିପାରିବେ କି ଇଂଲିଶରେ କହିପାରିବେ, ଏମିତି କହିପାରିବେ। ଆଉ ଯୋଉମାନେ ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କର ଯୋଉ ୟୁଟ୍ୟୁବ ଚ୍ୟାନେଲ ଅଛି ସେଥିରେ ବି ଆପଣ ଏମିତି କଣ କରିପାରିବେ। ବଟ୍ ଏଇଟାକୁ ଲାଇଭ୍ ଇଣ୍ଟରାକ୍ସନ କେବଳ ସ୍ୱରୂପ ମିଶ୍ରଙ୍କର ରହିବ। ତ excited about next 3 speakers. Swaroop would introduce Dr. Lekhandini, Jeff, the chief scientist of Google and DeepMind, Google DeepMind. Ebe apan lokhyo karthibe, they have hired a new OpenAI Sora lead ko hire karchanti. So anyway, so apan mane, this is a good opportunity to get somebody is laughing. This is a good opportunity to please go and make yourself familiar with the scientific work. So let's make this forum scientific, intellectual, beyond anything else, right? We are talking to 3 topmost scientists of this world, and one of them is Swaroop's guru. So and another is Swaroop's right now guru. So let's see how the guru sister talk. Right? Anything you want to add? Kichi add karibo?
No, I think that's all. Yeah, excited about this. So let's see how it goes.
Swaroop, ଏଇ ଯୋଉ 8 ମିନିଟ୍ ସମୟ ଅଛି, ଏଇ 8 ମିନିଟରେ 3ଟା କଥା କୁହନ୍ତୁ ପିଲାଙ୍କୁ। ମୁଁ ଯୋଉ ପିଲାମାନଙ୍କୁ ଯୋଉ ବିଶ୍ୱରୂପା ଅଛନ୍ତି, ଆହୁରି ମୁଁ କିଛି ପିଲାଙ୍କ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ମୁଁ ଇଣ୍ଟରାକ୍ଟ କରିଛି ଆଗରୁ, and they are at a various levels of privilege. କହୁଛି ରାଇଟ୍, ଆପଣଙ୍କ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ଯୋଉ ମୁଁ କଥା ହେଇଥିଲି, ଲାଇକ୍ ଆମେ କିଛି କଥା ହେଇଛୁ, so there are at various levels of privilege ପିଲାମାନେ ଅଛନ୍ତି, ଯୋଉମାନେ they are great and they are great in their own ways. So 3ଟା କଥା କୁହନ୍ତୁ ପିଲାମାନେ ଯୋଉମାନେ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଶୁଣୁଛନ୍ତି, I would say they become like you. Like when a call to action is told, go and get an international research paper, Swaroop Mishra goes and gets that paper and then publishes that. And then why this is what is the paper I got published in. Was it in Neuro IPS? Like where the announcement was there. So that Swaroop Mishra. How do we get more and more Swaroops in our community?
Pratham kata to don't try to be Swaroop Mishra, be your unique, whatever person. You know, everybody has their own strength and weakness. I'm sure everybody has a different personality. So be yourself. I think the second kata joda ki mo mane already kahutuli je passionate haba kata. Like it's you need to really like what you are doing. It's not like you have to do it to get something, but you need to really so to find out that what is the thing that really inspires you, motivates you. I mean, you will get other things on the way, like fame, money, and all those things, but you need to really like what you're doing. That is like the point number 2. And point number 3 is like that I'm calling ki when having a good surrounding. Like we are an average of 4, 4 people around us. So I'm a kemti, try to be, uh, associate with uh, the people we really admire or people who really like and like-minded people. So I think if you do these 3 things, other things will automatically be figured out. You don't have to worry about that.
Okay, so there is a slight technical difficulty here we have, Swaroop. So amaro kon hoji na so सोमेंद्रंकर मोर जो सेटिंग्स पाई हमकु व्यूअर हे परने सो आमे एमती ए स्टेज रे रहिबु
Perfect.
वीडियो
Yeah.
ऑफ रहिबु
Yeah. Please. Yeah.
I don't know what if it's because of the admin account or host account something. So all right, so Biswajit bhai आपण join kale, thank you. एबे हमें preparation करूछु. So Swaroop, so तीनटा कथा आपण जोटा कहउछन सेटा देखा जाऊ सोशल मीडिया रे जदी आपण माने पोस्ट करूचंती से पोस्ट टाकू विश्व सत्संग रे पकांतु सो दैट की को पोस्ट ऑफिशियल हैंडल रही परियो. Swaroop जो कथाडा कहउचंती आपण माननकु तांको इंटरव्यू करंतु मते सुविधा मिलिछि Swaroop को सारे कथा होबा पई काहे कि ना Swaroop जेमति कहले लाइक आमे निजे केमती हवा सेटा दैट्स द फंडामेंटल थिंकिंग ताकू फर्स्ट प्रिंसिपल थिंकिंग कहते जो वैज्ञानिक माने जो वैज्ञानिक किछि भी करि चंदी राइट अपन रिचर्ड फेनमैन को आरंभ करी कि एलन मस्क को आरंभ करी कि एबे Swaroop मिश्रंग पर्यंत बा तांको गुरु मानक पर्यंत सेमन सो फर्स्ट प्रिंसिपल they do not Chitta sir is joining in yeah sir will be Chitta sir को sir नमस्कार. So hope so sir आपन पुणी थरे स्वागत. So like ए जो जेफ सेशन रे like Swaroop प्रश्न पचारिबे जेफ उत्तर देबे सेत पई टेक्निकली आमे यही परनु बट so it's two questions what he has agreed on. So and then the audience here has agreed that they will all remain silent when you are making your presentations. It's going to be deep tech conversation that Swaroop Jeff is in.
All right, everyone. Jeff is here. Can you guys hear us?
Yes. Hello, Jeff. Welcome.
Yeah, welcome, Jeff. We still have 3 minutes to go. But yeah, we can test if everything is audible. People can see us. Yeah. All right. I'll start with introducing Jeff, and I'll ask questions as you discuss. But let's give some time for Jeff to be comfortable and, and then we can get started. Can you hear us, Jeff? All right, Jeff, thank you very much for accepting our invite. It really means a lot to us. I know you are very busy. I really appreciate your time, and your presence is definitely going to inspire the young generation who is hearing right now.
Thanks for having me. It's great to be here. And good morning to you and good evening to me.
Good evening, Jeff. Now let me start with the introduction. Now, Jeff Dean, as you all know, is the chief scientist of Google, the pioneering AI researcher. You know, all the technologies you see around, like MapReduce, Spanner, TensorFlow, Gemini. He's the mastermind behind all this. He inspires us a lot at Google, which keeps us pushing towards the frontiers of AI every day. Now, Jeff, so this is our 5th version of this conference. And the theme for this conference is Generative AI Now, What Next? You have seen how the generative AI has evolved over the years, like before machine learning, deep learning, LLMs. So I have a question for you. How do you think this generative AI space, this landscape, is going to evolve over the years? And how do we prepare for that? Like, what are the things we should do? What are the things we should not do?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously the field is progressing quite quickly. I think if you look back, say 5 years or 10 years, the kinds of things that our models today can do kind of were, people were always aspirationally trying to work towards those things, but it's a little unclear exactly when we would sort of make enough progress to be able to reach the current capabilities. But at the same time, we also kind of have aspirations of what we'd like these models to do that they kind of can't quite do today. So I'll just highlight a few areas of progression I think are interesting. So one is, moving from more text-oriented models to generally multimodal models that can accept, text or code or audio data or images or video data, kind of seamlessly deal with all those different kinds of modalities or even interleaved versions of those. I think that's a pretty important trend, and that our models will continue to get better at that kind of input. And you already see on the generative side being able to sort of generate, not just text or code, but also images and audio. And video generation is a little bit behind what we can do in terms of the fidelity and accuracy and quality of, say, image generation, but it's making pretty rapid progress as well. I think being able to generate sort of quite long form videos that are kind of coherently consistent both at the small time scale and the large time scale is something that will advance pretty rapidly. So I'm pretty excited. And then I would also say the sort of inherent capabilities of these models is progressing, but is not really where we want them to be. Today, you can kind of ask the model to do something kind of complicated, and it maybe can break a complex thing down into 5 or 6 subtasks and maybe sometimes put all those subtasks together reliably and be able to sort of accomplish something that might require 5 steps of kind of logical thought. And it can maybe do that 60 or 70% of the time. And if you ask nicely a different way, maybe it'll do it even if it didn't do it the first time. But I think what we want to get to is a system where you can ask the system a very high level thing, and that might require breaking that problem or task down into kind of 50 steps or stages and have it very reliably complete each of those so that you can do a 50-step thing with 80% reliability. That would be transformatively different than the models we have today, which can kind of do 5 things with 60 or 70% reliability. So that's kind of what lots of people in the field are working towards, is how do we improve the robustness and reasoning and planning capabilities of these models and make them able to do even more impressive things than what we can do today.
Great answer. Definitely multimodal, long context, and how can we get rid of this prompting without prompting the model? How can the model break down, do complex decomposition, do high-level planning, all kinds of reasoning tasks? Yeah, this is definitely the future. All right, I have the second question for you. Jeff, you are an inspiration to many researchers and engineers like me. Several watching you online right now, and many will be watching it when you upload this video to YouTube later on. So, what advice would you like to offer to them?
Yeah, I mean, I think you should try to find things that you're really excited about. I think anytime you're thinking about what to work on, you will have more success if you're really truly invested and really care about, achieving a good outcome for whatever sort of problem you've decided to tackle or problem you decided to take on. So I think that's one major piece of advice. A second that I've used reasonably successfully throughout my career is to kind of figure out how to put yourself in a position where you're working with other people who know things that you don't, right? I think often you can find problem areas and potential collaborators where, none of you individually have the whole set of skills that you need to tackle some interesting problem or, a piece of software you're trying to build or a research problem you're trying to solve. But collectively, you do have the skills. And I think in doing that, in working in a setting where your skills are somewhat different and complementary to those of others, you often end up with some of your skills kind of rubbing off on other people and some of their skills rubbing off on you. And so then you hopefully accomplish whatever it is you're trying to do, but you also then, even if you then stop working together because you're off working on something else, some of what you've learned rubs off on them and some of what they've learned rubs off on you. And you now have a broader set of tools and skills to go about tackling your next, the next problem you're going to work on in your career.
Definitely, like finding the right collaborator that's complementary to your skills and, be excited about the problem statement working on is super crucial. Now, Jeff, I'm sure others will agree with me. It's a true honor to have heard from you at this platform. I'm sure this will inspire a lot of young generation to better leverage the power of generative AI and be successful in their life. Thank you very much.
No, thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of your event. I'm very excited and honored you had me join you. So,
thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
All right. I hope everybody, enjoyed the conversation. I can choose to Odia. Hopefully, ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ଭଲ ଲାଗିଲା. Now, next we have Professor Chitta Baral, ji more PhD advisor, but more than that, କେତେ ଜଣ ଜାଣିଛନ୍ତି ଯେ ଆମର ଯୋ ଆଇଜର ଅଛି ବରହମପୁର ରେ ଆଉ ତାକୁ ସେଟା କେମିତି ଓଡ଼ିଶା କୁ ଆସିଲା, like how many of you know the story behind it, like how that came to Odisha, और भी बहुत किसी regarding IIT Bhubaneswar, Javier, and many things around Odisha, like people outside Odisha जो माने बाहर अछंती से माने केमती contribute कले and how that pressure made that happen. So very less people probably are aware of it, but Professor Baral is one of them. Jeki kept pushing for always how can we bring stuff to Odisha, and even now jetebele vise janti mate bhi neki janti. Last time he took me to IIT Bhubaneswar, Javier, we go and give talk and meet with people. So ଆମେ ତ generative AI विषय तो एक कॉन्फ्रेंस में डिस्कस करूचे, बहुत किसी डिस्कस करीचे, but टिके हमें let's talk something different. Let's do like Professor Baral, so तांकर किसी vision अच्छी, he wants to do something for Odisha. So let's hear from them. All yours, Dr. Baral.
Thank you, Swaroop. Namaskar. First, actually, I want to thank Anjan and Swaroop and all the other organizers, Somendra, and all the organizers for doing this. So I wanted to go back to the history just to say that whatever this Swaroop, Anjan, Swaroop, Somendra, all the other team members are doing, this thing may appear small to some, but this is really a big thing they're doing. And sometimes you'll know the impact of this many years down the line. So kind of that is the context I wanted to bring about. And in that context, I wanted to say a little bit like what was the situation in Odisha, 2004, 2005, and what is the situation now, and how that happened, and how a small group of people, if they want to work hard, can make big changes. And I can see that vision in Anjan and in Swaroop taking Odisha forward. And I want all of us to collaborate together. I will tell a little bit, maybe quickly give you some ideas, and then also give you some future directions to Treki. We can help this team to do many good things. So around 2004-5 ray, I was in my sabbatical, and I was just at Google News asithila. And so I tried to just make a web page of what are the different national institutes in Odisha. Gote web page se web page ebe bi achi chesta karuthili. So that's when I found that the central government had proposed 2004 2003 to establish charity National Institute of Science in Bhubaneswar, Pune, Allahabad, and Chennai. And I was like, oh, very excited. And the National Institute of Science, Indian Institute of Science model habo. And the President Abdul Kalam Azad say tankar speech re. Maybe you can find it in the page re se bisare kahithile. But then dine news re padhila beku je ki nai there will be ICER in Calcutta and Pune. So it seemed like Bhubaneswar and all these things have been gone. And so what had happened is the previous BJP government had made this proposal and had gone, and it had actually, they had a DPR, then the president had announced those things. But the Nuwa government, Asla Congress, they had their priorities. That was a coalition government. So it's not a political thing, it was a coalition government. And that coalition government decided that they would do it in Calcutta and Pune. So this is 2005 and 2005. So we were really there was no social media then. We had all emails, and we started sending emails to our MPs, our MLAs. We called up friends, we called up. So pura worldwide Odia mankar effort. And I'm just parallel coach. This is similar to what Anjan and Swaroop and Somendra and all the other people are doing. This was a much smaller scale. It's a different scale with things done by email. And it so happened that gotte barsa bhitare, there were the chief minister would write letters to the prime minister. Every day there will be newspaper article ki Odisha uthe nele Kolkata ko, and this thing become a mass movement. There will be candlelight marches in Bhubaneswar, and somebody filed a court case in the High Court, and the High Court actually stopped the ICER in Calcutta. And then then Minister Jithla Arjun Singh, he took it to Supreme Court. So we are supporting things in the Supreme Court. Sapate Parliament, our parliament members mane parliament eta uthele. And finally, after 7-8 months, Dr. Manmohan Singh, nice person, he realized that a mistake has been done, and he came to Bhubaneswar and he announced that NICER will be in Bhubaneswar. And so this was what we are aiming, and we had collected all the documents, and this happened. And we used a similar method for IIT. The IIT happened a year later. 2008 announcement. I will not go into detail about that. And got a side effect, what is interesting, and this one very few people know because we didn't want to publicize, is that say court case High Court ru Supreme Court ku gala. Supreme Court, High Court je loko case karthila, he is basically, if you have been to Odisha courts, court bahare sub lokane bulthanti. And so this was one of those guys je tar sanga thila, and he just filed in Cuttack High Court re. Tar sanga thila, he's not a lawyer himself, he just hangs around that area helping people. So he was so enraged by the media coverage ki Odisha Rutiola, he filed the thing. Now when it went to Supreme Court, of course he has no access to Supreme Court. So we found somebody, some young guy, relative of one of the NRIs from US, someone relative, and he said he will do it, but he was very afraid to do something. And at that time we hired Mr. Arun Jaitley as our lawyer, and he presented the case one time in the Supreme Court, but all the documents that we had prepared for him, he had read that. And down the line, some 7-8 years much later, when he became the finance minister, one of the things he did is he probably forgot that Odisha already got an ISR diya hai, or maybe he wanted to compensate. So he declared that there will be another ISR in Odisha. So that's how we have 2 science institutes in Odisha instead of 0. So this was a very interesting story. Just I wanted to say how just a group of people sitting all over the world and helping together. All these things are there in my webpage. If you go to my webpage, you'll find a link to many of these details. But this is just for fun. And I'm just saying this as a background that what Swaroop, Anjan, Swaroop, Somendra, and others are doing, this can have huge impact down the line, and all the powers to them. I'm very thankful that they're doing this. And I have assigned actually 2 tasks. The previous government, if you have noticed the triple IT, so there are 23 or 24 triple ITs, and the last batch of triple ITs were based on PPP model, and Odisha doesn't have any. So we are still fighting to get a couple of triple ITs like Indian Institute of Information Technology to Odisha, and I'm working with Anjan, and I hope I will get all your support. We get one of those triple IT with a focus on AI, and I'm just saying it now. So Anjan will contact you guys. We all need your support to make this happen. That's all I will say. I can answer a few questions, but I don't know if I'm running out of time. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Baral. Definitely बहुत ही inspiring थिला आम पाई जे हमर ऑडियंस देखिथिबे जे अल्प जण 3-4 जण बाहर लोक and NRIs, how a small movement, and that made this happen. We got 2 science institute, either Bhubaneswar, either Barampur, that happened. So mane amara small step that can make something big. So I have a question on behalf of this audience. I was asking, like, what is the channel, what is the platform you used? Like that time, I don't know how Twitter was there or emails were there, how social media was. Like, how did you influence people, to follow your footsteps and start this movement?
So there were many, not Tinchajan, there were many people involved. Email was a big factor, but we also called up, we found the list of journalists. So the state government has a list of journalists. We found that list. We called them. We found their email. So we would send email to the journalists. We found the email of all the editors of top newspapers in India. We made it a national thing, actually. When we made it a national thing, some states are being neglected and some other states are being political power, things are going that way. And I think that it had not only impact on Odisha, it had a big impact on all of India when the government then decided to create many IITs. So Joe State Central University Nathila. So we were kind of trying to say these resources should be equally divided. Every state should benefit. So media helped a lot. We approached the media, we explained them. We had press conferences in Bhubaneswar. There were events in Delhi. So the media was without media we couldn't have done, and they were very much helpful. And then we met the chief minister, we met the MPs, MLAs, all of them worked together with us.
Very nice. Yeah, I want last second question I want to ask. So ଆମର ଏଠି audience ରେ ODI community ରେ ବହୁତ ଜଣ ଅଛନ୍ତି ଯୋଉଟା କି ଯୋଉମାନେ କି volunteering କରନ୍ତି, like to help, like organize event. For example, Somendra, Kumarika, and many superstars behind the scene जोମାନେ काम करନ୍ତି. So there are 2 things, like how do you cope up with your regular work, like academia? You are a professor at Arizona State University, and you have to advise so many PhD students. You have a lot of other responsibilities, and you have your own interest to give it back to your motherland, like do something for Odisha and India. How do you, balance both, and what keeps you motivated?
I think if you ask all the people here, even Anjan or there, when you work for Odisha, you don't feel like you're working. That's like kind of, it's part of your blood. You don't feel like you're doing something extra for it. it's just there. The other things are extra things you are doing. That is kind of inside, ingrained in our body, ingrained in our mind. We are not doing anything extra for that. Doesn't really affect money. I have a hard time writing 5 pages of a paper or a proposal, but if the chief minister, if I have to write a 5-page email to the chief minister, I will just write it, sit down and write it without, I mean, within half an hour, 1 hour, I can write it. It's a different kind of a thing. It's ingrained in our body, and I'm sure many of yours, when we think of Odisha, think of things to do, it just comes to us naturally. And as I mentioned, I met the new chief minister, honorable new chief minister, in July, and discussed with him many plans. And I hope I will get your help in. I mean, we should not sit tight. We should take things further. And whatever you guys are doing is wonderful, and we should do some more things. So let's keep working.
Thank you very much, sir. This is definitely very inspirational for all of us to keep working for Odisha and do stuff for it. That's all from my side. Anybody?
Yes. Sir, please say a few words about Swaroop. What did you find different in this kid who could think something in fundamental and bring something that made a lot of change?
Swaroop is a kind of a visionary. I mean, we refer to him as the idea man. He has so many ideas. So the two things, he has lots of ideas, and he's very good at convincing people the importance of his ideas. These are untangible things. I have not seen anyone like him with respect to these two things. And I think people in Google are also realizing that he has tons of ideas, and he can convince. Like, sometimes I have a hard time convincing one of my PhD students to do something. Swaroop can convince him. Okay, this is really good. Do what Dr. Baral says. So he is very good at clearly explaining his ideas and convincing, motivating others to pursue good ideas. And he has himself lots of good ideas.
So जो माने छात्र छात्री माने एबे अछंती और सुनुचंती प्रोफेसर बराल और स्वरूप मिश्र को ए जो गुरु pair, like they have got us today's LLM. So ଶୁଣୁଥିବେ ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ ମାନେ ସାର୍ କେମିତି କହୁଛନ୍ତି ଯେ ଅନ୍ୟଙ୍କୁ ନିଜର ବହୁତ ଆଇଡିଆ କରିକି ଅନ୍ୟମାନଙ୍କୁ କନଭିନ୍ସ କରାଇବାର ସେ ଯୋଉ ସ୍କିଲଟା ସ୍ୱରୂପଙ୍କର ୟୁନିକ୍ ଥିଲା। ଆଉ କିଛି ସାର୍ ଆପଣ ଆଉ କିଛି କହିବେ ଯୋଉଟା ପିଲାମାନେ ନେଇକି ଯିବେ ତାଙ୍କ ପାଖକୁ ଆଜି?
ହଁ ମୁଁ ଗୋଟେ କଥା କହିବି। I don't know କେହି କହିଛନ୍ତି କି ନାଇଁ, did Swaroop give a presentation on instruction tuning yet, or dabu ki? So you only give?
No, you can please go ahead, sir.
Okay, so let me tell what Swaroop the main thing. So this is AI machine learning. So machine learning, people have heard about supervised machine learning, unsupervised, and reinforcement learning. So let's think of the most common one, supervised learning. Supervised learning, basically you are kind of training a model which is kind of an interpolation function. So you're giving input, output, a set of data inputs and outputs, and it the model gets trained so that if you give a different input to it hasn't seen at all, it will give you a reasonable output. That's what basic supervised learning hochi. So what Swaroop, the first paper jota and on which is equivalent to Instruct GPT and the later generations of language models, is the thought that means when you teach a human or teach something a human, you might give him examples or her examples of AI input, AI output kara. But first you tell them what the problem is. And if you look at a book, the math book, there are examples which says, okay, but there is first put a paragraph or 2 paragraphs, 3 paragraphs, something about that subject. So in other words, this whole method of supervised learning where you give input and output to a model without even telling what the task is sounds kind of strange. Okay, you are teaching something without telling what they're supposed to be doing. They're just saying, oh, just learn from this input output data. And that was only way to do because there was no way to tell what the task is. But once we had these transformers which are good at understanding text, then Swaroop's idea was, why not we actually put the instruction, tell what the task is about. And what is this first paper showed that if you do that, the system actually is able to learn to other tasks which it has never seen before. So that is the instruction. And in another way, that is similar to the prompts. So the first paper that Swaroop wrote on this topic is treated equivalent to some of the original models, like the 3 or 4 papers that came out that time. And this is like a pioneering paper about creating a new machine learning paradigm. Is in addition to input output, you also have the instructions about what this task is about. So someone might give a pointer, like there is a blog from Edinburgh in UK, Scotland, and they list the papers on instruction tuning, and the number 1 paper is Swaroop's paper. And then they say, oh, this paper, there are 3 other papers that came out and around the same time, but we think Swaroop's was the first paper on that. So that kind of gives an idea of what Swaroop did. I mean, developing something which is as fundamental as GPT. Like before that, GPT had 1 step kind of a thing, is next word prediction. But after that, instruction GPT and so on, there was other steps involved. And I would say Swaroop's work was one of the pioneering work on which took the field in that direction.
Great, Professor Baral. Any last words for the community?
No, yeah, one last word. I mean, I would like to thank again to the organizers, and let's not sleep after this thing is over today and wait for another year. Let's continue working together in many aspects. And so I will work with this organizing team, and we'll follow up with you so that we can keep doing things. This is not say once a year kind of thing. Let's keep doing things. And my immediate target is, I have actually promised the Chief Minister that we will give him a proposal of how to bring about a IIIT focusing on AI and AI in mining and transportation in Keonjhar.
Perfect. So hope the community heard you loud and clear. Swaroop, anything to say, sir, before we move to Dr.
Thank you very much, Professor Baral, for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Swaroop, and welcome, Debendra. I know you for a long time, so everybody's eagerly waiting for you, Debendra.
Welcome, Dr. Das Sharma. So thank you for joining at a very short notice. So a few words about Dr. Debendra Das Sharma, as he's probably preparing and getting his screen to share. So like Professor Baral, Dr. Debendra Das Sharma is someone whose invention run in every computer in this world, literally. Right? Interconnect, he is the inventor of Interconnect. And Interconnect is keeping everything connected, though the level of connection is completely different. So he has he has about 500 patents worldwide to his name. So that's Dr. Debendra Das Sharma for you, sir. Please take it, Debendra bhai.
थैंक यू अंजन, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आ चित्त, बहुत भल लगिला, बहुत दिन पर देखा हला। हाँ ओके, समस्त को नमस्कार। ये जो हमारा ओडिशा रा कृत्रिम प्रज्ञा आ यांत्रिक अवबोधन, जहाँ को एआई आ एमएल कह जाउछे इंग्रजी रे, ए सम्मेलन रे कहिबाटा गोटे बड़ सौभाग्यर विषय। एटा तृतीय वर्ष मासिक कहूचे एठी। मु आपनक वेबसाइट रे देखुतली, उत्कल गौरव मधुसूदन दास कर उत्कल सम्मेलन रु आपण माने अनुप्राणित हे जो अनुष्ठानटा बनै छन्ती। ए अनुष्ठानटा दीर्घ दिन धरि बलिष्ठ दीर्घकालीन अवदान आम मानक पई दो, एटा ही कामना। मु आज इंटरकनेक्ट विषय कहबी, आंग्ल भाषा रे वक्तव्यटा देबी। मु टिके देखे शेयर करबा पई। Present now. Okay. So, what you call interconnects for power efficient performance in the AI era. So, if we look into the landscape, not just today, if you actually have been in this area for close to 30 years, these are the mega trends, and they have more or less remained the same. The technologies have changed, and of course, none of the technologies go out, right? But there is always this virtuous cycle where we have inventions in the compute infrastructure, and those inventions enable applications. And those applications in turn put more demand on the compute infrastructure, and that cycle of innovations continue. There's always an insatiable demand for compute performance, amount of memory you need, amount of storage, data movement, all of these things. And interconnect is one of the key pillars of this compute infrastructure that I will talk about. So, I categorize the applications into broadly two categories: those that are linear in nature in terms of their performance demand, annual performance demand, and traditionally they have been satisfied by Moore's law. And some of them actually start off in the second category and then they move into the first category, right? And they're happy with if you double the performance every 2 years, things like data analytics, infrastructure as a service, distributed databases, all of these things, right? And cloud computing, all of these were hot, a few years back, and of course now the new trend is AI, and before that it was HPC. All these things continue, right? I mean, it's going to be something or the other that happens, and that's always good for the humanity, right? And what we see is that there is a 10x increase in terms of the demand for compute. And if you look into the picture on the right, it basically shows the compute demand as it has gone over time, and it's a 10x per year kind of a demand. And if you look into some of the standard things like how much of memory bandwidth or memory capacity is available to feed the beast, right, the computing beast, you can see that right now we are pretty much on package memory limit, bandwidth limited. Okay. It's always a tussle, right? In the sense that there is a cost-effective trade-off that you need to have, power-efficient trade-off that you need to have. You need to basically make sure that you are satisfying both the types of compute demand using same or very similar system and silicon ingredients. And right now the bottlenecks are pretty much in the memory bandwidth, interconnect bandwidth, latency, power. And there is I've given a pointer to a Nature article that we have. You can go take a look at it. It's basically, you need balanced compute infrastructure in order to harness the amount of raw compute capability that is available. Without that, you pretty much have a lot of stranded resources. And also, it's not very cost effective. The other side of the picture, which has become, and actually, by the way, this also is a picture that shows it's a study that we did internally, and it shows how much of if we continue doing things the way we do, where would we land and where would the projected needs be. There is about a 2 orders of magnitude difference. Okay, it's just not acceptable. If you look into the data center power demand, and there are lots of studies done. There is Goldman Sachs, there is International Energy Agency studies. They pretty much, they say, hey, data centers are 3% in 2022, projected to go to about 8% in 2030. That's a huge jump. And you can see that why, right? If you grow 10x and if you don't do anything fundamentally different, what's going to happen is you can't really build these things up at beyond a certain point. If you look into Europe, it's projected to grow by 40 to 50%. And these are very worrisome trends, right? And especially with system level bottlenecks at a hardware level, we are, it's getting exacerbated, and effectively the world is power constrained. In this power constrained world, you do need to deliver power efficient performance in order to keep up with the demand. Now, speaking of power or the energy demand, I'm reminded that this is the Shakti, right? So Sarodya Durga Puja au Navaratri upalakhe samastanku mor abhinandan. So with that, let's keep moving. So what are the tools in the toolbox? there is the set of things that are evolutionary, and then there are going to be a set of things that are going to be revolutionary, right? And you can't leave one and do the other, right? You have to do both. And pretty much, I work in the standards-based approach. So, there are, if you look into on the picture here on the left, if you look at it, there are, racks of computer, which basically become pod. And then, it's like a football-sized data centers, like even larger, right? If you have been to one of them, it's huge amount of infrastructure that is there. And those are all getting powered, and they're doing something all the time, right? And the way you connect to them is at a higher level, right? Between the racks, at least you use networking based interconnect, standard Ethernet, or optical for longer distance, copper for shorter distance. So that part of those things exist, and that's pretty much in a bleeding edge of technology, and we are pretty much getting we can't keep up with the demand. Okay, it's like even if you increase twice, you double the speed every 2 years, you saw the demand is 10x a year, right? What do you do? And then on the other side is what I call very tightly coupled load store kind of architectures, right? I mean, these are like memory based semantics, very low latency kind of thing. And, that's where things like PCI Express has been there as an interconnect for 30 years now, okay? Ubiquitous all across the board, okay? We introduced CXL in 2019, and guess what? It addresses the heterogeneous computing, memory expansion, resource pooling fabric, again, to address some of these inefficiencies in the data center at a macro level, right? At a board level, at a rack level. And that's the reason why that's taking off really well. As I said, networking is there for the scale out fabric. And, the challenges for us has been, how do you scale the bandwidth for this demand? The constraints are power, shoreline of every silicon, right? Basically, Simarekha jo hota hai, chip, right? You have a fixed amount of shoreline. Reach constraint, right? I mean, the faster you run, the shorter you go. And then what do you do, right? And some of them, of course, we are going to solve them using, brute force, Balaram method, right? The other options that we are really looking at is on-package integration with things like, we introduced Universal Chiplet Interconnect Express, UCIe, both for planar interconnect as well as 3D. And it shows some very promising trends, right? And that's what you will see here in this picture, right? It's at a package level. The question is, what happens at the board level? I'll come to that in a minute. But, at a package level, these are the things that you do. What happens there is the power consumption, it reduces by an order and 2 orders of magnitude. If it is planar, it's about an order of magnitude. If it is vertical, it's 2 orders of magnitude. In other words, if you consumed, let's say, external interconnects, you consume 5 picojoule to move a bit. Internally, if you move them on the package, as you would expect, you consume 0.5 picojoule, 0.25 picojoule per bit for planar. And if it is vertical, then we have shown you can go all the way up to 0.01 picojoule per bit. There is a Nature paper that we have where we have done extensive study on that. If we look into the bandwidth density, again, planar, we get 2 orders of magnitude if it is of a better bandwidth density for a given shoreline, for a given amount of area. And if we go 3D, if we go vertically stack them, we get 4 to 5 orders of magnitude more bandwidth density. So that's, very, very promising, right? Architecturally speaking. 2D is not a problem, actually. 2D is very easy to do. Now, the challenges with the 3D tends to be power distribution, thermal testability, debug. All of these are challenges, okay? It's not easy to get around them, but that's where more innovations are needed. So 2 orders of magnitude we can get easily, but the 4 or 5 orders of magnitude we need to, we have work to do, right? And that's what we have proven. With this background, right? So, but architecturally, what that does is it tells us what is the North Star, right? so that it gives us the right direction, architecture direction to proceed, right, as an industry. And that's the reason we standardized the UCI 3D, the work that we did, and we published in Nature. We have standardized that for everybody to adopt, right? So once you know what you can achieve, then the whole industry will get together and try to solve these problems. So, subsequent to that, if you're interested, there was again, Nature had a special issue on this topic. It's called "Build It Up: Three-Dimensional Electronics." And I leave you with some quote from them, and I'll talk about what are some of the significance of this. This basically say that, hey, heterogeneous integration of chips in 3D will be required to meet global demands for computing power, right? It's a vision that has also provided the inspiration for this month's cover magazine. And this is basically a summary of this was like a invited comment article that we did, right? So the basic idea is this. You're going to have within a package, you're going to have 3D chips that are stacked 3D on top of each other, and then you got multiples of those stacks. They're all connected internal inside the package using planar interconnects. And the comparison we give is if you think about things at a board level, those are like villages. Right, things are sparsely there. You travel longer distance, you pay more power, you pay more, all of that. You pay more latency, right? All of those things. You bring things on the package with planar, those look like small towns, but no skyscrapers. You go to 3D, now you're in the metropolis with skyscrapers, right? Navaschumbi or Talika, Mahanagarira. So that's what helps, because the distance, right, that you travel, if you reduce the distance that you travel, if you have memory that is available next to you, you can do a lot more important things. And if you put heterogeneous computing on top of that, that does wonders, right? And again, it's not a given, right? As I said, there are challenges for us to solve. And you will see that, we also have this vision that it is going to be co-packaged optics, which offers a lot of promise for traveling the distance. And you can now get access, now you can start from a package, go to a board level, go to your rack, go to even at a pod level, right? You can very easily reach like 10 meters with co-packaged optics with very low power efficiency. The challenges there are, power is a challenge, not the power, sorry. The reliability is still a challenge. We need to solve challenges in those co-packaged optics things. Temperature sensitivity is a challenge, and whatever, you're more sensitive, you're susceptible to things like dust particles and all of that. And so but it gives us the North Star, right? It gives us the direction. Once you have the direction, the industry is really good at putting together all its collective efforts and going and solving it. So that's what I have, right? It's these are all these are very exciting times. Clearly, not clearly in the area of software, but also mostly also in the area of hardware, because these are the things that are going to have huge impact for humanity, right? I mean, if you think about computer revolutions that have happened, right? These have had huge impact for humanity, right? We all cannot live without our social media today, for example, right? You can't live without your cloud, this thing. You can't imagine a world, right, where you're not getting your, weather forecast like right away. You want to go somewhere, we're so dependent on our smartphones, all of these gadgets, right? And, they all need to be fed. And these are the things that will help. And, this is going to be a multi-decade journey. So that's all I have. So open for any questions, comments, thoughts.
I have one question, Debendra, Dr. Dasarma. So this is not related to interconnect. This is related to a question that came up sometimes back before you joined in. So it said, if we have to make Odisha AI capital of India, we need a lot of compute, and those lot of compute has to be prepared in Odisha. We need data center, we need compute. How do we even go about it? Where do we start thinking in Odisha? That was a question came up from some of the volunteers.
Yeah. So there are multiple places where you can start, right? I mean, clearly there are the areas that you can do in terms of software development and all those are there. You can do systems integration, for example, and that's a good place to start. That's a good place to learn, right? A lot of people think that, hey, we need to manufacture. And by the way, I work for Intel, so it's a semiconductor company, but that requires a lot of investment. It requires a lot of expertise. It requires a lot of those things, right? Systems integration, packaging, these are some of the areas where you start and then you build from there, right? Basically, it's you can do like a crawl, walk, run approach and then go there, right? But it has to be done very systematically, and that's how you can. And things don't happen overnight, right? Nobody is going to wave a magic wand and all of a sudden, we became the AI capital of the world, right? I mean, that's. I wish there was a wand like that, magic wand like that. It just, you just have to. It's hard work, right? All of us getting together. Brainstorming and even small steps, small meaningful steps.
So there is a talk of like Prime Minister came and we want to make chip in India on the chip, and then there are talk of sovereign AI. So how big is that roadmap into the future?
So if you think about semiconductor manufacturing, right? And if you think about doing it, Atmanirbharshila Bharat, right? Okay, Atmanirbharshila Odisha, jodi ame kahiba. Ta pai samay lage. It's samay sapeksha jinsa. Ratarati habani. Kintu apana kouthu na kouthu gote arambha karibe. Tenu प्रथमे बाहर मल्टीनेशनल्स आछन्ते अब टाटा जंती बनौछि, right? Tata is doing something in Assam, and there are several of my actually some of my friends have gone and they're very excited to do packaging, for example, and Tata is big into that. And those are all some of the good things. I wish they had chosen Odisha to do things, but okay, let's keep working at it, right? It went to Assam, some of them went to Bengaluru, and of course Gujarat, right? I mean, Micron went to Gujarat, right? And a lot of it depends on multiple set of things. I think you just have to keep working at it, right? And at the end of the day, let's say if we want to do if we want to get into semiconductors, let's say at the end of the day, if you want to do, let's say, semiconductor testing, while it may not be the most fanciest of things, it still is something very substantial. You're going to gain a lot of knowledge, and that will help you prepare, right? You want to build systems in Odisha, that will get you a long way. Actually, you learn a lot more by building these things than doing a piece of the chip. Okay, so I think we have to start somewhere, and we have to make sure that we have a roadmap that we are following. And even if the roadmap doesn't follow a particular trajectory, that's fine. You course correct and you move, right? But it has to move. The direction has to be there. The velocity has to be there. You can't be having a lot of speed and zero velocity. That doesn't help anybody, right? You're going round in circles. Anjan, tame mute acha.
Again, sorry. Upon Asivaguru Swaroop Kothale, Swaroop is the inventor of instruction tuning, Jota LLM. So Swaroop Kothale, he thinks in terms of physics. Upon the physics, pura jayaki nanometer level chinta karuchanti. So ame binary code ta 0, software loko 0 1 janichu. So 0 1 ta hardware re kemite o sei prashna taku bi detail kala beluku. So how do you think this kids should think? Like
I think I'm not that involved with the education system in Odisha, India, of late, right? So, but there has to be a desire to do hardcore engineering. Okay. it's very easy to say, hey, I did something here, now I want, not that there is absolutely anything wrong, okay, I want to go to administration, hey, we need good administrators, by the way, don't get me wrong, okay, we need good administrators that understand technology, or I want to go to management, or whatever, right? I mean, we need some people that really love the discipline, that really want to work on it, right? And it's a lot of staying focused and doing something, right? And then at some point you will enjoy really doing it. But then again, I'm biased. I've been a hardcore technologist. I just love what I do.
One more thing for the audience: you love what you do, and that is
I absolutely love what I do. Yeah.
There is one more thing, like apanଙ୍କର jo Jagannath chanting, not everybody knows about it. So though Debendra bhai said he is doing hardcore engineering, meaning thinking all those electrons and everything at a nano, so scale that is kind of incomprehensible for some of us, but he is also an ardent devotee of Lord Jagannath, and I have experienced it. Personally, I heard his chants from the San Ramon when he was chanting in Saraswati Puja. So he is our, so that's where, so now he's so close to Saraswati, and you see the Saraswati and Jagannathanga sangre jo tankaro bhavo, engineering or physics re astuchi. So, and he's great at ODR. Dr. Bisoi ଆପଣ ଗୋଟେ କୋଉ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଶବ୍ଦ କହୁଥିଲେ, Dr. Devendra Das Sharmaଙ୍କର ଓଡ଼ିଆ translation ଟା ହୁଏତ ଶୁଣିଥିବେ. So it's like how do we perceive it when we perceive it in fundamental. So audience ko ପାଇଁ କହି ରଖୁଛି ଯେ Dr. Devendra Das Sharma, around 500 patents worldwide. Every decision on memory and IO in Intel happens through him. And if you did not know, you know a very humble person, devotee of Lord Jagannath, and humble Odia. So ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ବହୁତ କୃତଜ୍ଞତା ଆଉ ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ।
ବହୁତ ବହୁତ ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ।
ଆପଣଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ ବିଶ୍ୱଜିତଙ୍କ ପାଖରୁ ପ୍ରଶ୍ନ ଆସିଛି। ଭାଇ ଗୋଟେ ଦିଟା ପ୍ରଶ୍ନ ନେବେ?
अंजन भाई आपण म्यूट रे अछंदी।
भाई गोटे दिटा प्रश्न नेबे? There are some people who are raising hands.
Vishwajit, you can go ahead.
Vishwajit Naik.
I think
प्रश्न पचारिबा अछि? हां स्वरूप।
I think we are running out of time also.
Okay. Thank you, bhai. So it was a
Jai Jagannath.
Jai Jagannath.
All right. Next, I'm Pakrachanti Anjan bhai. So before that, I want to muthare kahi diye like we heard from like 3 pioneering researchers, Jeff Dean, Prof. Chitta Baral, and Dr. Das Sharma. But this ODI AI conference, I interacted with them, but there's a lot of people, unsung heroes behind that. Now I should must mention Anjan bhai definitely brought us all together. Somender, Kumarika madam, Colonel Parida, a lot of inspiration. He keeps us motivating. Suvendu, Santosh bhai, and all these guys, worked very hard, and that made this happen. So now for the next session, I wanted to quickly introduce, Anjan bhai, jahanku samaste jani chanti, but like he's the co-founder, he's the founder of the Odisha AI, jo jahan made the 5th workshop, the 5th conference hochi. एटा से जो आगुरु हेची चारटा वर्जन से ऑर्गेनाइज करथिले एंड हमको समस्त को brought us together and he also has his own different startup Dublin AI. And then yeah, I think I don't know how much I can keep speaking, like I call him, but yeah, up to you, Anjan bhai. You want to have some words?
Don't speak anything about me. Let's speak about Odisha and Odisha AI. So Swaroop, thank you. Heta kichi no so ame samaste misiki ye koruchu. So thank you. When I like mo pare ket samay achi aji, like I want to bring in Vishwajit Naik hato uthechanti. So ame eta ko interact kariba. So my time is not my time, my time is the community time. So ek misiki 11 ସେଇଟା ଯଦି ବୁଝିଗଲେ ତ ବୁଝିବା କଥା, ଯିଏ ବୁଝିଲେ ବୁଝିଲେ, ନ ବୁଝିଲେ ଧୈର୍ଯ୍ୟ ଅଛି ବୁଝେଇବା ପାଇଁ। ଜଗନ୍ନାଥ କହୁଛନ୍ତି ପ୍ରଫେସର ବରାଳ କହିଦେଲେ ନା ତାଙ୍କର କଣ ଭିଜନ ଅଛି। ଆଉ ଦେବେନ୍ଦ୍ର ଦାସ ଶର୍ମା ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ କେତେ ମାନେ ଏମାନେ ଅଛନ୍ତି। ସୋ ଆପଣ ମାନେ ସମସ୍ତେ ଯୋଡ଼ିକି ଇଏ କରିଛନ୍ତି। ସୋ ଇଟ୍ସ ଅଲ୍ ଗୁଡ୍। 1 ଆଉ 1 ମିଶେଇକି 11 କେମିତି ହବ ଯଦି ଭାବିଦେବେ, then that's all what we need to do here. That's social intelligence applied with emotional intelligence. Artificial intelligence ମୁଁ ଯୋଉଟା କହୁଛି ସ୍ୱରୂପ like scientific line ରେ ମତେ ପୁରା ଧରିବନି, but what I am trying to say is AI in future is going to automate everything that is we know as cognitive today, right? I know your research is similarly to that, but now ଯେତେବେଳେ ଆମର ଯୋଉ cognitive capability ଗୁଡାକ automate ହେଇଯିବ, next କଣ ହବ ନା what would make us more human is what, and what would make us more human is this thinking of 1 + 1 is 11. How do we make 1 + 1 11? ଆପଣ ମୁଁ କଥା ହବା ରାଗି ରୁଗି ଯିବା, ଆପଣ ରାଗିବେ ମୁଁ ରାଗିବେ, 1 ମିଶେଇକି -0 ହେଇଯିବ କି -1 ହେଇଯିବ। ଆପଣ ମୁଁ କମ୍ପିଟିସନ କରିବା, ଆମେ 1 ମିଶେଇକି 0 କରାଇବା, ଆମେ କୋଲାବରେଟ୍ କରାଇବା, 1 ମିଶେଇକି 11 ହବା। and that is pure hardcore business language. ବେପାରୀ ନୁହେଁ ମୁଁ, ବେପାର ଶିକ୍ଷା ପାଇଁ ଚେଷ୍ଟା କରୁଛି, ଟିକେ ବେପାର କରୁଛି, but we will make 5,000 AI startups across the world. That's what we are going to do when we do business, right? I really don't like the fact mate bhalo lage nahi ki we go and ask for VC's money. No, we have our own money. We will build our money. Money is there with us. We will pull to ek misale 11 hoijo, and AI is what is good for the Odia community. Yeah, so say theme re I'm not a great speaker. 11 that's ସେଇଟା ହିଁ ସାର। ଏତିକି କହିକି ରହିବି। ସୋ ବିଶ୍ୱଜିତ ନାୟକ and ଆକାଶ ଦାସ ଆପଣ ମାନେ ହାତ ଉଠେଇଛନ୍ତି। କୁହନ୍ତୁ। Right now I think we can make it interactive.
କେତେ ଟାଇମ ଅଛି ଆମ ପାଖରେ? I think we have the next
ସିତାଂଶୁ ମିଶ୍ର, ଆପଣ ଆସନ୍ତୁ।
ସିତାଂଶୁ ମିଶ୍ର ଅଛନ୍ତି, ଡକ୍ଟର ସୁଜାତା ଚକ୍ରବର୍ତ୍ତୀ ବି ଅଛନ୍ତି।
ରାଇଟ୍, ଏଇଟା ସିତାଂଶୁ ମିଶ୍ରଙ୍କ ସେସନ 9:50 IST। ଏବେ ଭାରତୀୟ ସମୟ ହେଇଗଲାଣି 9:56। ସରି 6 ମିନିଟ୍ ହେଇଗଲାଣି। ଆପଣ ଯାହା କଥାବାର୍ତ୍ତା ହେବେ ପରେ କଥାବାର୍ତ୍ତା ହେବେ। ସିତାଂଶୁ ଭାଇନା ଆପଣ ଆସିଯାଆନ୍ତୁ and take your floor. ସିତାଂଶୁ ଭାଇନା ଆସୁ ଆସୁ ଆକାଶ ଆପଣ ଗୋଟିଏ ପ୍ରଶ୍ନର ଉତ୍ତର ଦେଇପାରିବି, but you can ping me there. ଆପଣ ସେ ଗ୍ରୁପରେ ପିଙ୍ଗ କରିଦେବେ। ସୋ ସିତାଂଶୁ ମିଶ୍ରଙ୍କ ବିଷୟରେ କଣ କହିବି? ସିଏ ଆମ କମ୍ୟୁନିଟି ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ଗତ ବର୍ଷର ମାଲକାନଗିରି ନବରଙ୍ଗପୁର ଦାୟିତ୍ୱ ନେଇଥିଲେ and ସେ ଦାୟିତ୍ୱ ବିଷୟରେ ଚଳେଇଛନ୍ତି। ଆଜି ତାଙ୍କର ପାନେଲ ଏବେଠୁ ହବ। ସିତାଂଶୁ ମିଶ୍ର and ଶାଶ୍ୱତ ଦେବଦତ୍ତ, ସେଇ ଦି ଜଣଙ୍କର ପାନେଲ ଏବେ ଚାଲିବ। ସୋ ସିତାଂଶୁ ମିଶ୍ର ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ସ୍ୱାଗତ। ଏବେ ମୁଁ ରହୁଛି, ନିଅନ୍ତୁ।
ଜୟ ଜଗନ୍ନାଥ, ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ନମସ୍କାର, ସ୍ୱାଗତ ଆଉ ଥରେ। ଆଣ୍ଡ ଅଞ୍ଜନ ଭାଇ, ଗୋଟେ ଆମେ 2020 ମସିହାରୁ ଏକାଠି ମାନେ ଅନେକ ଜିନିଷ କରି ଆସିଲେଣି ଭର୍ଚୁଆଲି। ଆପଣ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ଏକାଠି ବାନ୍ଧି ରଖିଛନ୍ତି ଏଇ ପ୍ଲାଟଫର୍ମ ମାଧ୍ୟମରେ। ସେଟା ମାନେ ସେଟା ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବେ ଗୋଟେ ମାନେ ସ୍ୱାଗତ ଯୋଗ୍ୟ ଜିନିଷ, ପଦକ୍ଷେପ, ଯୋଉଟା କି ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବେ ଆମର ଏବେ ଜଏନ୍ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ଡିଷ୍ଟ୍ରିକ୍ଟ ରାୟଗଡ଼ାରୁ ବି ଆପଣ ଆକ୍ସେପ୍ଟ କରିସାରିଲେଣି, ରାଇଟ୍? ତ ଅନେକ ବନ୍ଧୁଗଣ ଆମର ବ୍ୟୁରୋକ୍ରାଟ୍ସ ଆଣ୍ଡ ବିଭିନ୍ନ କ୍ଷେତ୍ରରୁ ଆଜି ଅଛନ୍ତି ସ୍ପିକର ଏଇ ପ୍ୟାନେଲରେ। one by one academicians ଅଛନ୍ତି, industry experts ଅଛନ୍ତି, and of course ତାଙ୍କ ବ୍ୟତୀତ କିଛି bureaucrats ଅଛନ୍ତି ଯୋଉମାନେ କି district କୁ head କରୁଛନ୍ତି, honorable member of parliament ଅଛନ୍ତି. So without wasting much of time, ଆମେ start କରିବା with the first speaker, who is an academician, Professor Dr. Sujata Chakravarti. Swaroop se Sujata ma'am ଅଛନ୍ତି, ଟିକେ ଦେଖିଦେଲେ check କରିଦିଅନ୍ତୁ kindly. Most probably she has joined, she has told me. If we can, she's there. She's there. So little bit about her. And Professor Dr. Sujata Chakravarti is currently the CEO of Data Science and Machine Learning Research Center at Centurion University of Technology and Management. She's also holding the position of Dean, School of Engineering and Technology, Professor, Department of CSC, as well as she is the Chair, Women in Engineering, IEEE Bhubaneswar subsection. So, ma'am is going to speak about her vision and mission, and about what exactly she is going to do and what she has dreamt of for her own lab. That is our topic for the day. Ma'am, over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sitangsu. Just I am sharing my screen. Just a minute. Sharing screen is not enabled. Can you please?
I think the admin will give you the permission.
Yeah.
It's enabled.
In the meanwhile, I must share that the exact topic what ma'am has chosen is vision for my research lab from generation to innovation. Such an interesting topic. Of course, the future of AI creativity.
No, it is not enabled actually. Share option is inactive.
Okay, you may rejoin then.
Actually, I have to rejoin. Okay.
Ma'am is the host, right? So.
Still, it is not showing. Inactive. Share option is inactive now. Okay, okay. Now it is coming. Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, ma'am, it's visible, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Good morning to everybody, one and all present here. Namaskar samasthanku. Khas kariki Dr. Anjan Kumar Panda and all the organizers, Mr. Sitangsu and sabu Odia bhaiya bhoni mananku mor namaskar. Here I want to, I am very much happy that it's a really honor for me to be here at the Odisha AI Conference 2024 to share my vision for our research lab and to delve into the future of AI creativity. As we stand at the crossroads of generative AI and innovation, I believe we are witnessing the beginning of a new era where creativity is being redefined, reimagined, and even accelerated by artificial intelligence. So our lab, Data Science and Machine Learning, which is there in the Centurion University, Odisha. And so in this platform, we are having many equipments and also the researcher from different labs or different departments. You can tell it is the multidisciplinary in nature. So sabu department ro loko ethre kama kurchanti. It starts from your computer science, civil, mechanical, electrical, electronics, even MBA who are doing marketing for us. Whatever product we are generating. So for the marketing purpose, MBA people are there. So this is the multidisciplinary approach, and this is our. You can just have a glance. Actually, it's an old picture. Like last year we have created it. This time actually just Kalim Bullaru Felli. So I have not created now. So here I can say you one thing. The 17 SDG goals are there. So our university is almost 13 SDG goal we are working, and our data center, the Data Science and Machine Learning Research Center, also are doing work in the SDG goal, Sustainable Development Goal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9, 11, 12, 14, 15, and 17. Actually, I believe in that, like 17 SDG goal, which is defined by US government. So it is whoever the government is doing work under this within this area, then automatically we have covered everything. So that's why we believe in it. So our Data Science Machine Learning Research Center is having a few domains, like your business analytics, data science and machine learning is a domain, data analytics is a domain, aerial surveying and remote sensing is that is also a domain where the BTech students and MTech students are working. And also some of our PhD scholars are working on that. And these are the different events we have organized. And this is the publication chart. This is the collaboration we are having. We are already seven collaborators we are having, including Dassault, NRRI Kotak, and ISRO. We are already that's MOU with them. And these are the different projects we have got. And our Centurion University and Technology and Management, Odisha, we the Times Higher Education rank we have got. These are the rank where our name is there. First in the first SDG, we are in third in India, and second we are in second. Similarly, we are having some position in this 9 SDGs. These are the just glimpses of it. Then it is the world ranking. In world ranking also our name is there, though it is very, that's 94 in the first SDG it is 94. So similarly in second SDG also in world we are in 35 rank. So similarly in 14 88th rank. So this is the thing which we are having. So our research center is also aligned into the different SDG, and we are working on that. These are the team members from it is a multi-discipline, I have already told you. So from 6 departments, the faculties are working in this research center. These are the focus area, mainly application of machine learning in diversified area. It includes your multispectral, hyperspectral image processing as well, and natural language processing, then geometrics and application, astronomy, remote sensing, big data analytics, similarly many other things. These are the skill and domain courses we are having, and these are the collaboration which I already told you. And these are the just glimpses of some of the projects our BTech students are currently working and already worked also. It is around 7 years journey. And this research center 2020 we have started. These are some of the glimpses. These are the different projects. Yes, time is less, so just I am showing you the glimpses of all those things. These are the different projects we got. These are the few scientists who are working with us. These are some of the projects. These are the FDP we have conducted, many FDPs. Some of them only I have kept. These are some awards and recognition. This is the work which I have done, and I'm doing also some of the work I have putting here. Here also I followed 7, 9, 11, and 15 SDG. Here this is the patent which was already granted. That is early warning system to avoid elephant-train collision using AI and IoT. And this is the proposed work. And for that actually I have asked by the Railway Department and the Forest Department of Odisha. I have given many. I have given a talk on that. They were also very much interested, but they needed only fast prototype I have to develop. After that, they will fund crores of rupees. But for that prototype also, I need 70 lakhs. So that's why I till now I have not started yet. Though many startup proposal bahut asuchi, but if once I will go to a startup or start a startup, after that definitely I cannot give time to my PhD scholar and students, which I really like it. So that's why I have not till now I have not started any startup, but that's why funds is also a problem for me. I got some funds, but it is very less as compared to the funds needed for this kind of projects. So this is the technology. I am not that means not telling detail about the technology. These are the technology I have used: sensor technology, renewable technology, LoRa, and the video and image processing, Internet of Things, and definitely deep learning. And this is that kind of project which the Tamil Nadu government told me just to develop it. That is that means the same thing when the elephants coming into the different village. At that time, this is the device I have developed, prototype I have developed, where we can protect them just to entering into the village. That means when they start entering, or automatic one buzzer sound and the one warning system will go to each house, you can tell. So these are the 2 patents I am having. I am having 22 patents, but out of that, these 2 are already granted. These are the different that means recognition I got at that time. The second work, what I want to show here, that is an efficient sustainable farming in agriculture 4.0, remote monitoring, controlling with leaf disease identification perspective. Just 8 days back, one of my PhD scholar has submitted this thesis for the final PhD defense. Here also SDG 1, 2, 4, 7, 11, 12, and 15 aligned with this project is aligned to this thesis is aligned with this many SDGs. And here I selected one flower, that is your Jarvera, one fruit, cucumber, and spinach is the leaf. That means fruit, flower, and leaf. 3 chapters. That means first we have compared it to polyhouse and the land, open land and polyhouse. Jarvera plant, it is totally automated. Automatically sprinklers are there. So these are the different hardware setup you can see. And it was a wonderful, like when we cultivate this within the greenhouse, that means the huge difference are there between the polyhouse and out or in the land, open land. Here huge numbers of flowers, and that means here we got many flowers where and no diseases are there also. That means leaf diseases are not appeared here in the polyhouse. And this is the cucumber disease. This is the model diagram, or you can tell the architecture of cucumber leaf disease detection. Means automation and the leaf disease detection. Here also we have done the same thing, like we have used polyhouse and as well as the open land, and we have seen the growth of the cucumber and the the quality of the cucumber. Everything is good in your polyhouse, and outside definitely it is not that much good. And diseases also, total 8 diseases are there. Only 1 disease in a very small amount appeared within the polyhouse, and outside definitely it was very more. And it was when we did it, it was the month of May. In Odisha, you know the temperature of month of May. Still, we are getting you can see the ventilated polyhouse. That means how good the leaves are, cucumber leaves. And this is inside the polyhouse, outside the polyhouse. This one is the outside the polyhouse. Yeah. So these are the diseases. I don't want to. Yeah. And then the spinach one. So this is the sorry. This is the flow diagram of your our spinach disease detection. Again, inside the polyhouse and outside the polyhouse. Here the difference is Jackson Nano we have used, and for that the image detection, disease detection reduced to detect the disease. The time taken time reduced to nanosecond. You can tell it's a really took less and less time as compared to the other one. And this is finally the 100 app we have developed for the farmers. And as in Parlakhamdi, another campus is there. So we went to that. We went to the farmers and show them that this can be done for you. So that means this is in the operating condition. These are the different Android app, you can say. And you see the work using I am having drone, multispectral camera, and hyperspectral camera. We have used all those things to use the digital soil health mapping using multispectral and hyperspectral camera. Here, suppose one land is there where the nitrogen is shortage of nitrogen is there, then automatically our model can tell that yes, farmer needs to give nitrogen to this patch of land. Similarly, for other properties of soil. So this is the camera we are having, and these are the some results set. These are the different objectives. Because only 10 minutes is there, I definitely cannot say you the details. These are the different laboratory where many we are working under the different SDGs. So here I want to tell one thing. I don't know how much time is there. So
last
yes,
30 seconds you can take.
40 seconds. Yeah, it is. That means I can tell you one thing. Everybody, ସମସ୍ତେ କହୁଛନ୍ତି ଯେ ଆମର AI ହୁଏତ ଆମ ଜବ୍ ନେଇଯିବ, ଆମର ମାନେ କ'ଣ creativity ନଷ୍ଟ କରିଦେବ, but that is not true. Creativity will be there, but in different shape. Seemti job will be there, but in different shape. We have to groom ourselves enough just to handle that kind of situation. But it is possible, it is doable. So we all have to work hard just to groom our kids, our students to handle or to face their challenges. And it is doable. We have already started working in our lab. So I think it is not an impossible thing. It is doable. So only thing is we have to concentrate on that. So to summing up, I can say you, my vision is very clear. From generation to innovation, our research lab is committed to exploring AI's full potential, not just as a tool for replication, but as a driving force for groundbreaking solutions. Together with collective efforts of researchers, industry experts, and policymakers, we can shape a future where AI and human creativity coexist and thrive. So I'm very much thankful for this platform. Means ମୁଁ ଏତିକି କହିବାକୁ ଚାହିଁବି ଏଠି ବହୁତ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଲୋକ perhaps 1000 ପାଖାପାଖି ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଲୋକ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଭାଇ ଭଉଣୀ ମାନେ ଯୋଉମାନେ ଅଛନ୍ତି ଆଉ କାମ କରୁଛନ୍ତି AI ଉପରେ, ଯଦି ଆମେ ସମସ୍ତେ ମିଶିକି କିଛି ଚିନ୍ତା କରିବା ଯେ ଆମେ କୋଉ ରାସ୍ତାରେ ଗଲେ ଆମ ପିଲାମାନେ ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ଚ୍ୟାଲେଞ୍ଜେସଟା ଆସୁଛି ଯେ କିଛି ଜବ୍ ଯିବ. Yes, that is very true that some of us will lose the job, but many new jobs will be created out of it. एटा तार क्रिएटिविटी आदु भी जीवनी बरं बहुत शीघ्र आमे जो कामटा को हमकु लागुथिला अगर सपोज 1 आवर 2 आवर सेटा हमें जस्ट 5-10 मिनिट्स रे करिवु, किंतु सेई 10 मिनिट्स परे जदी 2 आवर्स हमें फ्री रे बसिलु डेफिनेटली आमे किछि करि परिबुनी. से पई मु समस्त को रिक्वेस्ट करिवि जे आमे क्विकली चैट जीपीटी बा अदर जेति टूल्स अछि हमर एआई रो यूज करिकि आमे फास्टर एंड फास्टर वे रो काम करिकि नेक्स्ट टाइम आमे सब बेले चिंता करिवा आम किड्स आम स्टूडेंट मानन को आमे को प्रकार शिक्षा देले से माने आगु को जाई कि आमरी लैब रे केमति भाबरे पूरा एआई रो माने एक्सटेंसिव यूज करि परिबे आउ क्रिएटिविटी भी नष्ट होबनी. Everything will be there exist. So thank you for your time, and I look forward to the innovations we will create together in this exciting journey ahead. Thank you. If you have any question, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chakravarti, and thanks a lot for your insightful, thoughts, whatever you have shared till now. Thanks, ma'am. Any questions from the audience? We can take one or two before we move on to the next speaker. So Kumarika, we have any questions? Can you see it in the chat box?
Nahi, abhi to kichhi questions nahi.
Again. So shall we move ahead with the next speaker?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, ma'am. If you have time, you can stay back for listening to other speakers, because we have another great speaker from Miss Kumarika's company, of course, Infosys. So we have it's my proud privilege and pleasure to invite Miss Chinmay Das, HRBP Infosys. Miss Chinmay, are you there?
Okay, I'm just leaving now because I have to go to the college. After that, I may join sometimes.
Sure, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So a little bit about Miss Chinmay, because Miss Madhusmita Panda was supposed to join us from the CEO of OSDA, Odisha Skill Development Authority, and Director of Employment, but now that she is not available, so we have given the scope to, of course, on behalf of NHRT, Ms. Chinmay Das is representing Bobby Patnaik ma'am, our NHRT fraternity, as well as Infosys, our own organization. And little bit about Ms. Chinmay Das before she moves on and takes the floor. She is the business manager and HR head for healthcare, insurance, and life sciences, with experience spanning over 19 years, strategic advisor to business leaders on people programs, designing and deployment of compensation and benefits programs, performance management systems, people transition, change management, D&I interventions, and Samaritan network. So, Ms. Chinmay, welcome to the Odisha AI Conference, and welcome to the fraternity, the community, and of course you can announce your topic and start with the talk. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Okay. I hope I'm audible. Can you just
Yes,
confirm?
loud and clear.
Okay, thank you so much. So, Samastanko bahut bada namaskar. I mean, it's a privilege to talk to this esteemed group. Bahut jana bahut kichhi kahichanti AI bisare. Of course, I could not join right from the beginning, but whatever little I could gather, it was an eye opener, and bahut bhal laguchi dekhi ki je bahut kichhi institutions, and we were thinking ki probably AI the starting point is organizations like us. But I'm glad that today, we have educational institutions and other areas which are picking up in this space, and good to know that we are already, embracing AI as it comes. So, Ajira topic, I don't have a PPT of sorts. I'm not a PPT person. So, we're just going to keep it very interactive. I will share some experience, some Infosys and what are some of the drawbacks or, the entire utopia around AI. That is also something we definitely discuss kariya pai chahuchi. So, no doubt today AI, because I belong to an HR fraternity, been with HR for a long time. Over the past 19 years, mu dekhichi how things have changed. From simple things like ame kemiti employees manaku onboarding koruthulu, now ame kemiti koruchu with the change in technology and adopting AI, and likewise through the entire employee journey, right from the sourcing of candidates to the time that somebody becomes an alum. It has completely changed the landscape on how we monitor and observe things. So, of course, Infosys is not behind any other organization that is probably doing similar practices. Both organizations have jumped into this array of, adopting AI, especially in areas like recruitment today, and definitely around talent analytics. A lot of organizations are doing, brilliant work, and we too are in the bandwagon of doing so many different works. So, the first, of course, was onboarding. I mean, kemiti employees manku onboarding karu. While eta bahut organizations re more or less similar thibo in terms of sourcing, gote both different jinso mu kahiba pai chahuchi on onboarding jota ame Infosys rebe karichu. As you all know, COVID pare employees manku campus ku aniba gote bahut boda challenge he jaichi in today's world. And knowing Infosys, I mean, apan man to jani thibe, we have like sprawling campuses throughout the country. and one of the main objectives amo pai thila to come to the campus just to be in the infrastructure and just enjoy the just the physicality of the campus. That is one of the motto, and that is what we used to enjoy. But ebe after COVID, getting people to campus has become such a big challenge, and we obviously chahunu that they miss out on what we had also experienced at one point in time. So one of the things that we've taken AI on board to help us create that campus type of experience through the AI bots and the tools that are available to us, and just give them a glimpse. Mane emiti lagibo ki as if you are entering the Mysore campus or you are entering a Bhubaneswar campus. I mean, that is the latest development that we have brought in terms of onboarding and recruiting people who've joined us are getting to experience that, and slowly then they get motivated to come and join and see the physical campus. Some of the very very cutting edge work that has happened, and in fact first time sandbox model we were just trying to see and experience it ourselves. We could not believe that एते जिनस किछि AI रे हेई परिबो, where being in Bhubaneswar I could feel that I'm entering into a campus in Mysore. So that was a real game changer for us, and I think we're just going places with AI. And of course jemti samaste kahile AI has helped so much in talent analytics. Today if I'm supposed to take a decision as an HR manager ki mu kemti differentiate karibi moro talent ku in terms of say benefits ho, or in terms of work allocation how, or for example skill how, then how is AI helping me take those decisions faster? Emiti nai je ame agru karu notile, as madam just told and spoke before me. It has just made our lives simpler, easier, so that we have a lot of bandwidth to do other important stuff. That is, I think, the most important contribution of AI as per se. And but at the same time, jimti mu kahili mu gote topic I want to bring up ki there is something like a FOMO around AI. Samaste AI kurchanti, let's get into the bandwagon. Okay, AI. Do we even understand? Let me give you a very very starking example jota kali mo sangar heichi. So there are some team members writing mails to me, and it was quite surprising jetebale mo mails guda ko dekhuchi. It is quite similar, So people have just used GPT and they've just sent me some data. And and surprisingly, both of the mails have similar words, similar content, and you can just make it ki semane chat GPT ro use kariki, they have sent the data to me. So so while AI has a lot of greatness to it, and but let's not just jump into AI without carefully evaluating ki ame kouthre AI kariba katha kouthre kariba katha nahi. It's not, I mean, there has to be a human touch to certain things. I think there was Anjan sir who at the beginning did speak about cognitive ability as an organization, as a function for HR, or the leaders jo bhi achanti. Gote employer life cycle re we are supposed to clearly call out ki kota gote transactional activity, a kota gote cognitive activity. Okay, it's very good to let go the transactional activity which is repetitive, and it can be then we'll save time, bahut time save habo, bahut amku anyo kichi kariba pai time milibo. But something which is cognitive, which really requires a human intervention, there's some time to go there. Let's not jump into it. Then we will end up in making a lot of mistakes, lot of biases. There will be a lot of organizations we make there could be compliance issues. Okay, there could be a data privacy issue if we get into doing AI in everything and anything that amku laguchi kame kariba katha. And the biggest challenge with AI today is ame start kariba AI, we will implement it across all functions without carefully evaluating. Then ame realize kariba ki ame kona mistake kar deche. It is not as if we will know ki immediately what has happened. The mistakes will start showing much later. Already gote bahut bada bhool kari sarthiba. And I also, as I would say, there is a Maslow's hierarchy, as we all know. There is a need for human beings to socially interact. There is an intimacy that we need to speak to somebody. Imagine karantu aji apano jetebale supposing say gote call center phone korchenti gote bank re, you hear the IVR on the other side, gote bot talking to you. I mean, at least for me, it is very annoying. I would really get to speak to a person ki, just keep the phone, get me to talk to somebody who can give me real-time solutions. I don't want to talk to a bot or some bot chatting with me, say on a Zomato or a Swiggy app when my payment is stuck. Okay, say sabu jinsa, those human interactions are extremely necessary. That is the basic need of how we are structured as human beings. So that's the reason I'm reiterating कि हमको carefully evaluate କରିବାକୁ पड़िबो को जिनस रे AI करिबा कथा, AI केतेबेले हमको which will help augment certain things, कोथरे हमें ऑटोमेट करि परिबा, केतरे जिनस अछि जोटा बिल्कुल AI माने हेई परिबनी. फॉर एग्जांपल बीइंग इन द HR प्रोफेशन मु आपन को कहि परिबी डे इन एंड आउट वी कम अक्रॉस सिचुएशंस जोथरे एम्प्लॉय इमरजेंसी होची, जो थरे for example I'm a part of the Samaritans group. We hear employees tanga concerns. We're talking about well-being of employees, we're talking about workplace stress. We need them to talk to somebody, ka sange kotha habe, share karibe, getting them to campus, ka sange just khali ka sange kotha haba pai, so that you're relieved of the stress. And how do you think AI will be able to penetrate into these areas? There has to be a human touch. Of course, I don't deny high touch is there, but only when we carefully evaluate ki kota AI hey paribo, kota hey pariboni, only then we will be able to do a good thing. And the other thing what I wanted to also call out is generally हमको लगे कि AI आसिलानी now एबे तो सब चाकरी पड़े, but this is a very interesting note that I read once. I think John Taylor, who's the Ashram CEO, had told that it's not AI which will take away our jobs. It is people with the knowledge of AI, that will take away our jobs in the future. So it is good to know. It is very good to adapt. It has a lot of advantages. But I will reiterate again that, let's not jump into the FOMO of having AI all over the place. And let's just carefully evaluate. I think that's my narration. I'll take up questions if there are.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Chinmay, for your, intellectual thoughts for AI. And the most importantly and interestingly, you have imagined the new world or a new campus through AI for Infosys, Bhubaneswar, Mysore, and other locations. That's really
right.
Interesting, right? And for your information, you also have one of your colleagues from Bhubaneswar, of course, Miss Kumarika Mohanty also. And she has been part of the organizing team here.
Thanks, Kumarika. I think Kumarika and me go a long way. She was in my unit, and I know her from a long time, so it's good to see her on this platform. I think I noted her name first when I joined the link, so I think glad to see you, Kumarika, and being part of this entire intervention. It's just such a proud moment to have an Infosys right on board here.
And not to forget, now that Chinmay, you are representing the NHRD, National HRD Network Fraternity. We have Bobby ma'am with us also, Kumarika. Just if you can, three of the Infosys together. Just to final lines from Bobby ma'am, we cannot just let her go now that she is here with us. Just one or two lines from her, Kumarika. If you can just pass on the baton to ma'am. And of course, Chinmay, we will take a few questions.
Yeah, sure.
Can you find? She's there?
Yes, I can see her.
Because she has been the flag bearer for NHRD as a president, since last few years, and she has been doing great for the HR fraternity. And when it comes to AI intervention, she also promotes a lot of her colleagues to speak on the topics and all.
Am I audible now? I was not able to mute myself.
Yes.
Can you hear me now, Titanshu? Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes.
You hear me? Kumarika, you can hear me, right?
Yes, I can hear.
Okay. So no, Sitanshu, thank you so much. Honestly, I don't have anything else to add. I heard Chinmay, and I think she has managed to strike the right balance between the excitement that we have for AI and the necessary, how do I put it, the necessary realism that we need to have, that AI is not the panacea for all ills, and AI is also not something that is just a passing fad. It is somewhere in between. It will augment our capabilities. It will help us do our work in many areas faster, better, stronger, whatever. But at the same time, there is still realms where at least I don't see AI replacing us, and we have to use AI to make ourselves better in those realms. So I think she has struck the right balance between both. And my thanks to Chinmay, because she came in, yesterday we requested her from NHRD Bhubaneswar to come in as a guest speaker, and she agreed. So thanks, Chins, for that. And thank you, Sitanshu. You are also a NHRD veteran member. So thank you for being part of this Odisha AI conference and also getting National HRD Network Bhubaneswar chapter into the fold. I'm very glad that this happened. So all the best to all of you. And
Thank you
Kumarika,
so much.
here.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am, for being here. Like we couldn't have let you go without, speaking a few words, being the HR leader, business leader for Infosys. And we are really proud and privileged to have you here. And you have one of your colleagues also, Miss Kumarika. So already they had interaction. So few questions, Kumarika. Do we have any questions?
Anyone, if anyone has a question, please go ahead.
And I don't find anything in the chat box also. Shall we move on? Okay. So thanks once again, Bobby ma'am and Ms. Chinmay for being here and enlightening us on your, of course, or speaking all about HR, how HR can do a lot of great things with the usage of AI in a positive way, not taking it as a fear factor, but of course taking it on the stride and using it optimally to get the best result out of it. Thank you so much, Ms. Chinmay and Ms. Bobby Patnaik, both of you. So moving on, we have, like we were supposed to have, of course, Ms. Rashmita Panda, but she has requested for another slot. The Director of Employment, CEO OSJA, CEO DTT, and Director of Technical Education and Training, as well as Odisha Space Research Center. And now we have, of course, the Collectorate's office from Raigada. We have Ms. Swarnalata Raut. Can we, give access to Ms. Swarnalata Raut, who is also the, one of the civil servants from the 2020 batch. And she is representing the Collectorate's office of Raigada district. Of course, Parul Patwari ma'am is currently busy. Otherwise, along with her, we were expecting Mr. Tattwamasi also, who is currently the DEO, but we have Ms. Swarnalata Raut. Is she there?
No, not there.
Let me just check. Yeah, I think, DS DEO Raigada. I think she has joined from that ID.
Okay.
We have got a similar, ID from Bhadra Collectorate office also. Even the collector of Bhadra couldn't, make it to the event now that he got a call in an urgent basis. Unavoidable meetings are there in the government. So, Ms. Sonalata, are you there?
Yes.
Am
I audible?
Yes. You are audible now. So she is going to speak on the topic transforming the district of Raigada through transforming the district of Raigada using AI. And Ms. Swarnalata, if you can just brief about you, and along with you, do we have another person who is the Chief Minister's Skill Development Fellow, Ms. Komal Singh? Is she there with you?
Yes. She is with me.
So both of you can, utilize this platform so that we can get the privilege to listen from both of you. The CM's fellow is also there with us, Ms. Komal Singh, along with her, Ms. Sonalata Raut, the Skill Development and Employment Officer from the District of Raigada. Over to you. You can start, Ms. Sonalata.
Okay. Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible. And अनुरोध रहिबो आपण इंग्लिश ओडिया मिक्स करी कहि परिबे जेमति हमर सुजाता मैम, चिन्मय मैम, समस्ते कहले कहीं ओडिया फ्रैटर्निटी अच्छी दैट इज अ रिक्वेस्ट आमे ओडिया आम ओडिशा तो आमर इंग्लिश ओडिया मिक्स हेले आउरी बढ़िया लागियो थैंक यू प्लीज गो अहेड
सो गुड मॉर्निंग नमस्कार समस्त को आशा करे निजर कर्म क्षेत्र में समस्ते भलरे थिबे आउ समस्ते भल करूथि थिबे जेहेतु आपण माने ओडिसा को इंटरनेशनल स्तर रे रिप्रेजेंट करूछंदी एवं ए भली कृत्रिम ज्ञान कौशल ऊपर गोटे ग्लोबल कॉन्फ्रेंस रखिछंदी तेणु मु समस्त आयोजक माननकु हृदय धन्यवाद देबी स्पेशली सीतांशु मिश्र सर एवं अन्य जो पंडा सर थिले आ अन्य जो माने भी पार्टिसिपेट करिछंदी समस्त को मोर नमस्कार तेबे आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस जोटा कि ओडिया रे हम ताको कहूछु कृत्रिम ज्ञान कौशल आपण माने तो निजे ता सहित इन्वॉल्व अछंती तो तार वाइड स्प्रेड आउटरीच विषय रे आपण माने मोर बेटर जानिथिबे तेणु एटा मो ज्ञानटा समुद्र को संख्या ला भली आपण मानक ज्ञान आगरे आशा करछि टिके जाहाले भी कम थिबो फिर भी जति कि मु निजे एक्सपीरियंस करिछि कि एआई रो आउटरीच टा इट्स क्वाइटली मतलब वाइड स्प्रेड माने वर्ल्ड वाइड आउटरीच तार अछि स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम यूएस न्यूयॉर्क टू ए मियर विलेज इन इंडिया तेबे लॉन्चिंग हला किंबा
आपण को हां आपण आवाज आसनथला प्लीज एबे सुबुची अगेन
हेलो आई एम ऑडिबल सर हेलो
एबे ऑडिबल अछंदी
ओके
आगु बढ़ो
थैंक यू सो जेमति कि हम कहतली कि एआई रो आउटरीच विषय रे तेनु आउटरीच जे फ्रॉम ए माने हाई मेट्रो सिटीज अप टू ए मियर विलेजेस इन इंडिया इट हैज अ वाइड स्प्रेड आउटरीच तेबे पिला माने तार यूज तो जानछंती माने जेमति कि माइनर यूज हला पिला माने एइटार मेन रायगडार मेन प्रॉब्लम होची सर जेहेतु मु ए डिस्ट्रिक्ट सहित प्राय 8 मंथ धरी एसोसिएटेड स्किल डेवलपमेंट और एम्प्लॉयमेंट सेक्टर रे आ एटा गोटे केबीके डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन ऑफ द केबीके डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स ऑफ ओडिशा तेबे यार मेन प्रॉब्लम होची कि इठी ड्रॉप आउट रेट ता बहुत अधिक पिला माने दे रादर प्रेफर टू प्ले गेम्स आउटसाइड रादर देन जॉइनिंग ए क्लास इन द स्कूल तेणु करी सेमानकर ड्रॉप आउट रेट ता बहुत अधिक एवं सेमाने माने कंप्लेन करंती कि आमे एते बाट कवर करके कोन से स्कूल को जाई परिबु नाही पाठ पढी परिबु नाही आमे जेमति अछु ठीक अछु जोटा कि हमकु माने धीरे धीरे अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट ता धीरे धीरे बढ़ी बढ़िबारे लागिछि आपण सुनिले आश्चर्य हेबे जे रायगड़ा इज वन ऑफ द माने वर्स्ट परफॉर्मिंग डिस्ट्रिक्ट इन माने ड्रॉप आउट रेट रे बहुत अधिक अछंदी रायगड़ा रे जेहेतु ट्राइबल मेजॉरिटी एरिया एंड आइसोलेटेड एरिया दे आर नॉट कमिंग आउट टू इंटरैक्ट विथ द आउटर वर्ल्ड दे आर माने से माने से भीतर ही रहि जाउछंदी आ चेष्टा करछंदी कि आमे बाहर को जीवनु बाहर को गले हमको हैरान कर देबे किबा अन्य प्रॉब्लम हो हमको तेणु मु सेति पई माने जेहेतु एआई रो आउटरीच ता बहुत जगह अधिक जगह अछि तेणु मु एक्चुअली भाबुची कि एआई ता मियरली एजुकेशन सेक्टर फर्स्ट जदि पिला माननको अवेयर कर परिबा हमें कि एआई किभली भाव रे एजुकेशन पिला माननको प्रोवाइड कर परिबो जेमति कि आपण जानिथिबे कोविड टाइम रे जेहेतु पिला मानकर क्लास बंद हे गला से टाइम रे ऑनलाइन क्लास बहुत चलथिला ऑनलाइन सेक्टर रे भी पिला माने जॉइन करके विदाउट एनी फी विदाउट एनी टेंशन just pay the network fee and you are allowed to attend any class से भले भाव रे जदि एआई टा माने पिला माननको गोटे फ्री एजुकेशन प्रोवाइड कर दे पारिबो पिला माननको एवं जदरा कि से माने बेसिक माने सब विषय रे अवेयर हे पारिबे माने देश केते आगु को गलानी एआई केते डेवलप कलानी केते माने स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम माने मियर सेक्टर टू अप टू रॉकेट लॉन्चिंग पर्यंत एआई किभली भाव रे हेल्प करि परछि एवं तांको अलगा को सेक्टर रे समाननको हेल्प करि पारिबो सेटा भी समाने जानि परिबे तेणु करी सर हमर गोटे डायरेक्टरेट ऑफ स्किल डेवलपमेंट तरफ रु गोटे प्रोग्राम हिथिला इन द मंथ ऑफ जुलाई named skill caravan program, postal docs program, जो थरे की गोटे vehicle hire करा जाइथिला एवं ता देरे बहुत सारा मतलब artificial intelligence based instrument like drone technology, like 3D technology से थरे install करा जाइथिला जोटा की different AI different PBTG area schools and other schools also visit करथिला से bus एवं almost 2500 school students participated in the program and visited the bus जद्वारा कि सेमाने AI विषय aware हेई पारिथिले एवं सेमाने फ्यूचर 10th परे किबळी भाबरे माने स्किल डेवलपमेंट सहित एजुकेशन सहित टेक्नोलॉजी टा भी केबळी भाबरे सेमाने माने लर्न करि परिबे सेही विषय भी सेमानकु अवेयरनेस प्रोवाइड करा जायतिला तेबे आ गोटे कथा हम कहया चाहू छी जे सर आमे फ्यूचर माने फ्यूचर चेंज पाई आमे गोटे प्लान रखी छु स्ट्रेटजी ESR स्ट्रेटजी E रे होची encouragement, S रे होची strategy, R रे होची result. In the base of encouragement, we have planned about felicitation or financial assistance to the students. जो माने टिके interested अछंती in the sector of technology, in the sector of AI, जेमति कि आमे गोटे कथा कहया चाहिबी जेमति कि आमे जो स्किल कैरावान रो जो कौशल रथर मूवमेंट टाइम रे गोटे पिलाटी कहला सर जदी ड्रोन टा जदी रिमोट रे उड़ी पारची ताहले सेंसर रे काहे उड़ी परिवानी माने आपण माने बुझी पर माने से गोटे डंगरिया कंध टाइप रो पिलाटी माने आई एम क्वाइट सरप्राइज्ड कि गोटे छुआ मुंडरे एते माने डेवलप्ड चिंताधारा आसी गला किंतु दैट टू ए ट्राइबल स्टूडेंट कि मुगली ठीक अछि सेटा निहाती भाबरे उडी परिबो तेबे तुमे जदी निजर इनपुट दे कि निजे 10th सरला परे टेक्निकल सेक्टर हैला किबा ड्रोन सेक्टर हैला किबा अन्य कोनोसी माने आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस सेक्टर हैला सेथरे निजे जदी इन्वॉल्व हे कि निजे निजर इनपुट दे कि करि परिबो देन तुमे आटू बेटर ड्रोन डेवलप करि परिबो So so I am talking about the ESR strategy. So we are thinking of for providing financial assistance as well as felicitation to the interested students who are quite interested to take part in the movement as well as the technical studies. Later, the S.
Sorry to interrupt you, madam. About 30 seconds to you.
Okay. I'll end it. So the S stands for strategy. So we are requesting the education system, district education officer and other school teachers as well as to devote a special period for the technical education as well as the skill development basis. कि सेमाने किभଳି भाबरे अन्य कोनोसी देशर कोन चलछि से विषय रे सेमाने जानि परिबे. So through this stairs we could reach to the result phase. तो एटा ही मोर रिप्रेजेंटेशन थिला आपण मानको पाखरे जदी किछि माने any questions you can ask me or otherwise it's almost the I have already taken the time of 10 minutes. So thank you. जदी केही पचारबा को चाहंते किछि then we could
Sona ma'am, any last liners from Komal Singh? Is she there?
Okay, yes. I'll comment, please. Over to you.
1 or 2 lines from she is also there as the CM fellow.
Hello, good morning to all of you.
Yeah, good morning.
Yeah. So as I would like to just add to what ma'am was saying right now, that AI is the future right now, but still as an aspirational district like Raigada, we are still struggling with the basic things. So integrating AI here would be a very big challenge for us. So we will try to make sure that even the small communities and the villages and the tribal groups that are here, even they are also familiar with the new technologies that are coming. So yeah, we would like to actively work on that, and I hope that whatever insights I got from the today's session, we will be able to incorporate that.
Thank you so much for your, insightful things, whatever you have brought to the panel, to the, platform, and to make us aware about Raigada, what else, rest of the things. And especially, जो ESR model कहले, हमारा तत्वमासी बाबू भी अच्छी बहुत गुणी ज्ञानी and से कर्म मनसेला लोक को जानी ची Infosys रे से भी आगुरु थिले and district education officer भावे से अनेक गुड़ी को पदक्षेप नहीं चलती and public private partnership एटा को बने करी की बहुत जिनस जमती की ESR model कहले उषा पाड़ी मैडम नुआ ओडिसा रे RTD model कोटले recruit train and deploy सिमिति similar भावे हमारा job school apology consulting and training service रो अच्छी HTD model job school हमारा organization जोटा मिलित अनुकूल्य रायगड़ा रो upliftment पे unemployment दूरीकरण पे हमें अनेक पदक्षेप नहीं परिवा STD model कहे गले higher train deploy जोटा government of Odisha RTD भावे use को तो अनेक गुड़ी को करिए वो पदक्षेप नहीं है वो हमें मिलित अनुकूल्य रे AI community plus district of रायगड़ा collectorate office रो help पाई के हमें करी परिवा बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद डिस्ट्रिक्ट ऑफ रायगड़ा रो जॉइन करथिबा पई आ हमर पटवारी मैम को रिप्रेजेंट करी की कलेक्टेड ऑफिस रो अपन दुई जन आसिले किछि क्वेश्चंस अछि एनी क्वेश्चंस डू वी हैव इन द चैट बॉक्स और I think Biraja ma'am has a question. Miss Biraja Das, if you can quickly ask your question. Can somebody unmute her?
Good morning to all of you. On samasthanku mora shraddhavara namaskar. Jai Jagannath. This is Biraja Das, this side assistant professor in English, both in India and overseas. Thank you, Sitanshu sir, for giving this opportunity to speak in this, esteemed program. I have a question actually to ma'am who is speaking right now. जमती सकाळे हमर चिन्मय मैम बहुत बढ़िया जिनसटा कहिले having a balance between human mind and AI सेटा तो निहाती हमर रहिबा दरकार. And now as from Raigada ma'am was talking, suppose we see lot of drop rates in Raigada. Ma'am mu एठो add करिबा को चाहिबी if it is possible. Suppose अपन जतळ कहिले बहुत drop rates रहउची पिला माने तांको comfort zone भितर रहि की सब जिंस सिखिबा को चाहुचंदी, they fear to come out of their comfort zone. तो सेते बेला हमें देखि परिबे जे they use mobiles to the to the extent that is not expected actually. समस्त पाखरे mobile phone रहउची, so that is they are also competent with the latest technologies through mobiles. तो सेते बेले आमे जते बेले AI थ्रू रे हेल्प करूचंदी काहे कि ना if it is a skill development program तो सेही मोबाइल थ्रू रे से माने जो AI रो latest technologies creativity, because we know that students from coming from that regions they are very much interested in everything. जदि तांको zone भितर रही तांको region को limited रही तांको सिखा जाए. In many cases we have seen they are also winners in many competitions and in many spheres. तो सेटा काहे कि हमें तांको न करि परिबा जे तांको लिमिटेशंस भितर रहि कि से AI को यूज करी जेमति आपण माने ESR strategy start करि चंदी एटा बहुत बढ़िया जिंस मैम. तो why can't we go with it? If it is possible we can develop their creativity through this means also.
बहुत बढ़िया मैडम. तो सोनलता मैडम आंसर दबाउ चाहिबे?
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you madam for the
question.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you madam for the question. जेमति कि आपण कहले कि तांको जोन रे ही जाय कि तांको ट्रेनिंग प्रोवाइड करा जिवो. We are trying we are also set up our skill development center in a PVTG majority area named Pushpam Katak block of Raigada district, so that the Dongaria Kondo students as well as the nearby other students could participate in the skill development program going on in that center. As well as with that, we are also searching for a suitable training center in other PVTG area like Langia Sora Development Agency or other thing, so that we could start our next skill development program in that area to train the PVTG students as well as other tribal students. So thank you, Matt, for the situation, for the suggestion also.
Okay. Thank you so much from both the sides. And I think Mr. Subrat Pulski has a question. Please keep it very short because we are running short of time and we need to move on to the next speaker also. please. Mr. Subrat Prusti, yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
हाँ नहीं मते बहुत सुंदर लगिला जे रायगड़ा रे बहुत सुंदर भाव कार्यक्रम होउची मु गोटे छोट कहया चाहूची रायगड़ा विषय रे बहुत लोक किछि जानंतिनी तेणु रायगड़ा रे इतिहास रायगड़ा रे भूगोल और रायगड़ा रे कौन कौन रिसोर्सेस अच्छी आ से रिसोर्स को केमिति हमें डेवलपमेंट करा जाई परिवो एटा जदि स्कूल पिलां को कुहा जाए ताले बहुत भलो हबो आ समस्त ओडिसा लोक मध्य रायगड़ा विषय रे बेसी जानिबे किंतु रायगड़ा विषय रे बेसी लोक जानंती नाही तेणु मु अनुरोध करिवि जे रायगड़ा रे कौन कौन रिसोर्सेस अच्छी तार गोटे विस्तृत बही तैयारी करा जाऊ एवं सेटा स्कूल पिलांगु मध्य पढ़ा जाऊ धन्यवाद
मु बाबूची आशा करूची कलेक्टेड ऑफिस एटा को नोट करिवे एंड एटा को खूब शीघ्र जदी इंप्लीमेंट करा जाई परिवो अनेक गुडी का सजेशन आसुची देखंतु so that is a request to Ms. Swarna Raut as well as Komal Singh. Thanks for your presence and we had another question but we will keep it for the next round. We have few other speakers. Just a second. Do we have any representative from the Honorable MP's office? Mr. Abhimanyu Sethi, do we have anybody? I know there is one representative from the district of Bhadrak, Mr. B. Kara, who is there in the audience representing government e-governance cell. He is there, but anybody else from representing Mr. Abhimanyu Sethi's office? Okay. So we also, it's my responsibility to make others aware that we also have Mr. Deepak Rautrai, the Joint Secretary of the SSCPD Department of Government of Odisha, who has been very silently observing and listening to all of us. And of course, we'll have him as a speaker some other time, as he's also busy currently in another meeting, but trying to also cope up with the platform to listen to other speakers. So quickly moving on, we have Dr. Satyabrata Das with us, one of the professors who has been the pioneer in doing research in different colleges and universities. Now he is working as a professor at Geetam University, Visakhapatnam. So quickly moving on to him without wasting much of time, just introducing his topic, which is very interesting, I must say. Curiosity to concern, navigating the future of GenAI. Over to you, sir. Dr. Satyabrata Das.
Thank you, sir. So let me share my slide first.
You're audible, but the voice is little low.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
So my slide is visible?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Samastan Kumar Namaskar. Jai Jagannath. Mo na Dr. Satyabrata Das. Mo currently Geetam University kama korche. More research area exactly artificial intelligence, machine learning, or deep learning. So mo kichi kama korche. Basically, currently artificial intelligence in healthcare product development, but a particular project for the born care injury treatment for the born care patients. So a topic ta choose kariya motive hela moro gote student actually. So this he is also working since last 2 months we are working on this particular topic. So that is regulatory and the policy aspect of GenAI for good governance. So that is the requirement. So say particular context room a topic ka choose karchi, and that is also matching with the theme of the conference. So as it is visible in the slide, it is curiosity to concern navigating the future of GenAI. So it is generally discussion koribini what is the disadvantage of AI as a technical person. So it is highly. So we have seen the landmark of AI from 1950 to 2024, how it is available. Being an engineering student to faculty in the university, how it changes. So basically, a particular topic I discussion kariyaku chahuchi. Mane jetobale curiosity or concern ase gote particular product ho ki gote application develop ho. So balance kariyaku padibo. So jodi balance amara no hochi problems available. So say extreme skip my presentation to only 8 minutes only. So basically, what exactly generative AI is, so how it is different from traditional AI and all this thing. Basically, in traditional AI, so generally, suppose I'm engineering student, so we don't have this particular subject also. We have an elective subject in our 4th year, but nobody is taking that one. So in 2010 onwards, it is a subject. Intelligence is the common subject. Messele subject. Deep learning is a subject. So this type of subjects we are available, and now in 2024, so this particular topic is actually vastly used everywhere. So that due to the advancement of artificial intelligence, machine learning, natural language processing, what exactly is available in this cloud brush diagram. So this actually here we stand. So from artificial intelligence to machine learning, deep learning, and generative. Yes. Now, these are the basic, so I'm not going in detail related to this one because these are the preliminary things. What are the different types of generative AI algorithms are available? So how to implement that one? Again, that will be the scope of the developer and how we are going to develop this generative AI application. Now, coming to the point, so this one is one of the interesting content from the Gartner hypercycle. If you think about this generative AI adoption or expectation, it is very high in 2023 July around, because we are in experiencing this artificial intelligence in a proper way. In 2022 November or December, we are experiencing this particular generative AI application in a particular way. So that's why it is the high expected application or searchable application in internet. Now, these are the agenda points available. I'm going to the points. So, as type of applications are, so the curiosity will be there, and curiosity-based driven application is there in the post-COVID era. So if you see this first point, whatever is there, the